Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Seats. Members, before we begin the matter of the day, I want to make some brief remarks myself about the killing of Sir David Amos MP. While I did not know Sir David personally, he did chair a meeting of the Westminster Committee examining the legislation relating to NDNA when I appeared in front of it on behalf of the Assembly earlier this year. It was very clear that Sir David had a friendly and amenable manner and that his colleagues were very comfortable and at ease under his chairmanship. That brief encounter was just a snapshot, obviously, for me, which serves to underline the very warm tributes that have been paid to him over the weekend. Very serious issues are raised by Sir David's death. Wider society is in shock, and clearly the specifics of the incident are subject to legal proceedings which we cannot focus on today. However, I want to first and foremost record today that this Assembly's thoughts and sympathies are with Sir David's wife Julia and his 4 daughters and 1 son. I have also written to Sir Lindsay Hoyle and sent the condolences of this Assembly to Sir David's colleagues at Westminster. It is, of course, tragic that someone who was so obviously devoted to championing his constituency was killed while he was seeking to give assistance to his constituents. The constituency role of an elected representative is vital and is perhaps often not understood. It is clearly a reality that receiving abuse, harassment and threats have become almost routine for elected representatives, and there have been many cases right across this Assembly. Friday's events have therefore emphasised existing concerns. I have had discussions with senior Assembly officials, and they will be writing to all members to remind them of the specific provision in respect of security measures in constituency offices that was made available by the Assembly Commission last year. Officials have also been in contact with the PSNI, and I have informed the Chief Constable that any advice the PSNI has in relation to measures from the perspective of the Assembly Commission will be seriously considered. Assembly Commission members will be updated on these matters, of course, at the Commission's next meeting on Wednesday. Of course, I would strongly encourage members to contact the PSNI directly if they have any concerns on specific cases. However, I know members will agree that engaging with the people that we represent is an essential foundation for the work of this Assembly. Elected representatives should be able to conduct their duties free from abuse, threat or attack. When we are dealing with these issues, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge that a few times more recently the temperature of debate in this chamber has been heated, and I have written to a number of members in recent weeks to address that. None of that, of course, in any way can be taken as an excuse for threats or attacks within the community. However, it does underline that we need to be aware of the nature of debate in this Assembly. In that regard, I echo the remarks that have been made by a range of people over the weekend that we must consider the tone and the language that we all use at all times. Friday's events have made us all reflect, and we do live in troubling times. However, in such times, the need for elected representatives to engage is arguably even greater. If politicians were forced to become remote because of the actions of a minority, that would only be to the disadvantage of those in our community who need our help the most. I know that the House will be united in agreeing with that. We will now move on to matters of the day for the House to pay condolences to Sir David Amos. Mr Paul Given has been given leave to make a statement on the killing of Sir David Amos MP, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject, and I would remind members that interventions are not permitted and there will be no points of order taken on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call Mr Paul Given.
Mr Speaker, thank you. And it's right that today, at the start of proceedings, we come together and pay our respects to Sir David Amos MP, brutally killed when serving his community. We remember especially today his wife Julia and his 5 children. A Member of Parliament from 1983, nearly 40 years of service, Sir David was a giant of Westminster politics, and rightly tributes have been paid from right across the political spectrum. A tireless backbencher who never held office in government and used that role to champion the cause of his constituency, not least more recently in respect of city status for Southend, but also on causes that were close to his heart: animal welfare, fuel poverty, and indeed supporting refugees. And I listened to the minister of the church in which he was so cruelly slain pay tribute to Sir David and the work that he was doing to assist refugees within the community. Sir David was a close friend of the Democratic Unionist Party, a close friend of Northern Ireland, someone that we shared common values with, passionately pro-union and Northern Ireland's place within it, deeply pro-life, caring for people at all stages of their life, and we mourn his loss. We know, Mr Speaker, the police are now investigating, and doing so under terrorism laws. Northern Ireland has never been immune from attacks on democracy from terrorists. We think of Robert Bradford MP killed in 1981. We think of those who served within these institutions. Edgar Graham, Assembly member, killed in 1983. Captain the Right Honourable Sir Norman Strong, killed in 1981, having served at one point as a Speaker of this place. Senator Jack Barnhill, 1971. Senator Paddy Wilson, 1973. And we have memorialised those who served here within this building, within the rotunda just outside. We've had multiple attacks on public representatives over the years, and members of this House from all sides continue to receive threats, and that's to be condemned. We do need to think about how we treat each other, how we speak to each other, and that goes beyond just this Assembly chamber. It goes to wider society. Too often I hear public representatives being dehumanised by people, dehumanised by the media. We are very much part of this society, not separate from it. And so all of us need to reflect on that. And social media is the Wild West, but so too, at times, mainstream media, and they bring on commentators that engage in character assassination. We need to reflect on that. But today is about remembering a faithful public servant, and we join in mourning his loss, and we send our deepest Christian sympathies to his family and to his friends. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Michelle O'Neill.
And can I also put on record my condolences to the family and friends of David Amos following, I think, the shocking news of his tragic death on Friday past. No public representative should face any attack when carrying out their duties on behalf of their constituents. To hold public office itself is a privilege, it's an honour, it comes with many highs, but it equally comes with many lows. We're all trying to do our best by the constituents and those people that elect us. Mr Amos was also doing his public duty, listening to and representing the views of the people that he served and the people that elected him. Whilst I didn't know him personally, I have seen the expressions of sympathy from across the political spectrum, and I think that usually tells a lot about the person himself. From those right across all those political differences, but they were able to come forward and pay their respects together, I think, is also significant. He was obviously very well respected by his own party colleagues, but by many others right across Westminster. I would imagine there are very few MLAs in this chamber that haven't been at some time or other subjected to abuse, whether that be in person or online. I think there's very few of us that actually escape that. And I think that everybody here will understand the level of anxiety at times that you would feel as elected representatives, the threat that we can experience on a fairly regular basis. But we still carry on with our public duties. But it's not acceptable in any shape or form that anybody who steps into public office is subjected in any way to threats, intimidation or harassment. I think the threats are made even more. You referred, Mr Speaker, to it being almost a daily occurrence, and that is the fact, particularly on the online platforms. I myself have received numerous threats on numerous occasions, threats that have had to be reported to the PSNI. I made a report to the police last year and an arrest was made as a direct result of an attack. I've had to physically remove an uninvited person from my home. That's the type of thing that we experience as public representatives, and that is not acceptable for anyone to have to deal with that. Just before I came into the chamber, I spoke to one of our MPs who also this morning had to call the police to remove people from his office, people who have come to protest in their office, but they intimidated the staff to the point where the staff were frightened where the PSNI had to be called to the office. That's not acceptable. Staff and all workers should be able to go to work without fear of intimidation or harassment. So none of these, and I think we're all united in saying that none of these behaviours are acceptable, whether it's nuisance or whether it's more sinister as what happened last Friday. As legislators, we must defend democracy and we also must promote the rule of law. So today and for now, our thoughts are very much with the family of David Amos. We send our deepest condolences, and again, my thoughts and prayers are with David's family, his wife and his 5 children and his friends at what is a truly awful time.
Thank you, and I call Nicola Mallon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank Paul Gibbon for tabling this matter of the day. I didn't know Sir David Amos, but I want to express my condolences to his family and his friends, his colleagues and his constituents. It's clear the character of the man when we look at the tributes right across the political spectrum. And this morning I spoke with Mark Durkin, who knew him, and he said he was a man of great kindness and who cared deeply, and that he had always asked after John Hume and Seamus Mallon. But, Mr Speaker, this brutal murder comes after the murder of Joe Cox. These are MPs murdered while carrying out their duties of serving the public. And these brutal murders are devastating to their families and communities, but they're also an attack and an affront to democracy. We are living in an environment of increased risk, and that risk is being faced by people right across our society who are working in public-facing roles. I think of our healthcare workers, I think of our shop workers, journalists, medics, and our constituency staff who are being subjected to abuse and harassment and at times threats of violence. And I believe that we have quite a volatile concoction right now in our society. We have increased levels of vulnerability when it comes to mental health. We have increased numbers of people who are susceptible and at risk of radicalisation. And then we also have a deep anger that has emerged as a result of this pandemic. And there is a rage and an undercurrent in our society that I haven't seen, Mr Speaker, in the 10 years that I have been an elected representative. And it's manifesting itself in a number of ways. And we need to be honest with ourselves about that challenge in our society, and we need to deal with it, and we need to reflect on our role within that. And as others have said, we need to lay down a challenge to the social media companies. They need to do more to tackle those who are targeting people online, and they need to do more to challenge the misinformation and the mistrust that is being sown right across our society. But I will end on this. I was listening this morning to some testimonies of people who were great friends of Sir David Amos, and one said that the greatest tribute that could be paid to him was that we would all encourage more people to go into politics, more people to go in to serve their constituents and to try to shape our society for the better.
Thank you. And I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I join the rest of this Assembly in passing my condolences on to the family of Sir David Amos MP, his friends, his colleagues within the Conservative Party and the wider political divide who seem to have had the utmost respect for him. I did not know Sir David, but it was clear that he was a man who was committed to those that he had served for nearly 40 years. He was kind, he was open, and he really had an affinity with some of the issues that faced wider society about animal cruelty, warm home schemes, and the effects of endometriosis, just some of the things that he looked at. But sadly, his real need, as we all face it, to reach out into the communities that we represent is what led to his brutal murder. And it was a brutal murder of a man who was just simply doing a constituency service, speaking to the people that he represented. Mr Speaker, we all know that there is an issue within politics and the safeguarding of people who are involved in politics. As a party leader, I have a duty of care to look after my MLAs, to look after my councillors, and particularly look after those who work for us in constituency offices. I was speaking to one of my constituency staff this morning, a young female single mother, who told me she feels physically sick at times with the targeted hate and bullying that comes via the phone and email and on social media. And I know she's not alone. I myself have had placards forced into my face and people follow me shouting, and I always said to myself, you know what, this is part of the job. But actually it really isn't part of the job, because what we have now is people out there who feel empowered to be angry, they feel empowered to abuse at will because they can stay anonymous and they feel that they can get away with it. It is something I think we all need to deal with. We should not just stand and accept it. We have to tackle it, we have to challenge it, and I have to do that for my MLAs and my councillors and my staff, and I have to do it in consultation with other party leaders for the other MLAs and councillors in politics in Northern Ireland. And we need to all stand together. Today, we remember Sir David Amess MP and his life. And let's stop the angry, negative messaging which is out there, which is leading people to murder. And that's what we've seen on Friday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, I just rise to add my voice of sympathy for the family and friends of Sir David Amess MP. It is truly appalling in a democratic society that those who have been elected by the people to represent and serve them should be so brutally attacked and murdered while doing so. The tributes to Sir David over the past few days have been so powerful, and by all accounts he was incredibly diligent while maintaining a healthy work-life balance. And we all saw the beautiful photos of his family, who I have no doubt provided him with stability and unwavering support in what we all know is a 24/7 role. Sir David was noted for being an MP whose first objective was to represent the people who elected him, and this meant he could go against the party on some issues. I know my colleague Naomi Long, MLA, has already spoken over the last few days about her work with Sir David around animal welfare, an area where he stood apart from most of his party colleagues and showed ongoing commitment. He was a passionate representative for his local area, and I am sure he will be sorely missed by all his constituents. May he rest in peace. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to place on record my thanks to the PSNI for reaching out over the weekend, as I'm sure he did for many in this House, to offer advice and support regarding security matters for my constituency office. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
I join in the condolences following the murder of Sir David Amess in respect of his wife and his 5 children, wider family, and no doubt this is a moment of unspeakable grief for them. Sir David, evidently from the tributes, was an exemplary parliamentarian, someone who died as he lived, giving his life, serving his constituents. And it is very poignant that those are the very circumstances in which he was murdered. And of course, he's not the first, and hopefully he'll be the last. But I recall certainly the murder of 6 MPs in this generation. Recently we had Joe Cox. Before that we had Erin Neve, Sir Ian Guy, Sir Anthony Berry, murdered in the Brighton hotel bomb, and of course from our own province, the Reverend Robert Bradford. 40 years next month since Nora Bradford was widowed by the brutal acts of IRA terrorism. Indeed, 3 of those named died at the hands of the wicked IRA: Ian Guy, Sir Anthony Berry and Robert Bradford. Wouldn't it have been helpful today if the leader of the Sinn Féin, representing the Republican movement in this province, had been able to say, in this moment of grief for another widow, been able to say to Nora Bradford, sorry for the murder of your husband? Wouldn't that have been a decent thing to do? And wouldn't this have been a timely occasion on which to do it? Instead, we get words. No public representative should face attack when carrying out their duties on behalf of their constituents. Robert Bradford died in almost identical circumstances, serving his constituents, meeting them in a community hall, murdered along with the doorman, Kenneth Campbell, brutally, viciously, by the IRA. Should our words not be matched across the piece by actions, and actions even yet of condemnation of that brutal murder as well as all the rest.
Members, time's up.
And then people could speak with more credibility.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for bringing this to the House today. It was truly awful to hear of the death of Sir David Amess MP on Friday and what had happened to him. And I think we all can reflect on the activities, and we all know what it's like to be in public life and have that kind of attention. But it is an essential part of our democracy that politicians are able to meet with their constituents, and we must find ways to make sure that they can do so safely. But this kind of violent behaviour cannot be tolerated, and no one should ever deserve to have their life taken from them for representing their constituents and being in public life. It's so unfortunate that we have been here before. We've heard earlier on from Mr Given and also from Mr Allister, but also 5 years ago, something that will always sit with me, with the brutal murder of Joe Cox. So my deepest sympathies are with his family, his friends, his loved ones, his staff and colleagues at this very difficult time and into the future. Thank you.
I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I too wish to offer my condolences to the family, friends, colleagues and constituents of Sir David Amess MP for Southend West. His killing is an attack on democracy, on representation and on humanity. He was a husband and father. Like most of us, on Friday he was serving his constituency. He did not deserve to die for holding views and values different to someone else. He did not deserve to be a consequence of a radicalised society and a palpable anger that exists amongst us. Challenge should be positive and an opportunity to improve and share ideas, not incitement to hatred, not incitement to kill. We all need to take responsibility and reflect on our words and actions, both of which can move others to a bad place. We must lead them towards a better place. I stand in solidarity today too with colleagues who have experienced threats and those in other roles who do not feel safe in their work due to aggression, sexual abuse, assault, murder. And I do think that we take for granted our safety, particularly given where we have come in Northern Ireland. But sadly in 2021 we shouldn't. And like others, I have had unwanted attention in my home, in my office, online. We don't think of what happens next because it's unthinkable and we just get on. But that's not enough anymore. Mr Speaker, we have to do something about this, not just in terms of our individual safety, but how we get back to a better place within society. And I stand with all of those in trying to do that. Thank you.
I call Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and indeed I do think it's very appropriate that we start today's business with tributes to Sir David Amess MP. Without doubt, it has been said, a gifted parliamentarian, an experienced parliamentarian, someone committed to the needs and the aspirations of his constituents, a man that attached himself to such noble causes, most notably for myself, that being a virulent champion of the right to life for those unborn children. Sir David stood head and shoulders above the cowardly terrorist that took his life on Friday past. But today I want to say that among all of those things that David was, he was a family man, a loving husband, a loving father, and a valued friend, as evidently we have seen from the tributes that have been paid to him, and what an impact this must have on his colleagues, because we all know how close you can become to individuals as you walk the political game with them and how difficult it is and a shoulder to lean on. They've lost a friend. Northern Ireland is no stranger to targets upon elected representatives. We've had to walk that difficult line now and in times past, and the names have been mentioned. Robert Bradford MP, Edgar Graham, Jack Barnhill, Senator Paddy Wilson, Sir Norman Strong and his son James Strong, but not just in this place, not just our MPs, but also our local councillors. I think of the late Charles Armstrong, the Mayor of Armagh City, as he left his council meeting to go to his car, was blown up by a terrorist bomb at his car, while his colleagues run from the council chamber to try and see if they could come to his aid and help him. Sadly, his life taken by cruel and cowardly terrorists. There is no doubt that Northern Ireland has paid a heavy price, and its representatives today put their lives on the line to represent and serve our constituents. And as the debate now moves towards security arrangements, and I do thank the police service who have been in contact with myself and I'm sure other members to talk about my own personal security arrangements and indeed a review and assess how that is working, not just for me but more importantly, and I'm sure other members are the same, but for our staff who quite often act as the buffer zone for many members whenever they're targeted by abusive constituents and indeed those that want to harass them. So I thank them, but I'll say this, my priority from when I was elected and still is today is to serve the constituents, many of them that live in very vulnerable settings, and we can never ever leave the fact that as public representatives we are there first and foremost to serve the community, and the tragic murder of Sir David Amess will not stop me or indeed other colleagues from doing just that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure, like me, over the weekend, a lot of you will have done a lot of reading if you didn't have the pleasure of meeting Sir David Amess, and I didn't, to find out about what sort of person he was, what sort of a politician he was. And I was absolutely, it was a desperately sad thing that happened, but reading the person that he was, there was an interview that he gave very recently which stood out for me. And he has been talked about as being an MP of very high calibre, very high quality and very constituency-minded. But one of the questions in one of his last interviews was, why did you never make it to the front bench and why did you not make it into the bear pit? And he said because he didn't change. He had a set of values that he worked on, and that if it needed for him to change, then that was something he wouldn't have done. And I think in terms of the testament to Sir David Amess, that is one of the lasting things that I will remember. And I'm sure his family will hold fast too. As has already been said, Mr. Speaker, this country and this island is not immune to the deaths of elected representatives, and has already been said, Edgar Graham, Robert Bradford, Sir Norman Strong, James Strong and Charlie Armstrong, amongst others from my own party, felt that hand, but also Robert McBurney and Paddy Wilson. But we also must remember the humanity that sometimes surfaces, and the member from Upper Bann talked about Charlie Armstrong, and I read a report about Pat Brannigan, the SDLP mayor at the time, who actually was perhaps first on scene to try and assist Charlie at that time. And that is what we must think of. What are we going to do, and what are we going to learn, and how are we going to react to this? So much has been made of social media, and I noticed that Nicola Mallon had received a text, I think it was last night, an absolutely disgusting and horrendous Twitter message, which looks like a direct threat of hurt and violence. It's absolutely despicable. And there is something that we need to do collectively, whether it is here in this Assembly or whether it is collectively with the Westminster Assembly, is to find ways we can tackle this scourge, because it's not just affecting elected representatives. As has been said in this chamber, it is affecting teachers, it is affecting our health workers, it is affecting our shop workers. It is affecting society, and it is not good enough. Now, what has been said in this chamber and what has been tweeted out about 100 times or maybe 1,000 times is, we say, dial down the rhetoric. There's a message for us here today. We have responsibility for our own button. We can dial down our own rhetoric. There's a responsibility that we must take in the highest elected office that there is in this country, that if we contribute to it, then even whether it is by omission or whether it is by ramping it up, that is something that we're contributing to. So let's not wash our hands here today of the responsibility that we have as leaders in this Assembly to ensure that the volume is turned down and that work together for the betterment of everybody in society as a lasting tribute to Sir David Amess. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call John Blair.
I'm going to thank Mr Gibbon for bringing the matter of today. He and you too, Mr Speaker, will be aware that members across the House have attempted to do this so that we can reflect. Mr Speaker, we have all shared the shock and the sadness following the killing of Sir David Amess MP last Friday as he was carrying out his duties as a public representative and meeting his constituents. The horror of these events has been felt across this House, in the parliaments and assemblies across these islands, amongst the people in the respective jurisdictions and, of course, far beyond also. Our thoughts, first and foremost, are with the family of Sir David, his wife and their 5 children. We sympathise also with his friends, his parliamentary and his Conservative Party colleagues and his staff team, especially those members of his staff team who were present as tragic events unfolded last week. Sir David's parliamentary colleagues from across the political spectrum have paid sincere tribute to him as a dedicated parliamentarian, a real gentleman, a considerate person, and one who devoted time to help others who were new to Parliament or to politics. He was clearly, Mr Speaker, firmly committed to his Southend West constituents and passionate about various causes, including animal welfare, and as chair of the All-Party Animal Welfare Group in this place, would be remiss of me not to mention that on this occasion. Mr Speaker, there will, of course, as a consequence of the events, be discussion and review of safety of public representatives and their colleagues. Such discussion in this place will be set in the context of recent threats against the recent appalling threats against the Infrastructure Minister, the Health Minister, my own party leader and Justice Minister, and others in the House, as well as journalists and broadcasters. Such threats, Mr Speaker, and the associated outworkings where they happen are, in addition to the impact on the individuals affected, an attack on democratic principles and process. Threats, whether from fanatics, extremists, terrorists or bullies, have no place in a democracy. They should be called out and condemned always, and everyone with a role in public life should strive to ensure that no words nor no actions should assist or excuse intolerance or hate. Mr Speaker, those of us who serve the public want to be and will be accessible and visible to those we represent. We can work together to defeat extremism, intimidation and threat, because that cooperation based on mutual respect, despite differences, is the means by which democracy prevails. In the words of the family of Sir David Amess MP, a family who are, by their own words, broken, we should set aside hatred and work towards togetherness. And that is how we should be moving forward, as a fitting tribute to Sir David Amess.
And that concludes this matter of the day. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two to we move on to the next matter of the day. Okay, members. Dr. Kiva Archibald has been given leave to make a statement on proposals by the EU Commission on the NI protocol which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members called will have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. Again, I would remind members that interventions are not permitted, and I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has been concluded. And I call Dr. Archibald.
And thank you for accepting this matter of the day. On Wednesday, the European Commission published what it described as bespoke arrangements to respond to the difficulties that people here in the North have been experiencing because of Brexit, and it's important the Assembly has the opportunity to discuss these. The package proposes further flexibilities in the area of food, plant and animal health, customs, medicines and engagement with stakeholders here. According to the European Commission, it proposes a different model for the implementation of the protocol, in which the flow of goods between Britain and the North in respect of goods that are destined to stay here is facilitated to a significant extent. Since the beginning of the year, we have been dealing with the reality of post-Brexit trade, with the lateness and thinness of the Trade and Cooperation Agreement leading to very little time to prepare for the new arrangements, and inevitable problems have arisen. For some time, many of us have been calling for solutions to be found which make it easier for businesses to trade, and particularly those who trade mainly between here and the north. The proposals that have been brought forward have been broadly acknowledged as a significant package by business representatives, which could go some way to resolving the issues, but of course they've stressed the need for clarity and in detail. On behalf of Sinn Féin, I welcome the proposals from the European Commission, which show they have listened to business and political representatives, have taken on board the issues and concerns raised, and indicate that they are willing to be pragmatic and take action to alleviate these. We now need to see a meaningful and constructive approach from the British Government to ensure that progress can be made in providing the certainty and stability that businesses want and that broader society here wants and needs. Unfortunately, the prelude to that announcement and the response from the British Government has not been constructive, with new red lines and barriers put up that frankly have led to questions being asked about how serious it is about actually achieving solutions. Ultimately, the British Government and unionist politicians have to acknowledge that all of the consequences impacting on businesses and everyone else are a direct result of the Brexit that they championed. And while the chaos reigns in Britain, the protocol has insulated us from some of the effects. The unfortunate reality is, no matter what flexibilities are found, any new arrangements will still be less than what we had pre-Brexit, and there won't be solutions to every problem. However, we need a way forward to provide clarity and stability, and all efforts should be focused on genuinely achieving that. Anything else is a shameful dereliction of duty. People here deserve better than to be collateral damage in Tory wrangling.
Thank you. And I call Jonathan Buckley.
And again, I rise to speak on the issue of the protocol, not for the first time. Again, it's good to see that we have had the opportunity today on a Monday morning to debate it. Monday afternoon, with Sinn Féin's insistence on a potential recall. Glad to see maybe other parties seeing the need to maybe stand back, assess what was on the table and give the opportunity to discuss it this week, because I think now it is finally dawning on members in this chamber that the imposition of the protocol has indeed harmed the balances created under the Belfast Agreement. It has harmed Northern Ireland economically. It continues to cause harm constitutionally, and indeed the societal impact and reverberation still last to this day. There is no unionist consent for the Northern Ireland Protocol. So the finely delicate balance that the Belfast Agreement attempted to construct and attempted to intervene on is flawed on the premise that the Europeans, through means of the Protocol, overrid the Belfast Agreement, threw aside the needs and concerns of the unionist community. And here we are today, an attempt by members opposite to try and whitewash their rhetoric over this past months and years in relation to the protocol. Because while Europe told us that the protocol couldn't be renegotiated, Ireland said the protocol couldn't be renegotiated. The SDLP, the Alliance and Sinn Féin voted for its rigorous implementation in this House, and now we have the parties coming to the Assembly to welcome the progress that has been made by means of the European paper, and that they were calling for action in relation to the programme. What hypocrisy that we've heard from the members opposite in relation to this issue. As far as the issue that's on the table in the European paper, it falls well short of the fundamental change required, and forthcoming negotiations will represent a real opportunity if Europe is serious about addressing the issues that arise under the Northern Ireland Protocol. We as a party will watch closely as to how Europe and indeed their partners engage in this conversation, but their actions to date certainly would not fill me with great enthusiasm as to their real desire to see change, to see the barriers lifted east-west, and to restore both economic and constitutional sovereignty to Northern Ireland, because that, my friends, is the way by which we can get to a lasting place where we all can get back to normality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Before I talk on the matter of the day, I obviously want to associate myself with the remarks made by others around the appalling actions and loss of Sir David Amess MP on Friday, and people in this chamber and elsewhere are still, I'm sure, reeling from that appalling event. Thoughts with his family and his colleagues. Mr Speaker, last week the EU published a series of proposals on the implementation of the protocol in Ireland, Northern Ireland, which was substantive and substantial. It's worth saying repeatedly, I don't want to get into a huge barney with the party opposite, but for the sake of clarity, once again, nobody in my party wanted the Northern Ireland Protocol because nobody in my party wanted Brexit. Brexit has erected trade barriers across these islands and between Britain and the European Union. Northern Ireland was always going to be in the most vulnerable position because of its unique geographic, political and economic circumstances. So we always needed a unique set of arrangements to cope with that when the UK made the decision to pursue a very hard Brexit. That ultimately became the Northern Ireland Protocol. I do want to see the Northern Ireland Protocol implemented. My party wants to see the Northern Ireland Protocol implemented, but we've always said that we want to see the protocol implemented in a way that reduces the burden on businesses and individuals in Northern Ireland, and also deals with some of the very real consequences to all Ireland trade, because, lest it be forgotten, the Northern Ireland Protocol only covers a relatively small amount of economic activity. There are huge new trade barriers on the island of Ireland in services, in financial services, in roaming charges and in a number of other things. Last week we saw a package of proposals from the European Union which would substantially reduce the burden of checks on goods moving from Britain into Northern Ireland. That is, of course, welcome. That is indeed what people have been calling for, particularly people in the party opposite. They had called for a reduction in the number of checks. Well, now it looks like we are going to have a reduction in the number of checks, so much so that Northern Ireland will be in a unique position, an even more unique position vis-à-vis the European single market. We also have proposals in relation to increasing democratic accountability and consultation with the EU. That also has to be welcome. We're going to be debating more on that today. In summary, what we have is a package which should alleviate the vast majority of legitimate concerns from people in this society, and we have, of course, seen a broad welcome from business. So my strong hope is that the UK Government and others in this chamber move on and get on with agreeing these arrangements, because we have the opportunity not just to deal with the very real consequences of Brexit for our society, but also to finally take some advantage of being at the crossroads of two major markets. Let's get on and deal with it. There is no perfect post-Brexit arrangement for us. We have to make this one work. And I would urge people opposite, and indeed everyone in this chamber, to finally come to that conclusion. Thank you.
I call Steve Egan.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And may I thank indeed the member from Dr Archibald for bringing this matter to the floor. First of all, I would like to pass some remarks on Sir David Amess, because today, like some members of this Assembly, we should have been at the British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly. Sir David was an associate member of the Assembly, and I think it's sad that we had to, in the circumstances, not be able to sit, but we fully understand that. And I pass on my condolences, and also from our fellow members of the British-Irish Parliamentary Assembly, to his family, and it's something I think that we must all indeed reflect upon. And indeed, taking from the remarks taken from the earlier part of our conversation today, talking about what we're doing about, and particularly about the protocol and the issues that come to it. I think the first thing we need to recognise is that at long last, both the British Government through Lord Frost and Maros Šefčovič through the EU have recognised that the protocol is not working. There is no way that the recommendations that had been made by the European Union would have gone through if there was any recognition at all of the fact that the protocol wasn't failed, and it continues to fail day in, day out. The fact that in the non-papers there has been points towards reduction of customs duties and also to SBS checks, points in a direction of travel that should be followed through. If there is no risk, there should be no checks. There is no need to have 50% of all goods coming into Northern Ireland checked. If they are only staying in Northern Ireland, none of them should be checked. The same goes for SBS. If we are in a situation where there are goods, though SBS items are staying within Northern Ireland or being moved within the United Kingdom as a whole, There is no need for those checks to be done. That is self-evident. We have started on a journey and we need to continue on that journey as well. We note very clearly that there's been no discussion around the role of the European Court of Justice, which again I think is something fundamental, and it goes to the question of democratic accountability. I note, and I discussed with Maros Šefčovič last week when we talked about, in the non-paper, about improved democratic accountability here in the Northern Ireland Assembly. That means us actually having the ability to actually veto legislation, amend legislation, or be able to be in a position that we fully understand it and get those views represented across. None of that has been laid within this paper and these non-papers that have brought before us as well. So, Mr Speaker, as we just approach coming up to the 3-minute mark, and I know we'll have the opportunity to talk about this again this afternoon, what I can say is, both by the remarks of Lord Frost and by Maros Šefčovič, we have made a start. But we are on a journey and there's a long way to go until we get rid of this invidious protocol and get something that works for the people of Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Stuart Dixon.
Mr Speaker, last week the EU indeed published papers focusing on medicines, food, customs, governance and oversight. These proposals have the potential to address concerns expressed by many of our local businesses, although it's also worth stating that there are many local businesses that are benefiting from the current arrangements, let alone the prospects of these arrangements, which will make life even better. The challenges facing Northern Ireland that come from Brexit. The protocol was a symptom of the problem, not the cause. If we hadn't Brexited, we wouldn't have had a protocol. As a party, the Alliance Party does not want to see, nor would we ever wish to see, any new borders or any friction across our islands. But unfortunately, leaving the EU made this a reality. As undesirable as it may be, we now must accept the new reality. And in doing so, we should make the implementation of the protocol as smooth as possible. And that's what I hope Lord Frost and the EU Commissioner will sit down and negotiate and work upon, obtaining as many derogations and flexibilities as possible. That's what my party has been working at over the last number of months, both here and in Westminster and in negotiations and discussions. I just wonder what other parties have been doing. A lot of time has already been wasted in seeking mitigations due to the delusional and confrontational approach of the United Kingdom government. And it needs to be called out for the actions that it has taken. Trust, Mr Speaker, is central to maximising flexibility, and these proposals have the potential to address many of the practical issues raised by local businesses and other stakeholders. What we need to be doing is reducing the temperature, not increasing the temperature on these discussions. The reality is that, short of the United Kingdom returning to the customs union and the single market, these arrangements are not going to be scrapped. Opponents of it, such as the DUP and others, now have the opportunity to move from their unrealistic and undeliverable demands and provide much-needed more stability and certainty for Northern Ireland's political structures, its businesses, its communities and society as a whole. I welcome some of the comments that were made this morning by my colleague Steve Aiken, and I detect a slight movement in the language that he was using representing his party today. But finally, Mr Speaker, to quote my party colleague and Deputy Leader of the Alliance Party, Dr Stephen Farry, MP, it would be an act of supreme folly to squander this chance to move on, or indeed to impose even more delusional red lines. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Thank you. Mr Speaker, isn't it intriguing that the sycophantic embrace of these proposed tinkerings comes from the very same EU sycophants who embraced the original protocol and who decreed that it was wonderful and welcome in every jot and tittle, and in fact, on multiple occasions in this House, voted through the demand for its rigorous implementation. But, Mr Speaker, it's not the oversold hype that attaching to these EU proposals that matters. It's the contents of the 4 non-papers that matter, well named non-papers, because they, when you read them, convey the same unyielding dogma of the EU. And they, of course, spectacularly fail the most important test that can ever be applied to any such proposals, namely the sovereignty test, because they insist that the rest of this United Kingdom is to remain a third country to Northern Ireland, with customs tariffs and checks on goods coming from what they say is that third country. That this part of this United Kingdom must remain in a foreign single market for goods, subject to a foreign customs code, a foreign VAT regime, overseen by foreign laws, and the supremacy of a foreign Supreme Court. And there we come to the nub of the issue about the protocol, and the reason why, despite any tinkerings, it will never be rendered acceptable to the unionist community in this province, because it entails the EU clinging to its ill-gotten sovereignty over Northern Ireland. And I find it beyond comprehension that those in this House with the name Democratic in the title of their party think that it's a good thing that Northern Ireland shouldn't be able to make the laws that govern much of its economy, should be rule takers, that those laws should not be made in Belfast or in London, but in a foreign jurisdiction over which we have no control. Mr. O'Toole talks about the unique position the protocol gives it. Yes, it does. A very unique position, that you're governed by laws as a part of the United Kingdom, which the United Kingdom doesn't make, which Stormont doesn't make. That is so appallingly unique that no one who claims the name Democrat should be embracing it.
Thank you, and I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I wish, like others, to offer my condolences to the family and friends and colleagues of Sir David Amess, who was tragically murdered on Friday, and also offer my outright condemnation of that. I'll be brief, but in relation to this matter, the Alliance Party does welcome what has been proposed and does hope that the UK Government engages constructively with the European Union over the weeks ahead. What we need is a focus on dialogue and the engendering of trust, a solution to this and to so many other things in life. I am disappointed, like my colleague Stuart Dixon outlined, to see that both hours before and after the EU proposals were circulated, some people were raising yet more red lines and looking for yet more problems. I do acknowledge that some aspects do need to be resolved, such as, for example, in relation to pet travel, but we do need to be solutions focused. In relation to the latest red line that has been brought up, the European Court of Justice. This is not one business has contacted me in relation to this issue of concern. And as was reported in the Irish Times, the corporate lawyer Richard Gray, a partner with the law practice Carson McDowell, had advised that concerns in relation to the European Court of Justice oversight have not featured in any queries from the firm's clients, nor is he aware of any business organisations raising it on behalf of their companies. We need to be careful about creating more red lines rather than focusing upon solutions. The Alliance Party has been consistent in highlighting our fears of the implications of Brexit and its repercussions, both running up to the referendum and thereafter. Unlike others, we have been solutions-focused, and we do recognise, and wish others would, that there is no other credible alternative to the protocol. The time ahead must be used to engage, to resolve and to give certainty to businesses. Thank you.
Members, that concludes this matter of the day. Members, just take your ease for a moment, please. Point of order, Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When Mr. Allister spoke in his contribution in this last debate, he described people as EU psychopaths. I'd like you to review Hansard in respect of the use of that word, because a psychopath is someone who is callous, unemotional and morally depraved, and I find those words objectionable.
I give the member the opportunity to clarify that.
It was psychophant. which fits Mr Dixon to a T.
That's what I presume to be the word actually myself. So, okay, and we'll rest on that matter. Thank you. Just members take your ease for a moment. So. Members, before we move on to member statements, I wish to advise members that I have received notification of the resignation of Colin McGrath as Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office and Sinead McLaughlin as Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for the Economy with immediate effect. The nominating officer for the SDLP has informed me that Ms Sinead McLaughlin has been nominated as Chairperson of the Committee for the Executive Office and Mr Matthew O'Toole as the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for the Economy, also with immediate effect. I am satisfied that these requirements of standing orders have all been met. Thank you. The first item on the order paper is member statements. If members wish to be called to make a statement, they should do so by continually rising in their places. Those members who are called will have up to 3 minutes to make their statement. Members are reminded the statements will not be subject to debate or questioning. Intervention will not be taken, and I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business has finished. And I call Emma Sheeran.
I raised this afternoon to raise the problem of the driving test backlog, something that has been brought to my attention by countless constituents since the onset of the pandemic last year, and which is still posing issues for constituents, particularly for rural dwellers in Mid-Ulster, where I represent, and more specifically for our young people in country areas. And I understand and appreciate that the Department introduced a number of measures to alleviate the pressures early on, including extra temporary testing sites, Sunday driving tests and extensions on theory tests. But I would ask that some more measures are taken, or indeed that these extensions are reintroduced or re-extended. I recently had a constituent contact my office who had had their original theory certificate extended for 8 months, which was helpful and very much appreciated at the time. However, with the pandemic meaning a stop to physical lessons and a backlog when things started to open up again, many of those who were able to avail of the theory extension still hadn't had an opportunity to complete their physical driving test in time. Months of a gap from lessons might have meant that refreshers were needed, and with waiting times for tests reaching 5 and 6 months, people are being forced to pay for a second theory test when, had we not been in the middle of a global pandemic, they'd probably be on the road and out of their hours this long time. The levels of anxiety and frustration that this is causing for people who haven't been able to get on the road is unparalleled. Job opportunities have been missed because of this. Young people are relying on others to take them to college and work, often out of pocket, and therefore putting a further barrier on their ability to take more lessons or pay for another test. I had one teenager who was applying for a university course to become a paramedic and needed a valid licence as a prerequisite, and the level of stress that this young woman was experiencing through no fault of her own was awful to watch at a difficult time for any young person and a time of great stress. I've had people contacting me who have tried to book a test and are getting a next available date in 5 or 6 months' time, which is totally disheartening and means further time and money spent and indeed wasted. The advice from the Department to look at other test centres is totally impractical. Any nervous learner driver is not going to be able to do their test in a town that they're unfamiliar with, and the instruction to just keep trying for a cancellation is leaving people under pressure, checking an online system frantically and maybe trying to do that whilst working or hold down studies and other things. On the other end of the scale then, I've been contacted by a constituent who is trying to become an instructor and tells me that he hasn't been able to sit the required theory test despite being ready for it since the summer because of an issue with the computer system. And at the beginning of October there were reportedly over 60 potential instructors in the same position. Incredibly worrying and needs to be addressed urgently. So we need to see further extensions onto theory certificates so that people who weren't able to get their practical tests booked don't have to go through the extra expense of a second test unnecessarily. And similarly, we need the Minister to look into this issue surrounding the computer system as a priority. Gormagat.
Thank you. I call Trevor Clark.
Mr. Speaker, and before I speak to what I want to raise for today, can I associate my remark, can I associate with all the remarks made today in relation to Sir David Amos's wife and family on his death at the weekend? Mr. Speaker, I want to speak today about the victory that came by the way of the Northern Ireland Open Championship last night, where the local Antrim man rose to fame once again. Mark Allen, 35-year-old who has grown up in Antrim, who's well known in the Antrim circles. Mark first rose as an amateur in 2004 and became a champion in 2005 and has won various titles. But in 2016, he only reached the quarter-finals. When I say only, I think that's an achievement it's on its own. But he reached the quarter-finals of this competition that he went on to win last night. This is a man who not only a number of months ago had considered stepping back from snooker for personal reasons, but I have to say, given his victory over the weekend, I'm glad that he has made it back to winning form. Can I also say about Mark Allen, whilst we quite often talk about professional snooker players, footballers or other people in profession, this man has also given a lot of his time in terms of charity as well. Indeed, in the past, Mark Allen has volunteered to help with me in terms of coffee morning that I ran every year in relation to Macmillan. But Mark Allen, like many people last year, gave up his time freely to help with COVID. Mark Allen was seen regularly around Antrim doing deliveries to people's homes to deliver those who were vulnerable and a necessity for those to get many of those supplies that they could have otherwise not have gotten. So this shows the mark of the man, also famously known as the pistol in terms of his sportsmanship on the tables. I know this one will mean a lot to Mark, but I have to say, Mr. Speaker, it means a whole lot to the people of Antrim and wider who have followed Mark right through his career, and I wish that this is the start of his winning days back again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My role here is to represent the people of Derry, and I have to tell you, the people in this Assembly, that the people in Derry are actually angry. They're angry because our city has the highest unemployment in the north of Ireland, and that has been the case for many a year. They're also angry because poverty in my council area is the highest in the north, and that has been the case for many years. They are angry because the people living in Derry and Strabane have the lowest pay in any council area in the north. They are angry because Derry has very high levels of poverty-related illness. These statistics show that Stormont is not delivering for Derry. Stormont has delivered 1,600 jobs for Belfast this year through Invest NI, yet not one single job for Derry has been announced through Invest NI support. Mr. Speaker, this is neglect of the worst kind. I say neglect because I don't want to say discrimination, which my city has suffered in the past, and I hope that those days are behind us. But if they are, why do we still suffer the neglect? And what's the difference between neglect and discrimination? The difference is that one is deliberate and the other is because decision makers don't care. John Hume campaigned for a university for Derry. He did that over 50 years ago, yet we still only have a quarter of a university, less than 4,000 full-time students, many of whom are on near-permanent placement elsewhere. Yes, we have a medical school, and yes, we have the promise of more students. And when the Life and Health Sciences students were announced for Magee, the DUP's former Economy Minister expressed concern that they weren't going to Coleraine. Yes, New Decade, New Approach promises 10,000 students at Magee, but we need delivery. We do not just need a commitment. I know some people in Belfast talk about the Derry whinge, But this is actually the Derry solution. We don't want pity, we want jobs, we want prosperity, we want skills. We keep telling others how to achieve this, how to increase the tax revenues for our government's needs. The answer is more university places and more vocational places at the North West Regional College. It's about boosting the skills that create jobs and prosperity. That is what has happened in Belfast, and good for it. But if that is right for Belfast, why is it not also right for Derry? We have poverty of low incomes in Derry, but we do not have a poverty of spirit or a poverty of ideas. We know what needs to be done. We just need the two parties leading this government, Sinn Féin and the DUP, to deliver what is needed. I am demanding justice for Derry. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I begin by offering my sympathy to the family of Sir David Amess and stand in solidarity with all elected representatives at this time. And may I also echo Mr. Clark's congratulations to Mark Allen for his success in the Northern Ireland Open snooker yesterday. But also let's recall that Rory McIlroy at the same time was winning on the American Golf Tour, the CJ Cup in Nevada, his 20th win on the PGA Tour, which makes him a lifetime member, some achievement. Mr. Speaker, some time ago the Ulster Unionist Party asked for a briefing on the future of HMS Caroline, which is moored, of course, at Queen's Island. And on Friday, I had the pleasure of visiting with two soldiers and a sailor, Andy Allen and Doug Beattie being the soldiers, Steve Allen, of course, being the sailor, although I think he kind of lost interest when he realised there was no periscope to be found. But Caroline is an historic vessel. It's the last floating survivor of the Battle of Jutland in 1916, the last encounter between the German Imperial Fleet and the British Grand Fleet. And it's been docked here since 1924, and there is a risk to its future. It's here thanks to the National Museum of the Royal Navy, thanks to the Heritage Lottery Fund, and thanks to Arlene Foster, who, as Minister for the Economy, found the money to make sure that it was here for the centenary of Jutland in 2016. The first thing you do when you arrive on the ship is you're sat down and you're shown a video of the Battle of Jutland, and it is a very emotional experience, I have to say. I think not least because it's not projected onto a screen, but onto part of the hull of the ship itself. And you have moments when, for example, you are told that one of the major battle cruisers has been blown up, and in an instant, 1,000 lives are lost. And it's not about being British or Unionist that I'm talking about HMS Caroline, because one of the storyboards you will see if you visit is that 350 Irishmen lost their lives in the Battle of Jutland, and 10,000 Irishmen died at sea during World War I. So this is about all our communities, our past and our future. I think the ship is critical as part of our maritime history mix, as a tourist attraction, and also as a community asset, because anybody can hire it out and use the rooms for community meetings. So what I'm calling for, Mr. Speaker, is the Department of the Community to think of, the Department of the Economy to think seriously about its future, because there is a risk it will be towed away to the south of England and we'll lose it. And I don't think we should. And I think the Economy Department should work with Heritage Lottery and with the National Museum of the Royal Navy to secure HMS Caroline's future here in Belfast.
Paula Bradshaw.
On what is a very wet day, I would like to raise the severe impact that our increasingly extreme weather has on my constituents in the Cicely Park and Marguerite Park areas. To live with the constant threat of flooding is to live with constant dread of storm clouds. It is sleepless nights, feelings of helplessness and strained family relationships. It places a huge burden on individuals as they carry the knowledge that everything they have worked towards and do their best to protect could at a moment's notice be submerged under out-of-sewer flood water. This is the reality for individuals and families in this area who have endured out-of-sewer water flooding in their streets on numerous occasions since as far back as 2008. And whilst I welcome work has begun on phase 1 of the Sicily Marguerite flood alleviation project, it will only address the flooding in Marguerite Park. Flooding alleviation works for Sicily Park is part of phase 2 of the project and can only commence after the extension of the Belfast Stormwater Tunnel to Musgrave Park when it has been completed. As recently as last month, I wrote to the Infrastructure Minister for an update on the project. I was informed that the extension of the Belfast Tunnel is not scheduled to start until the later part of the Northern Ireland Water's business plan for the period 2021-27. In the absence of a detailed project plan from NI Water, residents and homeowners in Sicily Park can only assume that at best they are to endure continued flood risk for another 8 years. Northern Ireland Water needs to publish a detailed project plan as soon as possible, and even more essentially, the Executive needs to be committed to the funding level required to complete the whole project. Northern Ireland Water has highlighted the impact of historical underinvestment in our water systems, and I welcome that the Infrastructure Minister has allocated the funding requested by the government-owned company for this year. However, the Executive must ensure that as our finances continue to be squeezed, the money is found in future budgets to address the scale of our water problem. We must remain committed to our New Decade, New Approach obligation to urgently invest in wastewater infrastructure. After all, what is the alternative? No new homes because of a lack of water capacity, the risk of breaching our environmental obligations, and sandbags at the doors of Sicily Park residents who could be continually under siege by overflowing sewage. This issue will only get worse if we continue to kick this much-needed investment further down the road. We cannot allow inadequate levels of finance to delay the delivery of this much-needed flood alleviation project. I'll just close there, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole. Padraig Delargy.
I want to speak today on the need for classroom assistants within our schools. As everyone here, I'm sure, can agree, they play a vital role within our education system. They provide a caring and individualistic support to the children in our schools to help them through their time at school and to guide them on the beginning of their journey through life. In my own teaching career, I've worked with an array of classroom assistants who have always gone above and beyond the call of duty, particularly within the last 18 months and over the course of this pandemic. So I'm raising the issue here today because of retention of classroom assistants. We're losing brilliant people in our school, and it is something which we can stop. We're losing them because of low pay, and we're losing them because there's little incentive for them to remain within those roles. In my experience, a lot of the classroom assistants with whom I've worked have constantly upskilled themselves, have gone on courses, and this hasn't shown any benefit in terms of their pay. This has purely been out of the goodness of their heart to help support the children that they work with. So what I would like to see is us coming up with creative solutions to support classroom assistants and make sure that we can keep these brilliant people in their jobs, that we can support them as they support our children. A lot of classroom assistants in our schools struggle to balance their work and family life commitments. They have to take on part-time jobs in other sectors, and it means that this reliance on other employment ensures that ultimately many of them feel that they can't sustain themselves in this role. So again, I want to bring this to the House today, to put it before our Assembly and to put it before our Education Minister, that we need to start coming up with these creative solutions to retain these people who play such a vital role in our schools.
I call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too wish to associate myself with the tributes to Sir David Amess today. Today's Anti-Slavery Day in the UK, and it's an annual reminder to us that human trafficking and modern slavery still exists across the world. Today also marks the beginning of Anti-Slavery Week, and there will be a number of events which aim to raise awareness of the harrowing reality of modern slavery, not least a meeting of our own APG tomorrow at lunchtime, where we'll hear from our guest speaker, Lord McCall. And I would encourage members who have an interest in this subject to attend the virtual meeting. So what does slavery mean to us today, now? Sadly, we haven't moved far from images of old, and the impact on victims is as grave as ever. The uncomfortable truth that we need to grasp is that this problem is real, and it's happening here in our beloved Northern Ireland. We need to know the signs, and we need to report. Recent figures show the number of potential victims entering the National Referral Mechanism has increased by 750% in 8 years. And while this might be as a result of increased awareness and identification, these staggering numbers are indicative of the extent of modern slavery in our province. These figures should be greatly troubling to us all, and as chairman of the APG on modern slavery, I'm so glad that there are other MLAs participating in that group who are just as committed to the eradication of modern slavery and support and justice for its victims. We are all inspired by those who deal with this scourge every day, who see and hear horrendous accounts of appalling abuse, and who strive to assist and restore victims, bring justice to perpetrators, and tackle what is a massive and growing problem in our world. As I've said many times before in this House, Northern Ireland has a strong history in leading the way in the fight against modern slavery, but our responsibility to these victims does not and should not stop. We have an obligation to ensure that victims receive the support they need to begin to rebuild their lives, and I would like to take the opportunity to reiterate to this Assembly that we should be providing at least 12 months of statutory support to confirmed victims of trafficking. This support is imperative in ensuring that these survivors of human trafficking and modern slavery have a stable pathway to recovery. It's time that our legislation provided statutory support for confirmed victims of modern slavery on a discretionary basis. I welcomed the passing of the Justice Sexual Offence and Trafficking Victims Bill second stage, particularly the support to extension of support to potential victims where there's no trafficking element present, and this represents a first step. So today on Anti-Slavery Day, I call on the Assembly to prioritise long-term victim support in this mandate. Anti-Slavery Day is an annual reminder that modern slavery exists, but for the sake of the victims, it must not be the only time we engage with this issue.
Thank you. And I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, shortly representatives from NUS USI will gather outside this building to express their concern about how students have been once again sidelined and left behind during this pandemic. I wish to salute them on their No Keys, No Degrees campaign and briefly mention some of the issues they are highlighting. Mr. Speaker, issues affecting students were very much ignored throughout this pandemic. Students who were told to go to university and college last year without any consideration about the impact of the virus on them and their lecturers and education staff were subsequently blamed for the virus circulating in communities. Students now who are experiencing real challenges in getting access to affordable and suitable accommodation are once again being failed by the executive, who have operated a hands-off approach when it comes to regulating the private rented sector. This institution has repeatedly failed to stand up to landlords and those pushing their interests. This place has refused to introduce a cap on rents, so that students, but also people in my own constituency, can't be charged a fortune for properties that have shot up extraordinarily. Once again, we are seeing another price rise, this time in rent for so many, but wages continue to remain stagnant and reality being cut for many. So we absolutely need to see action from the executive to cap and reduce already extremely high rents. But we also need to see action on pay and financial assistance for all those nursing and student midwives who are struggling to pay their rents, not to mention, of course, our health workers themselves. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing a wave of anger in places like Germany and across Europe over the question of housing and how vulture funds and private interests are being put ahead of the interests of the public in regards to housing. Several decades ago, the issue of housing and the denial of it sparked a movement on the streets of Belfast, Derry and places in between. We need a similar movement on our streets in our communities to pull together students from all communities, international students, but also those who aren't students but are subject to landlords hiking rents and no action being taken against them. Action from below to put pressure on this institution. The issue of accommodation for students shouldn't be left up to the market or the private rented sector. Universities and colleges as well need to step up alongside the department and the Minister. We cannot continue to brag about the skills of our students if we cannot even ensure they have keys to get access to a house. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too would like to be associated with the tributes to Mr. David Amos today. Mr. Speaker, You may or may not be aware today that today is World Menopause Day, and I want to say a few words in relation to that. While the menopause is something that is a natural part of ageing, it is not considered an illness, but going through the menopause brings about an experience of so many and varied symptoms that it certainly does have an effect on the health and well-being of women, particularly women over the age of approximately 45. With the number of women increasing in workplaces and indeed being in the gender majority in some careers, consideration needs to be given to them in the different experiences they have with the onset of the menopause. Many articles have been written about the menopause, but there's no definitive guide as to the specific experiences of those that are in the menopausal stage at the moment. It is now essential, however, that improved support is in places of employment and the understanding of menopausal issues need to be given urgent consideration. While not all women present with severe menopausal symptoms, many do. These can be physical, including headaches, aches and pains, and a reduction in bone density, and hot flushes. It is often the non-physical symptoms that cause women the greatest cause for concern. The poor sleep patterns, the sleepless nights resulting in constant tiredness. There is also the anxiety, which is not only another symptom, but can also be brought about by the lack of understanding of what women are experiencing in their voyage throughout life and in their respective workplaces. Mr. Speaker, it is time that the awareness of this subject is increased. Policies designed and developed with improved resources and support put in place for all those affected by this really important healthcare issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish this afternoon to raise the lack of action to date in delivering the sub-regional football stadium programme to date from the Communities Minister. Despite this money being allocated to the department in 2015, some 6 years ago and counting, local football clubs from right across Northern Ireland have been crying out rightly for the release of this long-awaited funding, and there is a real appetite for progress and delivery after such an unacceptable delay. Many clubs have invested significantly in drawing up innovative plans and designs to improve their facilities in and around their football clubs, and with many clubs receiving planning permission and others having live planning applications in the system. Football clubs are real community hubs. These plans will not only benefit the football clubs directly on the pitch, they will also transform local football clubs even further into vibrant community centres. Better facilities will increase participation of all ages, including children and young people, improving, importantly, both physical and mental health, and also addressing issues like poverty, just some of the benefits needed for the investment delivery. Given the delay in releasing this funding, unfortunately we have seen material costs rising significantly since the funding was first allocated some 6 years ago. This will have a knock-on impact on the overall costs of any redevelopment programmes and schemes. And it does raise the real question about the need to increase the level of funding allocation for this important sector. Football in Northern Ireland has enjoyed a very positive 6 years since the funding was originally allocated, from the success of our international men's team and women's teams, right through to the Irish Premiership, the Championship, and right down the divisions, right down to grassroots. All have seen increasing levels of interest and attendances on the up right across the seasons. Now is the time for kick-off from the Communities Minister. Clubs deserve delivery and certainty, and the Minister now has to move on and get on with delivery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I also put on record my solidarity with the Amos family on the brutal murder of their loved one. And certainly our thoughts and prayers are with his family, friends and colleagues at this terrible time. Mr. Speaker, I also raise today to congratulate Mark Alan Antrim's own on his Northern Ireland Open victory last night at the Waterfront Hall in Belfast. And whilst admittedly not being a snooker or any sports expert at all, it was really difficult not to be glued to my TV screen last night as Mark made his dramatic comeback to beat John Higgins 9-8. And after making a maximum 147 break on his way to the final, this 2021 Northern Ireland Open becomes the 6th ranking tournament title of a career that includes triumphs in the two big invitational events, the 2018 Masters and Champion of Champions in 2020. Over the years, Mark has cemented his status as a Northern Irish supporting icon, and I have no doubt that there will be more success still to come. As an MLA for South Antrim and a resident of Antrim Town, I know only too well of Mark's popularity, not just locally but across Northern Ireland. And despite his global successes, Mark has remained very rooted in his local community, helping to develop the sport of snooker, supporting up-and-coming talent through Antrim Sports Club on the Cross Keenan Road, and all that he does to raise the profile of the Burr through his achievements and, as we've heard earlier from my colleague, also from his charitable work. Another talent of Antrim Sports Club is Mark Allen's friend and practice partner Jordan Brown, who won the Welsh Open earlier this year despite coming into the tournament with the odds of 750 to 1. I've no doubt as Jordan progresses in his professional career that he will add to Antrim and Northern Ireland's Hall of Snooker trophies. Concluding, Mr Speaker, I want to congratulate the organisers of the championships at the Waterfront for successful staging of another major event with a welcome return for supporters following 2 years behind closed doors. The positive remarks from the professional players about Belfast and the venue is a great acknowledgement for local sport and for tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes member statements. Members, the next item of business on the order paper is a motion regarding committee membership. As with other similar motions, it will be treated as a business motion and there will be no debate. Clerk, please read the motion.
Ms Cara Hunter replace Mrs Dolores Kelly as a member of the Committee for Infrastructure, and Mr Colin McGrath replace Ms Cara Hunter as a member of the Committee for Health, and that Ms Cara Hunter replace Mr Matthew O'Toole as a member of the Public Accounts Committee.
I call Ms Dolores Kelly to move the motion.
So moved, Mr Speaker.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Next item of business are motions to approve two statutory rules which relate to the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act. There will be a single debate on both motions. I will ask the clerk to read the first motion, then call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on both motions as listed on the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion. If that's clear, then I shall proceed. Clerk, please read the motion.
At the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, Coronavirus, Amendment of Relevant Period in Schedule 8, Number 2 Regulations, Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister for the Economy to move the motion.
Beg to move.
I thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister now to open the debate on these motions. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I am seeking the Assembly's approval of two statutory rules which have been made under powers contained in the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020. There is no doubt that the measures that had to be taken to curb the spread of coronavirus over the past 18 months have had a significant impact on businesses, employment and economic output. There are, however, positive signs that the economy is making a very strong recovery. I believe that this is due in no small part to the success of the emergency provisions contained within the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020. This Assembly passed a legislative consent motion that allowed my department to include measures in that Act that ensured local businesses received the same support and protection as in the rest of the United Kingdom. The Act introduced both permanent and temporary changes to insolvency and company legislation. The permanent changes included the creation of a new moratorium, giving companies encountering financial difficulties a breathing space free from creditor pressure during which to explore options for rescue and recovery. Similarly, amendments to company legislation established a new restructuring plan which can be used by viable companies struggling with debt obligations. This provides a mechanism for them to reorganise and restructure to allow them to keep trading and help protect employees. However, what I believe was of particular benefit in ensuring the survival of companies impacted by the pandemic was the inclusion of a number of temporary modifications and easements to insolvency legislation. The two regulations being debated today relate to two of the temporary measures that were included in the Act. The first regulation that is being debated today relates to Schedule 8 of the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020. This schedule contains a set of temporary procedural rules for the new moratorium that was introduced to help the rescue and recovery of financially distressed companies. Permanent rules have only just been made for Great Britain, and it will take at least another 6 months for corresponding rules to be adapted for use in Northern Ireland. Accordingly, it is essential to keep the temporary rules in operation for at least another 6 months. That is, therefore, the purpose of the first set of regulations which I am asking you to approve. The Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Coronavirus Amendment of Relevant Period in Schedule 8 No. 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 will keep Schedule 8 in operation until the 30th of March 2022. The second set of regulations that I am seeking approval for today relate to the winding up of companies at the High Court. One of the most important temporary measures included in the Act was what amounted to the virtual prohibition of the winding up of companies by creditors through the High Court. The Act placed in effect an outright ban on the presentation of petitions to have companies in Great Britain and Northern Ireland wound up on foot of statutory demands served after the 1st of March 2020. This was to ensure that viable businesses whose finances were affected by the restrictions on trading during the lockdown periods were not forced into insolvency unnecessarily. With the opening up of the economy, there is now less need for the continued suspension of the normal insolvency regime, and these temporary measures were allowed to expire on the 30th of September 2021. It is desirable that normal creditors' rights to petition to have insolvent companies wound up should be restored as soon as possible. However, it is recognised that there are a number of companies that will remain in a fragile financial position until they can trade their way to profitability and solvency. Now, this has led to concerns that ending all restrictions before businesses have had the opportunity to trade for a sustained period risks creating a cliff edge with a sudden and disastrous spike in the number of corporate insolvencies. Accordingly, it is considered that further short-term transitional measures are warranted to provide additional support to local businesses. These measures, in particular, will help smaller companies get back on their feet and give them more time to trade their way back to financial health before creditors can take action to wind them up. This second set of regulations is therefore aimed at addressing this concern by providing for a tapered easing of restrictions on the winding up of companies over a 6-month period. The regulations replicate measures taken in Great Britain to provide continuing support and assistance to businesses, and this will ensure that businesses in Northern Ireland have the same protection and support as those in the rest of the UK. These regulations have replaced the outright ban on the winding up of companies with 3 new temporary modifications. In normal circumstances, a creditor can petition to have a company wound up if they are owed a minimum of £750 and can prove to the satisfaction of the court that the company is not able to pay its debts. The usual way of doing this is to serve a statutory demand on the company, informing it that winding up proceedings will be commenced if the debt is not paid within 21 days. The first temporary measure in these regulations is that before presenting a petition to have a company wound up, a creditor must deliver a written notice to the company. This notice must seek the company's proposals for the payment of the debt due, and the creditor must give the company 21 days to respond. Therefore, the courts will require evidence that an attempt has been made by the creditor to come to an arrangement with the company for the payment of debt before a petition for winding up will be considered. The second measure is an increase in the threshold for petitioning for the winding up of a company from £750 to £10,000. For the next 6 months, therefore, it will only be possible to petition to have a company wound up if the debt owed to the petitioner is at least £10,000 and is currently due. This temporary increase in the threshold for serving a petition will ensure that only significant debts which are actually due will be considered by the court. The third measure relates to commercial rent. Businesses should continue to pay their contractual rents where they are able to do so. However, the previous restrictions will remain in place, and commercial landlords will not be able to present winding up petitions against companies to repay commercial rent arrears built up during the pandemic for another 6 months. To conclude, therefore, it is considered, in light of the strong recovery within the economy, that the temporary insolvency easements that have been applied for the last 18 months are no longer required. They have been replaced by less stringent interim measures which will provide much-needed short-term support and protection to local businesses. These regulations, therefore, present a huge step forward towards the restoration of a normal business environment by providing an orderly and phased progression towards the full restoration of creditors' rights early next year. Both these regulations have been agreed by the Economy Committee, and the Executive has been notified about them prior to the debate. I ask, therefore, that this Assembly approves both regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for the Economy, Kiva Archibald.
And I will speak briefly as Chair of the Committee on the Committee's consideration of the SRs, and I'll do them individually. So, as the Minister has indicated, the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Coronavirus Amendment of Relevant Period in Schedule 8, No. 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 makes temporary provision with respect to company moratoriums to remain in effect until 30th of March 2022. The Committee agreed the statutory rule at its meeting on the 29th of September, subject to the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The rule came into operation on the 29th of September 2021. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has no issue with the rule, and I support the motion to confirm on the Committee's behalf. And then on the second SR, as the Minister has indicated, the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Coronavirus Amendment of Schedule 8 Regulations, Northern Ireland 2021, will replace Schedule 11 with a substitute which provides for new tapered restrictions on creditors' rights to petition to have companies wound up on grounds of inability to pay debt, to apply for a 6-month period from the 1st of October 2021 to the 31st of March 2022. The Committee agreed the statutory rule at its meeting on the 29th of September 2021, subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules, and the rule came into operation on the 29th of September. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has no issue with the rule, and I support the motion to confirm on the Committee's behalf. And Concordia, just to make some brief remarks as Sinn Féin Economy spokesperson, this is the latest in a number of SRs on corporate governance, and I've said in a number of these debates previously, the pandemic has had a huge impact on businesses and lasted a lot longer than was initially expected. It was important that mitigations were put in place on a number of levels to support businesses, including in relation to governance. Hopefully we are emerging from the pandemic at this point, and the restrictions and these SRs that we are discussing today are indicative of that. Schedule 8 refers to the development of new procedural rules and will be in place until the 31st of March, while Schedule 11, as the Minister has outlined, would somewhat modify the measures that have currently been in place. And I think we would concur that it is important that normal creditors' rights are restored, but obviously we want to give companies the space to be able to recover, and it is important therefore that these temporary measures are put in place. We do not want to see a cliff edge that would push some businesses over the edge. So it's important that we do continue to support businesses and to protect workers' livelihoods and jobs, and therefore on behalf of Sinn Féin I support the SRs.
Thank you. There are no other members indicating to speak. So on that basis then I call the Minister of the Economy, Gordon Lyons, to wind on both motions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the the House and the Committee for their support for the statutory rules. I agree with the points that the Chairperson has outlined, and therefore I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you. And the question is that the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, Coronavirus, Amendment of Relevant Period in Schedule 8, Number 2, Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the second motion on the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Regulations, which have already been debated. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion.
That the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, Coronavirus, Amendment of Schedule 11, Regulations, Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The question is that the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, Coronavirus, Amendment of Schedule 11, Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. Members, please take your ease just for a minute. Thank you. Okay, members. The next item of business is a motion from the Committee on Standards and Privileges to appoint an acting commissioner. Clerk, please read the motion.
This Assembly notes that the Northern Ireland Assembly Commissioner for Standards is unable to act in relation to any complaint relating to an ongoing inquiry into a former consultant in the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust, appoints Mr Douglas Bain as an acting commissioner in accordance with Section 23(1) of the Assembly Members' Independent Financial Review and Standards Act Northern Ireland 2011 to investigate all such complaints. Directs that this appointment shall cease when Mr Douglas Bain is reported on all such complaints, and directs that the terms of his appointment, in particular his remuneration, will, subject to any necessary modification, be the same as those of the Northern Ireland Assembly Commissioner for Standards.
Thank you, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee, Linda Dillon, on Standards and Privileges to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allocate 30 minutes for the debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee on Standards and Privileges to open the debate on the motion. Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Just by way of background, there was a complaint made to the Assembly Commissioner. The Commissioner has had to recuse herself as she has indicated that she has an interest, and therefore the committee have agreed that Douglas Bain would deal with this complaint. It is normal practice that a commissioner from another jurisdiction would deal with complaints in these circumstances, and the committee felt rather than delay the complaint by trying to get another commissioner or put another commissioner in place, that this would be the right way to move forward. And all members of the committee were agreed that this would be the way to move forward. Thank you.
No other members indicating to contribute. Then, members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is the introduction of the Hospital Parking Charges Bill. I call Mr Fran McCann to move the first stage. Clerk, please read the long title.
A bill to prohibit the imposition by health and social care hospitals of charges for car parking and for connected purposes.
And that constitutes the bill's first stage, and it shall now be printed. Point of order, Mr McCann.
I'll leave it up to your judgment, but I think everyone knows it's my last day here, and I couldn't go without first of all thanking the staff, the Assembly staff, officials.
Well, first of all, could I say that it's technically not a point of order, but since you're well regarded across the House, we'll indulge you this morning.
I want to thank everyone for the help that they have given me over the years. That certainly has made my passage here a lot easier over those years. I would also like to thank the Assembly members for the friendship and help and assistance that they have given me, and that is from right across this Assembly floor. I'd love to say I would miss everybody here, but I probably will at times, but thank you very much for allowing me that.
I think we're getting soft now, Fra. I think members will be content, given that we have question time at 2 p.m. We could suspend this until 2 p.m. until question time. I can't see that.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Question 1. My department's Home to School Transport Policy provides funding for transport assistance for eligible pupils travelling to and from school each day. Transport assistance is not provided under this policy for off-site extracurricular activities. Transport to off-site extracurricular activities is a matter for schools to organise and to fund themselves. The Education Authority offers vehicle hire services on request and subject to availability. The Extended Schools programme supports eligible schools by providing additional activities for children and young people outside normal school hours. This often takes the form of before and after school clubs, summer schemes and educational trips and excursions. Schools can use Extended Schools programme resources to meet the costs of these activities, including ensuring that all pupils can take part, particularly those from disadvantaged backgrounds, and this may include meeting the costs of travel. The programme guidance requires schools to ensure that there are adequate arrangements in place for pupils to travel to and from school for the Extended Schools activities, over and above standard home-to-school transport arrangements. Close cooperation with the EA's transport section is therefore essential.
I call Ciara Ferguson for supplementary. Thank you, Minister, for your response in relation to extra-curriculum activities. In my own constituency in St Colm's College, they were delighted to partner with the Stephen Jaird Academy to add a new innovative course to their post-16 curriculum. This is a full-time BTEC Level 3 Extended Diploma in Sport. The course is to be run at a satellite site in Greysteel, where the necessary facilities are available.
Question, please.
Okay. The financial demand of travel, which is 4 days a week to the site, is a barrier to these young people looking to avail of the opportunity. Can I ask the Minister to look at this situation and to put in place the necessary support so that these young people can access the opportunities they deserve?
Okay, thank you, and I thank the member for her question. I'm aware of the situation because I know that other members have written to me in respect of the Stephen Jaird football course at Greysteel. What I do understand is that the Vale Centre isn't categorised as a school, so therefore it can't be determined eligible for transport assistance, nor can home-to-school transport be provided to this venue under the policy. As I did say in the substantive answer, that EA do assist with vehicles and they can be hired. However, in relation to this, I will speak to officials to see if there is anything that can be done. But as I understand it, with the current policy, that's not possible.
I call Justin McNulty.
Can the Minister outline whether additional funding for school transport has been made available through the Education Catch-up programme?
I thank the member for his question. If he doesn't mind, I'll come back to him with regards to that.
Moving on, I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question to Minister.
I am fully committed to delivering this educationally and strategically significant programme, and following executive endorsement last year, I have issued a ministerial direction to move to the next stage. Pre-tender engagement with the construction industry was completed in August, and the next step is to formally commence a fresh main works procurement competition to build 5 post-primary schools and shared facilities, with the release of the invitation to tender scheduled for autumn this year. At that point, progress will be reviewed on a number of important elements of the programme, including the ongoing development of the work required to realise the educational benefits and the outcome of engagement with the construction industry. The Memorandum of Agreement, which details the arrangements for the management, ownership and governance of the campus, has been reconfirmed with the Education Authority and trustee bodies of the schools moving to the Stroul campus. The Department is continuing to work closely with the 6 school principals and their teams to build on the culture of sharing in Omagh, albeit within the context of ongoing challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Work is also progressing across a number of other work streams, including the development of detailed arrangements for the ownership, governance and management of the campus, consideration of how best to plan for and manage the future use and/or disposal of the existing school sites following relocation, and ongoing liaison with Fermanagh and Omagh District Council in relation to the Department's planning application for the proposed development works on the Gortin and Mountjoy Road.
I call Daniel McCrossan for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her answer and for providing some clarification as to where the process is at. Minister, will you agree with me that this has been met with considerable delays? It needs to be given considerable prioritisation by the Department, and can you provide any definitive date as to when you expect work to actually begin on this site, so that the schools have been waiting for so long and the children in particular can actually benefit from these much needed facilities in Omagh?
I thank the member for his question, and I think this is an incredibly significant site, hence why I was keen to move forward with the ministerial direction on it. A considerable amount of money has been spent to date, over £46 million. It's an incredible investment in that area, which I'm keen to see progress. I understand that work will continue with regards to trying to move forward to tender, and I would still hope that the construction can complete in 2025. We are looking for works in advance of that, particularly around our sports facilities and so on, too, that at least that they will then be on site. But I think it's a positive news story for the area. While it is overdue, I'm confident that we're moving in the right direction.
I call Nicola Brogan.
I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, the Stroul Shared Education Campus will transform education provision and will provide great opportunities for the young people throughout West Tyrone. But as you've already said, there's been lengthy delays to the development of the campus. So will you ensure that this campus is still a top priority for your department, please?
I thank the member for her question. In response to the previous member, I have shown my commitment to it very early in my tenure by issuing a ministerial direction to move this forward. I know that this has been welcomed by the schools and by those in the vicinity. It certainly is a priority and will remain a priority while I'm in post.
I call Thomas Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her response thus far and her commitment to the ongoing works at the scheme in Omagh. But can I ask the Minister, she may be aware that there are concerns about the prospect of substantial sites in Omagh that will be left vacant whenever the new campus site is open. And can she give us any update on what work has actually been done in relation to these sites, and again in relation to the works for the widening of the Gorchin Road?
I thank the member for his answer, and indeed there will be 5 post-primary schools relocating to the campus, which will leave significant gaps within the area. 2 of these sites are owned by the Education Authority and 3 by individual trustees. And it's for those site owners to decide really on the future and or the disposal of those sites. In recognition of the significance of the vacated sites to the town, the Department established the Vacant Sites Working Group in November 2016. The working group comprises members representing the site owners, Fermanagh and Omagh District Council, and representation from relevant government bodies. The working group is actively considering how to best plan for and to manage the future use and disposal of the existing sites, and site-specific disposal strategies have been prepared as a first step in determining plans for their future use. These plans will be developed in line with and feed into the Fermanagh and Omagh District Council Local Place Shaping Plan and the Omagh Opportunity Sites Task Force. In relation to the Gorchin Road scheme, this relates to the widening of an existing route along the Mountjoy and Gorchin Road immediately adjacent to the Stroul campus, and this was discussed at the Fermanagh and Omagh District Council Planning Committee meeting on the 21st of October 2020. And it was agreed that the application would be deferred to enable discussions to take place between the Department of Education, the Department for Infrastructure Roads and the Council's Planning Department in order to allow for further consideration, clarification and resolution of the outstanding issues. And I understand that a revised scheme has now been submitted to the Council addressing those concerns.
I call Chris Little.
Deputy Speaker, can I ask the Education Minister by what amount of money the Stroul Shared Education Campus is over budget and the total amount by which this project is predicted to be over budget? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. In overall terms, the estimated cost has risen from £169 million in 2016 to £228 million in 2021. But it should be noted that the 2016 figure did not include an allowance for inflation. This increase is largely due to increases in building and site work costs and the potential impact of construction price inflation in future years. The additional cost is due to a number of reasons, including costs exceptional to Stroul for site preparation works for transforming a former military base to a site fit for schools, significant external roadworks, a changing pavilion and maintenance building. The designs also provide for teaching accommodation which is deemed to be within acceptable tolerances and ancillary accommodation which is deemed justified both educationally and functionally than would be provided for 5 standalone post-primary schools. To ensure a campus which will promote genuine sharing, equality and full inclusivity for all, the needs of SEM pupils has also been incorporated into the design from the outset. And while this is added to the area and the costs, the most cost-effective design has been developed and can ensure that the campus functions smoothly and provides optimum facilities and supports learning for all students who use the campus.
And I call Justin McNulty.
The increase in cost and delivery times for raw materials is having an impact on a number of my department's capital projects. For those schemes which are currently under construction, the Department of Finance has provided guidance which seeks to deal with this current market uncertainty. My officials are currently working with professional colleagues in the EA and DOF on the implementation of this guidance. My officials are also working with EA colleagues to ensure that appropriate mechanisms are included within future contracts to permit consideration of material price inflation within the context of each contract moving forward. With regard to future schemes, my department will continue to deliver these within the capital budget allocated by the Executive.
You say the Department of Finance Minister has issued guidance. Does that guidance amount to actual additional funding available to pay for these contracts? And what is the impact on the time frame of contracts, the programme? Are they being delayed, and are long-awaited school bills being delayed even further?
And I thank the member for his question. As I've said, that my colleagues, my officials have engaged with colleagues in the Department of Finance, Construction and the Procurement Delivery. They're currently finalising guidance that will assist parties in working out material costs and so on under Procurement Advisory Note, and this was first issued on the 3rd of August 2021. That does those discussions with regards to projects which are currently ongoing. That's their discussions which are at the moment being discussed, and I suppose with regards to particular bills, if you have something which is of particular concern to you, if you contact me, and I'll have a look to see where that currently is and how that's being impacted.
I call Pat Sheehan.
The pandemic and the need for greater ventilation and physical distance in our schools has brought into sharp focus the unsuitability, the out-of-date and even crumbling infrastructure in some of our school estate. And we must prioritise investment into modern, up-to-date facilities for children and young people. So can the Minister tell us when she expects to make her next announcement on capital projects?
And I thank the member for his question, and indeed the comments which he has made I have echoed in this chamber as well with regards to the disparity of provision across our school estate. It is my intention to make a further major capital call before the end of this financial year to hopefully address some of those issues, but as the member will be aware that there are a long line of schools which have already been announced, be it either through major capital calls or through SEP, which still actually have the work still aren't on the ground, and I'm sure there'll be members in this chamber who will ask particular questions about those schools who have been announced. So while it's positive that there is a capital call, it's really about ensuring that the money is available as soon as possible in order to action those calls.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, the original question was about concerns regarding increased costs of raw material and labour. Does the Minister have any concerns about the availability of appropriate raw materials and suitably skilled labour?
And I thank the member for his question, and I do, and I think this has been impacted particularly in relation to COVID and the availability of various aspects of that, and also with regards to the availability of labour, because I know, for example, in some schools that key trades haven't been able to be at their work as a consequence of COVID-19, and that has produced delays of perhaps maybe 6 weeks whenever teams are out. So I do have a concern in relation to that and the slippage that will cause for a number of projects. But I think we are in exceptional circumstances, and I think we need to be mindful of that.
Moving on, I call Emma Sheeran.
The whole question number 4, please.
The purpose of my department's home-to-school transport policy is to facilitate pupils' attendance at school. It aims to ensure that all children are able to attend a suitable school regardless of where they live. The Education Authority is responsible for the operation and delivery of the policy. This includes assessing eligibility, determining the appropriate form of transport provided, and managing the school transport network in line with the policy. The EA currently transports approximately 92,000 pupils to and from school every day, and 70% of these pupils live in a rural area. This is a service that is highly valued by both parents and pupils, one which enables pupils to travel to and from school each day. Whilst there will always be some exceptions, it's my view that the vast majority of pupils in rural areas are receiving a service that gets them to and from their school in a safe, comfortable and timely manner. There is no doubt that it is more challenging to deliver home-to-school transport in rural areas in terms of ensuring the practicality and efficiency of routes, and pick-up and drop-off points on rural routes are more difficult to facilitate. However, the investment made through the provision of home-to-school transport plays a fundamental role in sustaining the rural public transport network in Northern Ireland. The current EA contract arrangements guarantees income to Translink for the provision of 52,000 seats on the Ulster bus network.
Call Emma Sheeran for supplementary.
Minister, thank you for your answer, and you'll know this is something that I've written to you before, because I would like to get an assessment of how likely you are to change the policy that we currently have, which sees primary school children that live just underneath the threshold of 2 miles from their school unable to access any transport assistance, and high school children just underneath the 3 mile threshold unable to access transport assistance. I had a situation in my constituency with a child in Castledawson who wasn't able to get transport assistance to their chosen school of St Mary's Grammar, but had they been going to St Pius in the town, I have to ask the question, they would have been able to get help. So I just want to know if you're likely to change that policy.
I thank the member for her question. As she knows, the walking distances for home-to-school transport are set out in the Education and Library Board's Northern Ireland Order 1986. As she'll also be aware, there is a review ongoing now for the independent review of education, and as a consequence of that, the review for home-to-school transport has been held back in order to ensure that whatever proposals come out of the independent review will be accommodated in any future policy with regards to home-to-school transport.
I call Harry Harvey.
Deputy Speaker, Minister will be aware that many children walk along rural roads without footpaths to the bus pick-up points, or indeed even to the school itself, and often unaccompanied. What consideration is given to pupil safety in rural areas, or could the Minister provide an update on the review of home-to-school transport? Or could I ask the Minister, in what circumstances is a parental allowance offered in lieu of a seat on a bus? Thank you.
I think the member first question, he asked me several there, but I would share the member's concerns with regards to representing a rural constituency, and obviously pupil safety is a very important issue in ensuring that home-to-school transport policy operates effectively. While the EA is responsible for a pupil's safety, once they step onto a vehicle as part of the home-to-school transport service, parents do remain responsible for their children getting to and from the bus pick-up point and deciding whether they should be accompanied. Obviously, not all pupils, sadly, will have a parent who will take them to a pick-up point safely, and there may be specific issues that may need to be raised with regards to particular roads where it is unsafe. In that instance, conversations may need to be held with the Department for Infrastructure. However, if there are individual assessments required, then by EA, they will be done in line with the road safety GB guidelines. And as I mentioned to the previous member who asked the question, with regards to the review, unfortunately that's being held until the conclusion of the independent review of education.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your answers thus far. Minister, in relation to home-to-school transport, I have had cases have been brought to my attention where children applying to a comprehensive school have been refused school transport because they have not applied to their nearest school, which happens to be a non-grammar shall we say, secondary school, and these children have been refused transport. Is there going to be a review of that situation?
I thank the member for her question, and a number of members have asked this, particularly in relation to the transfer procedure which took place in the summer of last year. At this point in time, as I've said to previous members, there's no plans to review the policy at this stage until the independent review of education is completed.
I call Jim Allister.
Would the Minister undertake to speak with her executive colleague, the Infrastructure Minister, about an impossible transport situation which has been created by that department at Swemich College in my constituency, whereby the active travel unit of infrastructure, without consultation with the school, without consultation with Translink, removed the parking bays for buses on the public road in front of the school, now creating traffic chaos. Hundreds of pupils at that school of necessity travel by bus. So will the Minister discuss with the Infrastructure Minister the need to reverse that situation?
And I thank the member for his question, and he may be aware that a number of weeks ago that I did meet with the Infrastructure Minister, because I feel that there are a number of issues which I think our department should be working much closely with, particularly around road safety at schools. I'm not familiar with the exact details of the issue which has been raised by the member, but I'm happy to raise that with Minister Mallon.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Number 5, Deputy Speaker.
Since 2019, 4 minor capital works projects have been completed at Larne High School. These included accommodation works for special educational needs at a cost of £54,000 completed in November 2020, refurbishment of a 2G synthetic pitch at a cost of £300,000 completed in July 2021, a DDA specific accommodation scheme at a cost of £163,000 completed in 2019, and school meals accommodation project as a cost of £828,000 completed in October 2021. The schools also submitted minor works applications for an upgrade of boiler flues and roof works during the last minor works call in 2017. Unfortunately, these applications were not ranked high enough to progress at this time, but will remain on the new call list and will be considered for progression should additional funding become available. I am aware that senior officials from the Department and the Education Authority visited the school in early July to discuss minor works with the principal and are aware of the issues at the school. The EA has completed a condition survey which will inform the identification and prioritisation of any work at the school and will continue to engage with the principal in this regard.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. And I'm very aware that the monies that you've sent out have already been spent in the school. Much of it has, in reality, been painting over the cracks. For example, there wouldn't be a new meals hall because the need for the new meals hall was because the old one literally fell down. That's the state of the buildings we're talking about. Minister, will you undertake a visit to the school to see at first hand the perilous state of the building? Despite the additional works that have been done, this building is not fit for purpose, yet the principal and staff are delivering an excellent education in the school buildings at the moment.
And I thank the member for his question, and obviously we've had discussions before in relation to the school and others in the East Antrim area. I did give a commitment to visit the school which had been planned for September. Unfortunately it's been rescheduled, but I will be in contact with the member to give an update on a date as it gets put into the diary.
I will now call Cara Hunter.
Mr Deputy Speaker, question 6 please, Minister.
When the new school term began, it was evident early on that the position regarding contact tracing was not sustainable, with high numbers of close contacts within the school setting being identified. This caused disruption in schools, with large numbers of children missing school and increased pressure on principals. Therefore, I agreed with the Health Minister that the Public Health Agency would take over the role of carrying out identifying close contacts in schools. In his letter to parents, pupils and schools on the 9th of September, the Chief Medical Officer explained that it was the right time to introduce a more targeted approach to the identification of close contacts in schools. This aligned with the easing of restrictions in society and with high vaccination rates. It was the right time for the PHA to lead the contact tracing in schools as they do in all other settings. The new approach has led to fewer close contacts being identified in schools. With fewer close contacts being identified, we have seen an increase in the numbers of pupils attending schools. Attendance data for week commencing the 4th of October showed 0.7% of total pupil sessions being recorded as pupils self-isolating, having been identified as a close contact of a positive case. This is a significant reduction from the corresponding figure of 2.7% of sessions in week commencing the 6th of September. There's also a reduction of children learning from home due to social distancing, which has come down from 0.4% absentee rate to 0.1%. Therefore, the more targeted approach to identification of close contacts in school has resulted in improved attendance figures in schools with less pupils being required to self-isolate. With the PHA taking on responsibility, this has also reduced the burden to teachers and school leaders who are no longer required to have a role in contact tracing. Our school leaders and teachers can now focus on the safe and effective education of our children.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, can you outline whether your department will revisit keeping record of COVID-19 infection rates in our schools in order to inform policy making in the future? Thank you.
And I thank the member for her question. And that's a number of members have asked for specific numbers in relation to that. That's something that I'd need to keep under review and have discussions with my officials and those within health.
I call Padraig Delargy.
Minister to be aware of increasing reports of pupils who have tested negative on day 2 but resulted in testing positive on day 8. So obviously this is a serious concern for our schools, for the health of our children and for staff as well. Can I ask the Minister why your department isn't recording the number of pupils who test positive in the days after receiving a negative PCR test on day 2?
Again, thank the member for his question. That isn't data which my department holds, but it may be something which is held within health. And again, I'd need to have conversations with them as to whether or not it's permissible to share that information.
I call Robbie Butler.
Feedback from principals and teachers in regard to the revised contact tracing methodology to help build confidence.
And I thank the member for his question, and he will be aware, obviously, under the previous manner in which this was being done, where the responsibility lay completely with schools, it was unsustainable. And as a consequence of that, I did have discussions with the Minister for Health, his colleague, and the CMO about how that could change, and it did move to PHA carrying out the close contact notifications. I've received mixed views with regards to that. The majority of principals which I speak to feel that it has been a welcome relief, that they haven't had to spend weekends doing the particular work, and I know that there are others who perhaps feel a little bit more could be done, and perhaps the guidance should be looked at with regards to close contacts. Again, that's something which would need to be discussed at an executive level, as this was a decision which was made at the executive. But I think generally, with the exception of a number, there's relief that the process has changed. Now, you will also know that a considerable amount of work has gone into webinars and I suppose corresponding with principals with regards to this. But I welcome any feedback that I receive, and I certainly do pass it on.
And that is the end of our period of times for listed questions, and we now move on to topical questions. And I call Colm Gildernew.
Thank the Minister for responses to date. Minister, we're 2 months now into the school term, and many newly qualified teachers are still unable to get registered by the General Teaching Council, preventing them from taking up jobs in our schools. This is completely unacceptable. I'm well aware of the dysfunctionality of the General Teaching Council, but this is now threatening livelihoods for young workers, and it's making it hard for our schools to ensure sufficient cover given the continued impact of COVID-19. So can the Minister explain what exactly she's doing to address that situation?
And I thank the member for his question, and I don't disagree with the issues around dysfunctionality of the GTCNI, and has been met with a number of issues over the last few months which have really created a perfect storm. There were difficulties in completing UK disclosure and borrowing service checks of applicants, with delays, as he says, in relation to the registration of locally educated, newly qualified teachers, those who were educated in the mainland, and also those who were regarded as the rest of the world, and this has been unsustainable. He will be aware that my predecessor, who was also cognizant of that, introduced a review of an independent review of GTCNI and all its processes. With regards to the immediate issue, I have at the time instructed my officials to ensure that they worked alongside GTCNI to ensure that young teachers who we have set great value, and given the fact that they've spent quite a considerable length of time studying for their PGCEs and equivalent degrees to teach, that they shouldn't be in any way inhibited from getting a position. So we have been working alongside GTCNI to ensure that this is moved quickly as possible.
I call Colin Gilnew for supplement.
And I believe the Minister should seriously consider the future of the GTC and whether we need to look at winding the organisation down. But that aside, can I ask the Minister when she was first made aware of issues with regard to teacher registration, and what were the main issues driving those unacceptable delays?
I thank the member for his question, and I think I outlined some of those issues with regards to some of the issues around the completing UK disclosure and borrowing services, and there was also an issue in relation to the computer system and payments at that particular time, which also created a backlog. I became aware probably of the most recent issue, although I was aware of the other issues which have been beset GTCNI for quite some time before even taking up office, but the most recent issue I became aware of in August.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, recently you announced your department's NI 100 art competition. Can you give us more details about how schools can apply and what the actual time frame is? Thank you.
Thank the member for his question. I launched the NI 100 art competition for schools across Northern Ireland on the 11th of October. The competition is open to all preschools, primary, post-primary and special schools, and will run until the 15th of November. The aim is for pupils to share their love for the stunning landscapes, the natural beauty, the people and the places of Northern Ireland in 2021, and reflect on the meaning of home and family. There are prizes of £200, £150 and £100. They'll be rewarded for first, second and third, placed across 5 age categories, as well as separate categories for pupils attending special schools. The school of the overall winner will receive £1,000 to spend on art materials for pupils, and a celebration event for the competition winners will be held in Parliament Buildings during December. This is an exciting opportunity for children and young people across Northern Ireland to participate in a centenary art competition, and it's a great way to motivate young artists and to showcase their talents and to further develop their creative skills. And I'm also delighted that the Ulster Scots Agency has come on board, and because I have noticed that they have been encouraging schools to give their artwork an Ulster Scots theme, and if any school wishes to do that, they can apply for additional funding of around £500 for art supplies, and that's on a first come first served basis.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Are there any additional Department of Education NI 100 projects scheduled to start before the end of the calendar year in this centenary year of our great country? Thank you.
The art competition forms part of the Department's NI 100 education programme, which is a number of projects that are being launched this year. They include a range of shared history resources, a coding programme for primary school pupils, NI 100 time capsules, a school in 1921 celebration event, and a Dragon's Den style entrepreneurial programme. The NI 100 education programme has a very much a strong curricular focus, and it's designed to underpin and enhance the teaching of key areas of learning across the curriculum, particularly world around us, history, ICT and entrepreneurship education.
I call Thomas Buchanan.
Deputy Speaker, Minister, there is growing concern about the education budget for 2022-23. Can you shed any light on how close the Finance Minister is to publishing his budget, and do you have confidence that it will have the necessary funding to underpin your department's projects for next year?
I thank the member for his question. And the budgetary outcome for 2022-23 hasn't yet been announced. The first step will be the announcement of the UK spending review outcome, which will take place on the 27th of October. And beyond that, I understand that the Finance Minister will engage with all ministers prior to publishing a draft executive budget for consultation as soon as possible thereafter. With regards to my own department, I can't say at this stage.
Call Thomas Buchanan for supplement.
Thank you for that. Minister, recently you will be aware that this Assembly passed a motion calling for continuing support for our schools. And given that this was a cross-party motion, received cross-party support from this Assembly, does that give you any confidence that that support will carry through into the Executive and that that will be replicated in the Executive budget setting process?
Questions. So at this stage, I'm not in a position to comment as to whether or not my department will receive the necessary funding for next year. The indications are that the Northern Ireland bloc will face considerable pressures next year and beyond to meet the financial costs of education, health and so on. I am strongly of the view that cutting existing education services is not a viable way of facilitating reprioritisation elsewhere. I'm committed to working with executive colleagues to ensure that education is adequately funded moving forward. Certainly in recent years, my department has had to rely very much on significant additional in-year resources, and that's simply to meet inescapable costs and demand pressures and to avoid cuts to what are essential frontline services for children and young people, such as special educational needs, which I think is absolutely appalling. So ensuring that schools are adequately resourced is also a commitment within the new decade, new approach. And this can only be addressed if we have additional funding, and I would be looking for support in relation to that.
I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, many people are interested in whether you're bringing forward legislation on flexible school starting age. Is your department still working on this issue, and if so, what are the timeframes for it?
The member for his question, and I am fully committed to introducing flexibility in school starting age, and I've asked my officials to carry out further targeted consultation with key stakeholders with a view to public consultation commencing later in the autumn. Ultimately, the time frame for moving forward through the legislative stages is not wholly within my control, and it's likely to be impacted by a significant number of executive bills and private members' bills, all vying for Assembly time. Any decision on taking a bill forward is very much dependent on being viewed as an executive and committee priority and on the capacity of the Office of Legislative Counsel to draft a suitable bill in time to allow Assembly scrutiny, but it still remains a top priority for me to bring this forward.
Call William Irwin.
Thank you, and can I thank the Minister for her response. The Minister, do you believe that the Education Committee will support the legislation and do all they can to make sure it is brought before the end of the Assembly term?
Well, I am encouraged that the Education Committee has previously indicated its support for bringing forward legislation on this issue. As I've said, it is important to make sure that the policy underlying any changes is right, and obviously taking the time to engage. But I am hopeful that with the agreement of the committee, and I'm sure if required, the legislative process in the Assembly can be shortened. And while it would be something which I would be reluctant to ask for, it may be something that we need to look at accelerated passage for.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, as you're aware, after a considerable length of time waiting, Devonish College in Enniskillen is now having a new build. Could you please give me an update, especially in relation to the shortage of labour and the difficulties of getting materials at this moment in time, when you would expect the school to be open for business?
I thank the member for a question, and absolutely, and Devonish College has waited a long time, as it was announced way back in 2013, and the work didn't start until 2019. At the moment, I understand that the expected date for completion is July 2022, and I would hope that that would still be the case.
Call Rosemary Barton for something.
Thank you, Minister. And to follow on buildings and schools, Minister, you will also be aware that Enniskillen Royal Grammar School are awaiting some work to be completed or to be actually started on the Pretoria site of the school. Can you give me an update on when you expect that to get going?
Member for a question, and as you may be aware, I visited Enniskillen Royal Grammar School within the first week of taking up this post, and I spoke to the principal and the governors in relation to the challenges they currently have, particularly with having a split site. Again, this project is currently in design with our IBA Stage 2 concept design submitted to the Department for review on the 18th of August. The Department's review is expected to be complete by the end of October, at which time the project may progress to RIBA Stage 3 developed design. In parallel with the design process, an addendum to the approved business case is being developed to reflect increased costs associated with the Pretoria House listed building.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, can you update the Assembly on the progress on the implementation of the recommendation following the A Fair Start guidance documents and dealing with educational underachievement?
I thank the member for his question, and obviously this was a commitment within the New Decade New Approach, which was brought forward by my predecessor, and we've actually got to the stage now of having a report with a long-term action plan with 47 actions spread across 6 years and beyond. And the focus of the report is very much on early years. My department has begun to look at implementation of the report and an action plan. A programme board has been established and 3 meetings have taken place to date, and a schedule of meetings has been agreed. Senior responsible officers have been established for each of the 8 key areas identified within the report. And due to the cross-cutting design of the report, there is representation on the programme board from a number of departments and arm's-length bodies. The stakeholder reference group has been established to support the programme board to develop and refine the actions. This includes trade union representation, schools and community groups. I've allocated £4 million in this year's budget to begin this work, and I'm pleased to report that 2 of the 47 actions are already being delivered.
I call Trevor Clark for supplement.
I thank the Minister for that answer. Given in your answer you have referred to the New Decade New Approach in terms of this piece of work, has there been any firm budgetary commitment from the Finance Minister that the funding necessary to take the recommendations forward will be present for the baseline for 22-23?
Unfortunately not. The Northern Ireland block is, as I said in a previous response, facing considerable pressure next year and beyond to meet the financial costs of education, health and other departments. I have met with other executive colleagues, including the First Deputy First Minister and the Economy Minister. I have meetings set up with the Minister for Communities, and I'm meeting the Health Minister tomorrow, just to express the importance of delivering on this cross-cutting report. Commitments to implementing Fair Start and the action plan can only be fully delivered with additional funding. In recent years, as I've said, my department has very much been relying on significant additional in-year resources to meet inescapables. But for me, Fair Start is an incredibly important piece of work. And unlike other reports which have been put on the shelf, I want to ensure that there is a pathway forward for this, that we do then see significant work coming out of it. And this is a long-term commitment that we need to have if we actually mean what we say, and that we don't want to have further underachievement particularly for our young boys. And so this is something which I'm committed to, and my party's committed to.
Mervyn Story for a quick question.
Principal Speaker. Minister, thank you for your answers, and thank you for the time that you spent in my constituency some time ago, a few weeks ago, in particular to visit a number of schools that are getting new builds. One of those new builds is in relation to Ballycastle High School, and you saw first-hand the plans. Obviously there were some issues of concern in relation to the procurement process. However, I'd appreciate if you could give us an update as to, are you content that there is sufficient progress being made, and that this very much needed scheme, plan and something which is exemplary in shared education will be delivered?
And I think the member for his question, certainly I had a very interesting day, although it was a very long day in North Antrim, but I did very much appreciate the opportunity to visit the Ballycastle campus and to meet with the two schools involved with it. The member, whenever he was the chair of the Education Committee, was very passionate about shared education, and particularly this example, which has been in place now since the 1960s. This was a real trailblazer for shared education, and it shows how it works. And I would be delighted to see this project move forward as a reward for the hard work and the vision of those who have gone before with regards to this. As he said, due to current uncertainty in the construction market, there has been some delay in appointing a contractor for the project. However, the procurement process is ongoing, and my department is continuing to work towards appointing a contractor in the very near future.
And that is the end of our period of time of questions to the Minister of Education. I ask members to take their ease for a few moments before our next period of questions.
Question number 1, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The impact of Brexit on funding has not been a positive one. We will no longer have access to programmes like the European Social Fund, the European Regional Development Fund, or those competitive programmes like Connecting Europe Facility. In its 2017 manifesto, the Conservative Party promised full replacement for EU structural funds via the Shared Prosperity Fund. However, we have been excluded from the policy development and design of this fund, and it is likely to be delivered centrally by Whitehall, bypassing the Executive. The result is £70 million annual loss to the Executive spending power. £315.6 million has been agreed in agricultural support for 21-22, but Treasury will deduct the receipts we get from the current programmes from this. The deduction is estimated at £34 million over the next 3 years, which I consider lost. On a more positive note, Brexit has not impacted on the Peace Plus programme, which is due to have a fund of some €1.1 billion over the next 7 years. This is approximately double the total allocation to 2014-20 Peace 4 and Interreg programmes.
Call Andrew Muir for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the Minister for his response. One area of real concern for myself is European Social Fund support that really helped a significant number of organisations across Northern Ireland. So I want to ask the Minister what work is being done to mitigate the impact of loss of that funding, and whether you will meet with the Now Group, who obviously operate in my constituency and other areas, providing valuable support funded through ESF.
Well, we have had numerous engagements, particularly with people in social enterprise who are providing a very, very valuable service, both in terms of creating a business, but also ensuring that people who perhaps wouldn't have access to employment or need other supports can get support through that and can find work and can find skills, and they do a hugely valuable exercise. Of course, the replacement for that, the Community Renewal Fund and those other Shared Prosperity Fund, as I said, are operated directly from Whitehall. While there may be an opportunity for groups like that to bid into them, we aren't able to prioritise, we aren't able to match the funding to the priorities this Executive have. It is really an element of chance as to whether they will get funding through that or not. Some departments have been asked for kind of some high-level view in relation to whether some of these applications match their priorities, but we don't have any sense of what value that would have, whether that ensures they get the funding, or indeed, in the reverse, if we say it doesn't match our priorities, are we denying funding to a project which doesn't come back into our coffers then to be distributed against our own funding priorities. So it's a very, very unsatisfactory
issue. We've continuously raised it with Treasury. I was over last week with the Scottish and Welsh finance ministers, and we pressed the Chief Secretary of the Treasury on our entire dissatisfaction across the devolved areas for how this funding is operating. And it leaves us very much that those groups are in a competing with other groups from England, Scotland and Wales, and the Executive has little or no influence over the distribution of that money to very, very valuable and deserving of support projects.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Minister, peace funding has been very valuable to community groups, not only in my constituency but across the north. So will there be a reduction in the administrative burden for small community groups applying to the European Peace Plus programme?
Well, I'm very pleased that the programme itself got the necessary approval at the North-South Ministerial Council last week, albeit not in the meeting that it was intended to go to, but nonetheless it is important. And we have had many discussions, both with the SEUPB, with the department in the south as well, but also in our discussions with the community and voluntary sector and others who apply for peace funding about their experience over the years and the difficulty in accessing funding. So there is a very strong push on this new programme to make sure it is more accessible, less bureaucratic. We have had some economists from our own department advise SEUPB in how to do that. They've had very strong input, as I say, from community and voluntary sectors and others, and they have assured us that they're listening to that feedback, and so I do expect to see a much more streamlined, much more accessible approach for funding applications.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, you just mentioned economists from your own department. A lot of what's happened since particularly January this year has been either lack of information or faulty information. Can I ask you to pledge now, or to commit now to, as part of the budget exercise we're all expecting in the run-up to the election next year, to properly get people in your department and working with the economy department if necessary? I'm coming to my question, Mr Deputy Speaker, to map the costs of Brexit to this economy, including lost ESF and structural funding, and also the potential economic benefits of unique dual market access. Can I ask that you and the economists in your department undertake and publish that work ahead of next year?
Well, that would also require a very strong input from the Department for the Economy themselves. And he may know that previously myself and other executive colleagues, including his own colleague, have asked that the Department of Economy actually put forward a prospectus in relation to the benefits that we have of having one foot in the British markets and one foot in the European markets. And as yet we have not received anything. I'm happy to do whatever mapping and information gathering we can do in the time ahead, but I can't vouch for the Department for the Economy in that regard. But I do think it is incumbent on us to give a very clear picture of what funding has been lost and what opportunities do still arise.
I call Jim Alistair.
Despite his own and his party's doom and gloom predictions, does the Minister acknowledge that direct payments to farmers in Northern Ireland have in fact increased significantly post-Brexit? On this very day, £301 million, with more to follow, is going out in direct payments, compared to the total of £281 in the last year of common agricultural payments. Does the Minister acknowledge, though, that there is one restraint on agricultural aid, and that's the limit in the protocol on the amount that can be granted? Does the Minister support the protocol?
There's a number of questions there, Minister.
Well, I mean, the clutching at straws comes to mind, given the complete chaos that Brexit has been in Britain and potentially here as well, and the fact that we have the protocol arrangements has in some way insulated us from that, and actually makes it all the more incumbent that we do get a sensible arrangement between the British Government and the European Union. There has been £315.6 million agreed in agriculture support for 21-22, but the Treasury will deduct the receipts that from the current programme from this. We previously had the ability to carry those over into future funding for agriculture, and so we estimate that £34 million will be lost over the next 3 years.
Moving on, I call Melissa McHugh.
I got last Carla question too.
The NDNA commitments and visits at the number of ALBs will be rationalised, that there will be efficiency savings and a strengthening of democratic control and improved accountability. The Executive has agreed that the review should proceed. The Department of Finance has provided guidance to departments, and it will be for individual ministers to take forward a review of their ALBs, produce an action plan and report progress to the Executive. I am determined to drive this work forward and expect that all departments will be in a position to bring their timetables for reviewing their ALBs to the Executive early in the new year. The Department will then produce an annual report, and the Department will also bring forward a draft Public Bodies Bill to facilitate the subsequent change process and to help drive the progress.
I call Melissa McHugh.
The Ratchets. Agus Bawailam Foster, and I'd also like to just ask the Minister if he can give me an update on recruitment to civil service in the area that has caused us great concern, given those that have been retiring out of the civil service, and maybe the age profile of those who are currently in the civil service, and some areas the lack of skill sets as well within the civil service.
Well, as the member will know from his, I suppose, his time on the Finance Committee, that reform is pressing ahead, primarily driven by the RHI report, but certainly was necessary in any set of circumstances. And there is a particular focus on recruitment and looking at the methods to fill vacancies in the civil service, more use of external recruitment or transfer of existing staff, but we move away from the use of internal promotion boards to external recruitment as a default method to fill vacancies. So that's one just of a range, a suite of policies, if you like, to try and bring the necessary skills into the civil service, to change the age profile of a civil service, which is much too high, and also to ensure that we have that influx, as I say, of from all sectors of society, all genders, all regions that we represent here, to make sure that we have one which is balanced and represents the broad swathe of the population that we have.
I call Steve Aiken.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank the Minister for his reply so far. Particularly on the issue of arm's-length bodies, Minister, have you set any targets for the reduction in the number of arm's-length bodies? And have you discussed with the Independent Fiscal Council how we could be looking to reduce the overall administrative burden of the number of arm's-length bodies we have?
Well, that commitment is part of the NDNA, as you will know, agreement which brought the Executive back into being. It's a process that we long talked about over many years and many executives. Most of the arm's-length bodies are a product of direct rule over those number of years, and there's a very strong case for the reduction of them. I think the parties recognised that when they agreed the New Decade New Approach agreement, that there was a need to rationalise. It wasn't just a review, there was a need to rationalise and reduce that number. I would think that there are quite a number of them are surplus to our requirements, can be brought back into departments, could be merged, have their functions dealt with another way. And I think that would give more transparency, democracy, more influence of this House, indeed, over those bodies than is currently the case. So I'm very keen that this goes ahead. We have engaged with the departments on it. We have given them a template for conducting the review. We expect that to be with us early in the new year, and we will be pushing ahead with legislation to facilitate. Each department will have a responsibility for its own bodies. So I can't set a target for everyone, but I have a very firm view that we are substantially way more of these bodies that we need. They are not a product of devolved government, they are a product of direct rule government, and we need to address it.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister how he will ensure that independent advocacy is retained for key sectors such as the arts and sport as part of this review?
Well, it's going to be for each department to make an assessment on, firstly, the accountability in relation to them, the affordability of them, the functions that they have in relation to departments, and their whole range. And obviously, each department have a different set. And I've no doubt some of them are performing very good functions, but the question has to be asked, is that function continue to be required in a devolved scenario where you have a function in Assembly and committees for each department? Bear in mind, many of these bodies were set up, as I say, under the period of direct rule to provide some veneer of local democratic input into decision making from NIO ministers. And so there not only is a cost attached to them, but there is also an accountability and a responsibility deficit in terms of their relationship with the departments and through those departments to this institution. So I think a long, hard look is needed to look at each one of those, but to also ensure that the advocacy that you talk about is continued, be that within a department or through this institution itself.
I call Liz Kimmins.
Good. Question 3.
This is an Irish Government initiative with further details published on the 4th of October this year as part of the National Development Plan. The plan includes significant references to a number of major strategic investments initiatives, including the Peace Plus programme, the Economic Corridor and Strategic Rail Review. Some €500 million capital funding has been made available for the Shared Island Fund as part of the National Development Plan. Key criteria for the fund will include delivery of all Ireland benefits. I am also aware that over the past year or so, the Irish Government has announced that this fund will provide funding for a number of projects in the border region. I hope to meet Minister McGrath later this month to discuss further how the National Development Plan would be delivered and how the Executive might usefully engage at the strategic level with its delivery and that of the Shared Island Fund alongside our own investment plans.
I call Liz Kimmins for supplement.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, you will be aware, and it will be no surprise that I'm raising this, of the proposal around the City Park for Newry, which is a key priority for the vital regeneration of Newry City. And whilst it's heartening to hear that Newry Morning Down District Council have submitted a bid to the complementary fund within your own department for the project, I would be keen to hear, based on your engagements with the Shared Island Unit, what scope you see within the Shared Island Fund to finance the park.
Well, I thank the member for her question, and I know that she has been very keen in relation to this particular project as part of the overall and a key component part of the overall Newry regeneration proposition, some of which are coming through the City Deal proposals that would hopefully will be announced on other major staging posts in the not too distant future. Of course, the bid for the complementary fund will be assessed with other bids across the north, with the exception of the North West City Deal. The complementary fund applies right across the north, and so I very much welcome the Council putting a bid in for that. I think from my own discussion, and knowing as you do the strategic location of the proposed park in Newry, on that linkage, the Greenway linkage from Carlingford right ostensibly to Portadown, if you take the towpath in as well, that this would be a very strategic location along that. It has that All-Ireland component to it, and I would hope, I know you've had some dialogue already with the people who operate the Shared Island Fund, and I would hope that that also is potentially a fruitful proposition in terms of the usage of that fund, which would hopefully would complement the Newry and Morne Down District Council's own pursuit of funding in relation to it.
I call Justin McNulty.
And thank the Minister for his answers thus far. And I'm delighted to say, as an SDLP representative, that my party have supported the Albert Basin Park every step of the way, and it's fantastic that other parties have come on board of late, and that's very, very, very positive. Minister, you talked about the Shared Island Fund in terms of commitments from the Irish Government. What are your commitments as Finance Minister to that fund to develop infrastructure on this island, to develop opportunities on this island? And what are your commitments to the Albert Basin Park development as Finance Minister for this part of this island?
I'm not sure who he's referring to in terms of latecomers to the party in relation to the idea of a park in Newry, but I'm sure he'll articulate that at some stage. In relation to that, I have engaged very frequently with the Department of Taoiseach and others who are running the Shared Island Fund. I want to bring a prospectus from that to the Executive to make sure that the Executive engage with, to make sure that, in particular, the Infrastructure Minister has an opportunity to engage with that, so that the plans that the Executive have, with the limited capital pot that we have maximum value when they're being used across the island, so that they can hook up with the National Development Plan, but also with the Shared Island Fund, which is a component part of that. So I'm very much keen to do that, to make sure that our programmes in the Executive, the funding that we have, which can actually be enhanced through an engagement with other sources of funding, be it Peace Plus or the Shared Island Plan, and that we maximise the potential for that for cross-border infrastructure, which has been suffering from a lack of investment for decades.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. Can the Minister please outline what impact the potential continued boycott of North-South bodies by the DUP will have upon this investment and this much welcome investment in Northern Ireland?
Well, I think it is incumbent on all of us, regardless of our political outlook or the current nonsense that's going on in relation to the protocol, to ensure that whatever limited funds we have, and we do have limited funds, and we always recognise that we make maximum use of them for the benefit of all the citizens we represent here and right across the island. And therefore, when there is other funding available, be that Peace Plus or be that the Shared Island Fund, that we cooperate and collaborate with it as best we can, as there is a willingness from the South to do the same, to get the maximum benefit for citizens right across Ireland. And so interference with North-South arrangement, which are a component part of the three strands of the Good Friday Agreement. There's this institution, there are North-South arrangements and the East-West arrangements, and most parties want to operate those fully for the benefit of all citizens and in faithful observance of the agreement itself. The interference in that only serves to disrupt potential investment, disrupt potential arrangements between the governments north and south, to make sure that we get the best benefit for all of our citizens. These things are built on the premise of mutual benefit. So when you disrupt them, you're actually undoing the benefit for the citizens that the DUP claim to represent.
Moving on, I call Linda Dillon.
Question number 4.
The budget for Peace Plus has now been confirmed at almost £1 billion. The SEUPB produced a final draft cooperation programme document which the Executive approved under urgent procedure last Wednesday, and the North-South Ministerial Council agreement was obtained on last Thursday, the 14th of October, at the Health and Food Safety meeting. Irish Government approval is also in place. The programme will now be submitted to the European Commission for its consideration and approval, and it's hoped that all necessary approvals will be in place to allow the SEUPB to open the programme for early calls in 2022.
I call Linda Dillon.
Thank you, Mr Minister, for his answer. And much in the same vein as Andrew O'Meara's question, what does the continued boycott of the NSMC meetings by the DUP mean for this fund? And I certainly can speak as a representative for Mid-Ulster of the importance of EU funding for my constituency, for my own immediate area, but for the wider Mid-Ulster area in terms of particularly around infrastructure and education, but right across the board. So what does this mean? What does this boycott mean for those people who rely on this funding?
Well, the member may know that the meeting that was intended to deal with this and had been agreed by the Executive as part of our schedule of North-South sectoral meetings is due actually this Friday. It was the SEUPB sectoral meeting, and in the expectation that the DUP were going to continue the boycott, and also to ensure that the required executive approval was in place for the paper, I asked the Executive to take the paper by urgent procedure. I also asked then the Health Minister to bring it to his meeting of the Health and Food Safety body to ensure that North-South meeting, which was going ahead, was able to provide the necessary clearance. And I thank the Health Minister here for doing that, putting it onto his own agenda and ensuring that there was clearance for that paper, because, as I've said, it's just a couple of million short of £1 billion sterling. It's over 7 years. It's a huge funding programme which will benefit communities right across the north, be they living along peace lines, be they border rural communities, be it capital or resource, be they communities in the 6 border counties in the south, and the potential for it is enormous. So to continue to interfere with that, it was, essentially cutting off one's nose to spite one's face, and absolutely risking the rollout of that programme, which is based on a spend per year. So anything that was lost in the first year, if it was delayed, goes back to where it came from. It isn't kept for continuation of use. I think the ongoing boycott will continue to damage that. And this Friday's meeting is scheduled to go ahead. It is scheduled to deal with other matters relating to the SEUPB and the rollout of peace, not the approval for the action programme itself, which thankfully is now in place. But it is scheduled to do that. So these are very necessary to make sure that these programmes can operate and do so smoothly and become more and more accessible, as other people have asked, for ordinary communities on the ground.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, since the operation of Peace Plus is a component part of the UK's the withdrawal agreement, including the protocol, have any DUP ministers put an on-the-record objection into spending SEUPB and Peace Plus money, given that they find that agreement so objectionable?
Well, I think the contrary is the case, because I did hear the First Minister lauding the fact that there was health-related funds associated with the Peace Plus funding, and saying that was one of the reasons why they allowed it to go ahead onto the last Thursday's agenda, which wasn't the correct meeting for Peace Plus to be approved. But clearly it is a very substantial fund, and there's a very generous contribution from all of the contributors to that fund, and it can do some very, very valuable work on the ground for communities. And I think any attempt to interfere, as I say, we do have a meeting on Friday. We want to make sure that the processes are right. We now have the funding package in place. Any interference in that only serves the detriment of all of our citizens.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
And thank you, Minister, and I absolutely welcome the announcement about Peace Plus coming forward. I was very fortunate to meet representative of community development networks across Northern Ireland, and they have asked for clarification when the Peace Plus money comes forward. How will it meet social and economic development needs, and will it be provided to councils or straight to community-led organisations to reduce the administration?
Well, there are a range of pillars attached to it, and so I would encourage people to engage with the SEUP and engage with the programme. It will be a variety of delivery mechanisms, so some of that would be directly to community groups, some of it will be done through councils as well. But it's a very, very substantial fund. It's almost double what we previously had. It's over 7 years, and so we expect some of the pillars to be rolled out early in next year. A call for at least some of them, and then progressing into the full programme beyond that. So I would encourage, as very many community groups have been involved in the consultation, and the issue of accessibility and reduction in bureaucracy and red tape has been very much the fore, one that I've raised myself with the SEUPB. So I encourage groups to access the information, make sure they know how to access the funding, and make the appropriate applications.
And I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you. Question 5, Minister.
The Minister for Communities raised the matter of funding for the sub-regional stadia programme for soccer at a bilateral meeting with myself on the 16th of September. I'm aware that the Minister is progressing this issue, and I anticipate it forming part of the discussion on the upcoming multi-year budget.
I call Rosemary Barton for supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, we're all aware of the pressures across all the departments in relation to finances. Are you content that there's sufficient budget to commit to this programme?
Well, there was a commitment. I think it's 36.2 million was committed to the programme, and it remains there, that commitment to it. Of course, she will know, as all of us will know, that the cost of building has gone up very substantially, and we hope that that begins to level out, or perhaps even start to come back down again. But I've no doubt, that's a substantial figure, but when it's spread across all of the facilities that might need it, we always could be doing with more. The Minister for Communities, from my engagement, is very keen to get as much money into these programmes as she can. She's very keen to support sport, in this instance soccer, and then other sports as well. And so I've no doubt that she'll be making a very strong argument for this in the budget discussions.
I call Pat Sheehan.
Could I ask the Minister if funding will be available for the Casement Park regeneration as part of the executive budget?
Well, the Casement Park project is part of the regional stadia programme, which is a separate one from this the soccer sub-stadia programme. Executive flagship programmes have been awarded priority ring-fenced funding in recent budgets, and funding for flagships has therefore been separate and distinct from other departmental budgets. So I have no doubt the Minister of Communities is looking at the business case for Casement, and the Executive has recognised that it has been a flagship project, and they have been dealt with somewhat separately from other funding projects.
I call Justin McNulty.
Minister, in relation to Casement Park, can you confirm if you have received any bids from the Communities Minister for the additional costs that are obviously going to be necessary now as a outcome of delays to that project?
Well, it's not a case of making bids. It's not a monitoring round issue that people will come forward with bids, because the money's in there this year to do the work that was needed. That's already there. It's already been spent. Once all the necessary clearances are there, it's ready to spend. The question will be for the budgets coming up, and the budget discussions, which we've only just begun. We haven't got the final amount, and we will not know at the end of this month what amount is in that budget. And I have no doubt that the Communities Minister will be assessing the business case for Casement and making sure that the required case is put forward for, as I say, is an executive flagship project. So it's not just simply a responsibility of the Department of Communities. The Executive agreed this is a priority project, and the funding would go to the Department of Communities to allocate, but I have no doubt as part of the budget process, which we'll be getting into in the next couple of weeks, that the Communities Minister will be looking to that.
Moving on to our next question, I call Chris Little.
Question number 6, Deputy Speaker.
The public call for evidence of unsafe aluminium composite material cladding on properties over 18 metres was launched on the 21st of September. To date, my department has received 1 application for the remediation of SAM cladding. This has been assessed against the eligibility criteria for the £1 million SAM remediation fund. The public call is also open to high-rise residential buildings with unsafe non-SAM cladding to ascertain the extent of the issue here. When this is known, I will bring the information to the Executive for its consideration of a non-SAM fund. The call for evidence will remain open until the 31st of October.
Call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Finance Minister will be aware that a number of residents, such as those in Titanic Quarter Arc apartments in my East Belfast constituency, have been seriously concerned to learn that they may be living in buildings with unsafe cladding. What total funding will these residents receive, and when will they receive it to complete the necessary remedial works to make their properties safe?
Well, I've met with some of the residents, or certainly some of the building operators from those apartments. The priority has been, given the experience in Britain, has been 18 metres plus with SEM cladding. That's deemed to be the most high risk, and that's why the priority has been there. The Department for Finance doesn't have an overall role for this, but we have stepped up in this instance to operate the fund for that SEM cladding. We are expecting, because I did engage with Minister Gove, who is now taken over this department in London when I was over last week, we are expecting a further set of funding to roll out as a consequence of looking at other cladding issues, and the Executive will receive its Barnett consequential of that. When our call for evidence has been complete, we will have a sense of what the actual issues are here and what might be required to fix them. But I will certainly be asking the Executive to ring-fence that Barnett funding so it can be put to that use.
I call Rob Newton.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In the same vein, Minister, can I ask, those apartments generally that may be in receipt of funding, and there are a myriad of potential applications coming forward, either from owners, for tenants, for those who have owned a number of apartments, or indeed for the developer themselves, what will be the mechanism under such circumstances for paying compensation to the individual tenant?
And that's a question of whether the mechanism would apply only to the individual tenant, or apply to multiple owners, or to apply to facility owners. These issues are currently being worked through in London by that department. Over there, it now comes under the unfortunate acronym of Deluxe, is the new department which is dealing with it. They have all of the necessary facilities in the one department. Here, the responsibility are spread across a number of departments. So we've been engaging through the Department of Finance very closely with them, and will continue to engage to get some information and sense of how it is intended to roll that fund out in England, and where the lines, if you like, will be drawn between various materials, but also various occupying circumstances as well. And we intend to take some advice from that. As I say, we are expecting a fund to be put in place in England. We would expect a Barnett consequential from that, and I will be arguing that we do ring-fence that to meet whatever requirements there are here.
And that is the end of our period of time for listed questions. We now move on to topical questions. Can I advise members that question 1 has been withdrawn? I call Justin McNulty.
The Finance Minister will know that more than 100,000 households across the North are being impacted by the cut to universal credit. Can I ask him if he has accepted the bid from his party colleague for £55 million to reverse this cut?
Well, can I remind the member himself that when we were dealing with the issue of welfare reductions and putting the argument forward for welfare mitigation fund, we were on our own in the executive parties at that time, and the other 4 parties, including his own, had agreed to a process of dealing with welfare reform without mitigations. Can I also remind him that when the first budget was put together to put in the mitigation funds for welfare cuts, his party voted against that budget at that time. And can I also remind him that the proposition he has put forward in his motion, or his party's motion, will create another cliff edge in relation to this matter within a short number of months, where people will be faced with exactly the same issue. What I want to see is a solution, and that's if the Executive are willing to do it, which not only deals with the issue over the next number of months, but actually if the Executive wants to continue on this programme and not create a cliff edge in accordance with his motion, then they would need to put in the 3-year budget a programme to meet this cost in full, which in a number of years could go up as far as £200 million a year. And those are calls the Executive is going to have to make. So it's not simply a matter of me meeting a bid. I know he and perhaps his party colleagues are more interested in a headline than an actual solution. It's not simply a matter of meeting a bid. It's the Executive deciding if we have the funds to continue to undo the damage that Tories are doing to ordinary citizens right across Britain and also here. Scotland face the same dilemma as do Wales. Those are issues that the Executive are going to have to face, not only in this monitoring round, but also in relation to the setting of the 3-year budget as well.
Call Justin McNulty.
I thank the Minister for his answer. I'll remind the Minister that his party handed over Tories' welfare. And I'm really disappointed by the Minister and his party, and the fact that his party refused to accept responsibility for this. First it's the British Government, then it's the SDLP you're now accusing of being responsible. I am here representing families who've been left with nothing. Will he accept responsibility and reverse this cut?
Can I say it to the member? I mean, the uplift in universal credit was brought in by the British Government. He knows that, I assume. His own party failed to stop it in Westminster, although they have lectured us about being where if you allow me to finish the answer.
Order.
His own party failed to stop it.
Order, members. Right. The Minister is being asked to answer the question. Please allow him to do so. I'd also ask the Minister to address the Chair and keep things in order. Thank you.
His own party failed to stop this issue in Westminster. They have lectured us about being where it counts and when it counts, but it didn't count for them over in Westminster. And they've now tried to impose the problem not on the Executive, but actually on Sinn Féin as a political party. And what I'm saying is if the Executive who take the decisions in relation to this want to deal with the issue of universal credit uplift, they will need to do it in a long-term basis, or else his proposition will bring us back to a cliff edge within a short number of months, again, for the people who he professes to be here speaking on behalf of. That's a call the Executive are going to have to make. I'm very happy to provide them with the information, facilitate the reductions from each department if that's the way that the Executive want to go, but that's a call they will have to make, and I will be there to support them if that's the call that they want to make.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, what oversight and input have you had in delivering the RHI lessons that have been identified?
Well, the RHI report has finally been through Executive clearance. She will know that the subcommittee met for some time when the Executive was reformed. All of the parties to the Executive are involved in that subcommittee. They produced a report dealing with the recommendations. So we now have a corporate response from the Executive, agreed and reported, I think, on the 6th of October this month, has been published. And that's the Executive's corporate response. That, of course, looks at all of the issues of the codes, of strengthening issues in relation to accountability and transparency. It also looks at their broader issues in terms of civil service performance and recruitment issues in relation to civil service. So the response has been published. What I want to ensure is that we continue with the reform programme that arises from the lessons learnt by RHI, and that we bring them forward. We have a better system working and ensure that a scheme like this could never be either conceived or operated or developed and conducted in the manner that the RHI scheme was done.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Minister, the written statement from you 2 weeks ago showed a marked similarity to the response made by senior civil servants to the RHI inquiry in 2018. Bearing in mind the 7 significant areas for improvement identified then, could the Minister tell us why it has taken so long, particularly as he is chair of the Executive Subcommittee?
Well, can I say the Executive Subcommittee did report back to the Executive, I think it was back in April. Certainly at least 6-9, actually I think it was earlier, it's perhaps 9 months ago. I don't have control over the allowing of papers onto an Executive agenda, but the subcommittee did its work in good time, presented to the Executive. It did not get onto the agenda until last week, or the week before last, and it was published eventually. I want to see, we have continued on, as I say, and working on codes, working on civil service reform, working on a range of issues from it, and I want to see those matters progressed as quickly as possible.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Has the Minister undertaken any discussion with the Justice Minister in relation to the Northern Ireland Civil Service Injury Benefit Scheme?
Well, we've been communicating with all of the ministers, and particularly those affected. I know that the Minister for Justice would have some civil servants within, or some employees within her department that would certainly be affected by the outcome of that. So, yes, we have been consulting with all executive colleagues in relation to it.
I call Robbie Butler for supplement.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer. Is the Minister confident that the provisions within the generic Northern Ireland Civil Service policy fully and safely address the unique environment that prison officers work in relation to permanent injuries?
Well, we have to operate on the advice that we get, and the advice that we get is that that is the case. And I know this has gone to committee as well. So it will come to scrutiny of this House, and if people have a different argument to make, that's the place they can make it. And of course, they can scrutinise this policy and legislative proposal as it goes through the Assembly. But certainly the advice I have received is that people are confident that this is ensuring that there is ongoing protection for workers in that regard.
John Stewart is not in his place. I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, this month I welcome the consultation that is opened on the proposals for the amendment of the technical book guidance to Part F, that's the conservation of fuel and power. As we know, the Northern Ireland Housing Executive does have a stock that may never be able to meet these standards. Can you confirm if there's any capital monies being considered in the multi-year budget to bring those many thousands of housing executive homes up to the new home standard?
Well, I mean, obviously, we've been talking to all departments ahead of the multi-year budget, and we did have a kind of a high-level planning session in relation to a number of themes, obviously with health being the #1 theme for the executive. But we are looking at other issues in terms of anti-poverty, vulnerable people, green growth agenda, which will include retrofitting, and it will be something that I'm sure the Department of Communities will be talking to us and making propositions in relation to when they come to put their case for the 3-year budget.
I call Kelly Armstrong for supplementary.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much, Minister. I'm just wondering, can you outline to this House how the cross-departmental budget planning and management of that budget goes forward, so that we ensure that no departments are working in silo, as you have mentioned, because something like housing, for instance, is a cross-cutting thing? Thank you.
Well, one of the points I've made to my executive colleagues that I hope would break that down is we're actually setting the budget for the next executive. So none of us may be in the position that we're currently in when that budget comes into play. And so in that sense, I ask people to set aside their departmental interests and look at the broader interests of what will continue to be a very limited budget for us, but at least gives us a chance to plan over a 3-year basis with that budget. So there is an opportunity to set priorities. There's an opportunity, however painful that might be, for departments to try and set the necessary resources to meet those priorities. And that does involve the executive working together as a team without focusing on their internal priorities of their own departments.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
Minister, following your meeting with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, can you provide an update on funding for the victims' payment, please?
Yeah, well, I met the Chief Secretary, the new Chief Secretary of the Treasury last week over in London. We've had an ongoing discussion and a potential dispute with Treasury in relation to that. It's no secret that the Executive have a position and have agreed a position that the British Government, having legislated, having developed the policy for the victims' payments, legislated for that and brought it through themselves under their own statement of funding policy. Procedures have a responsibility to fund that, and that's the ongoing. Now, the Executive have agreed, in order to ensure that the scheme can get up and running and that victims can be paid out in the here and now, the Executive have agreed to cover that cost, but we reserve the right to press Treasury to meet its obligations. I continue to do that. I had a good conversation with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury about that. They are obviously in the middle of the spending review, which the outcome will be known at the end of the month. He has promised to come back to it very, very quickly on the other side of that. But we do reserve the right to examine legal options if that dispute resolution process with the Treasury has not worked.
I call Ciara Ferguson for supplementary.
Minister, did you get any indication from the Chief Secretary as to what you expect to get from the spending review?
No, unfortunately not, but the Treasury in these matters always keep their cards very close to their chest because they don't want us making their announcements for them ahead of the 26th, 27th of October. So we haven't any clear, but we did meet with both Scotland and Wales, with the Treasury Minister, and we did press him on a number of issues in relation to our common interests, and obviously we're hoping for the best possible outcome from the spent review.
I now call Anya Murphy.
Minister, would you agree with me that the £1 billion of Peace Plus programme funding is hugely important to the preservation of local reserves such as Culca Mountain?
Well, I had an opportunity to visit Culca for the first time last week. I have to say I was very impressed, not just by the beauty of the place, but also the work that's going on there. And that was a consequence of an EU-funded programme which was shared by ourselves here in the north, the south and Scotland. There was a three-way share there. So when we were actually meeting the people there, we were talking to people from the south and by Zoom from a guy from Aberdeen who was doing an awful lot of the technical research that is required for saving and restoring boglands and wetlands here. The potential of those lands for if you like, storing carbon and making sure that there's a reduction in carbon emissions is huge, besides the fact that they need to be restored. So there's ongoing work, and of course that requires collaboration with farmers who have access and have ownership of the land. But it's a hugely impressive project. It's a consequence of EU funding, and I would hope that under the Peace Plus funding that we have, that projects such as that can continue to be supported because they're vital to our future.
I call on you, Murphy, for a supplementary.
Minister, would you agree that the Peace Plus fund is a lifeline for many border communities, given that Brexit has had such an impact on them border communities and indeed in rural areas? And it is important that this funding has to be sustained and made sustainable.
Well, as I said in response to previous questions, we have 7 years now. We have just short of £1 billion sterling, 1.1 billion euros. That will have a capacity to have an enormous impact on the ground in border areas and also across the 6 counties generally and in the border counties in the south for communities. And it's very much to be welcome, because in the loss of other European funding, which a lot of communities were and organisations, social enterprises were dependent on to provide skills, to provide jobs for people, to provide programmes for people, then the Peace Plus is the only sort of funding left that we have that ordinary community groups and other projects on the ground can apply to from Europe. So it's hugely important that continues to play a role, and I look forward to the next 7 years to see many, many more community projects getting supported through it.
I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if he has received any bids or expressions of interest to support those who will be most affected by the expected energy and other costs this winter?
No, I know that there is some. Barnett consequential for the Tories announced at the start of the party conference, obviously, to give some measure of support to people. I think it's much short of what the Department of Communities themselves provided last year. And so I'm sure that the Minister for Communities is looking to see how she can provide some assistance to those who normally would get support for winter heating and allowances there. But there is a very substantial hike, as she will know, particularly in gas. And that's going to be very, very challenging because that's a private sector manner, but it is going to push more and more people into fuel poverty. And these are all very, very significant challenges that the Executive are going to have to face, and we've had this discussion about the universal credit uplift. We have all of the challenges, as I say, of ongoing opportunities or attempts to try and undo Tory policy by spending money that we would otherwise be spending on our own public services, and that's the balance that we continuously face.
And that is our end of period of time for questions to the Minister of Finance. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments before we go on to our next item of business, which will be a motion on inter-parliamentary dialogue.
Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on interparliamentary dialogue, and I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly welcomes Vice President Maroš Šefčovič's support for formal dialogue between this Assembly and the European Parliament, supports this effort to include the perspectives of local elected representatives and stakeholders on matters relating to the Protocol in Ireland, Northern Ireland and the broader peace process, and calls on the President of the European Parliament to undertake immediately work to set up direct interparliamentary dialogue between the two institutions.
Thank you. Dr. Kiva Archibald, I now call Dr. Kiva Archibald to move the motion formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the marshalled list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Please open debate on the motion.
Margaret, last Corlia, and I welcome the opportunity to open today's debate. This motion simply calls for direct interparliamentary dialogue between the Assembly and the European Parliament. The publication of the proposals last week by the European Commission included specific proposals on engagement with stakeholders and authorities here, and I'll come to the specifics of those proposals shortly. But just to say, Corlia, that unlike the issue of the Court of Justice of the European Union, engagement or consultation is an issue that has been raised with me on numerous occasions by business and other representatives that I've had dozens of discussions with around the protocol and its implementation over the course of this year. It's also an issue that Sinn Féin as a party has raised consistently throughout the negotiations which led to the withdrawal agreement and the protocol. Members will likely be aware we made the case for continued representation in the European Parliament for MEPs from the North, and that the Irish Government should allocate its additional MEPs to give that continuing representation to citizens here in the decision-making of the European Parliament. Unfortunately, they chose not to do that, and that was an opportunity lost. We have since made representations to the Dublin Government in respect of ensuring the voice and views of citizens here in the North are heard in the decision-making and legislative processes of the EU. Our proposals include observer status for MEPs from the North, representation in the Committee of the Regions and the Economic and Social Committee, allowing for executive ministers to participate in the Council of Ministers meetings as part of the Irish delegation, and allowing for civil servants from the North to participate in relevant Council working groups. These are measures that would significantly strengthen oversight and allow for the views of elected representatives and stakeholders from the North to be shared. We have also raised the need for representatives of business and civic society to have the opportunity to input into the work of the Joint Committee in relation to the implementation or ongoing workings of the protocol. Corlia, this is not a debate about the merits of the protocol. The fact is that under the protocol, certain EU regulations continue to apply as we remain in the single market for goods, which of course prevents the hard border and the need for checks on this island. Technical regulation of goods, of agricultural and environmental production and regulation apply, and this will continue into the future, and changes to these regulations made by the EU would have to be adopted. While any new areas of regulation will be discussed and added to the protocol through the Joint Committee, there should be input from stakeholders and policymakers here. Back in April, my colleague Chris McManus, MEP, had a resolution passed in the European Parliament which called for direct dialogue between the Parliament and political representatives and other stakeholders in the North. Today's motion does similar in calling for direct dialogue between our institutions to effectively enhance engagement and ability to contribute.
Point of order. Yes. No, you're quite right. So we can notify now. Yes, we're queried now. Yes, thank you. Sorry, Kiva.
When Maroš Šefčovič visited last month, he undertook a series of engagements with representatives from across civic society. Following this, he invited business representatives to put forward proposals around solutions to issues that have arisen because of Brexit and with the subsequent implementation of the protocol. He also indicated that he would welcome dialogue between the Parliament and Assembly. The subsequent proposals were published on Wednesday last week and certainly seem to have taken cognizance of what he heard when he was here and have broadly been welcomed as a positive step in trying to find solutions and have covered the areas which business representatives have highlighted as needing to be addressed. This highlights the benefit of such engagement. Included in the package from the European Commission are a number of proposals detailed in the non-paper. In terms of increasing transparency, which would include a website to detail EU legislation applicable here. It would also include information on pending public consultations for measures that have relevance to the North. It is proposed that in the agreement with the British Government through the Joint Committee Working Group that structured groups could be set up with the participation of experts from respective authorities to discuss aspects of the EU measures that are important for the implementation of the protocol. Further, that there would be the establishment of structured dialogue between stakeholders, the experts working in the EU institutions, bodies and agencies and their counterparts in Britain and the North. The Commission states that this would allow dedicated space for dialogue between stakeholders from here and experts in certain fields, for example, customs, sanitary and phytosanitary measures and environment, and allow for the views of stakeholders to be expressed in areas relevant for the implementation of the protocol. This would allow for greater understanding of EU rules made applicable by the protocol and would allow for the EU to be better able to understand the impact of certain aspects of the protocol on business and civic society here. Additionally, it is proposed that there would be structured dialogue between the co-chairs of the Joint Committee and representatives of business communities and of civic society organisations in the North, and that these meetings would be set up on a regular basis. Participation of the stakeholders at the specialised committee is also proposed. And the final proposal is the most relevant to today's debate, that there will be a stronger link between the Assembly and the EU-UK parliamentary partnership. These are proposals that would significantly improve the engagement and the degree of input which elected and civic society representatives from here could have through various structures. Obviously, the Joint First Ministers already participate in the Joint Committee on behalf of the Executive. There is, of course, a need to continue to ensure that there is real and meaningful input and oversight, so certainly we as a party will continue to advocate for as comprehensive input as possible. However, today's motion is about interparliamentary dialogue and the need to improve the engagement. It would send a strong signal for this Assembly to formally endorse direct dialogue between the two institutions, the form of which to be developed. So on that basis, I would urge members to support the motion. And certainly, Las Concordia, I wouldn't want to preempt the outcome of today's debate, but I would ask that if the motion is successfully passed, that you would ask the Speaker on behalf of the Assembly to write to the President of the European Parliament and to the Commission, highlighting that the Assembly has supported such dialogue.
And before I call Mrs Dodds to move the amendment, just Mrs Dodds, I realise people have pressures on their time, but it is normal practice for the proposer of an amendment to be there while the main motion is being discussed. And I now invite Dan Dodds to formally move the amendment.
I beg to move the amendment, Mr.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. And please open debate on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, may I offer to you and to this House my apologies. It's been, I can only describe it as one of those days, a bit topsy-turvy, trying to get everything fitted in. My apologies. Mr. Speaker, as a former member of the European Parliament, I know from personal experience just how important it is to keep up dialogue and good relations with this very important member of the European institutions. Indeed, I have been on delegations for relations with a number of countries, including Israel and the wider Mediterranean, and visited many European capitals as part of the Conference of Presidents, the ruling body of the Parliament. Dialogue between Member States' representatives and national governments is a part of European politics and is to be welcomed. We need to be good neighbours. In an uncertain world, we need to cooperate on defence. We can act on climate change, on human trafficking, and many other areas which are for the common good. But, Mr. Speaker,
this motion is not about any of these very laudable goals. The motion that we have before us today is yet another example of members in this House rushing to set up dialogue which will ignore the fundamentals of the problems that the protocol has brought to Northern Ireland. The rigorous implementers, the members who rush to demand the full and rigorous implementation of the protocol, and whose only red line seems to be whatever Brussels says next, are in this motion ignoring reality, ignoring the core democratic deficit created and sustained by the protocol, ignoring rules around interparliamentary dialogue, both within the European Parliament and the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. They are more interested in hanging on to Europe's coattails than acting in the interests of the people and businesses of Northern Ireland. And ultimately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this comes at a cost: the constitutional, democratic and economic damage that is being done to Northern Ireland. It suits the narrow agenda of some parties in this House to bypass our national government. But let's not forget what Maros Sefcovic said on the 10th of September. And I quote, "I know that the European Parliament members are very eager to establish as soon as possible an EU-UK interparliamentary group, and there is strong interest in having, if possible, a specific arrangement for Northern Ireland within that group. It would be up for discussion with the Northern Ireland Assembly and our UK partners." The Commissioner recognises that conversations are to be set up within the context of structures and institutions agreed nationally. Indeed, the European Parliament's own rules and procedures provide for joint parliamentary committees, which are co-chaired by MEPs and representatives of third countries, in this case the United Kingdom, and drawn from our national parliament at Westminster. Not only would the type of structures envisaged by the motion go against the grain, but they would be window dressing when we consider the entirely undemocratic and unfit for purpose of the governance arrangements at the heart of the protocol. So let's briefly consider some of the issues. Executive ministers can only attend the joint committee if they are invited, and the Irish government has a veto. Only the EU and the UK have the power to make decisions. Executive ministers can give a view, but it is only that. If you let me develop this point, I will, of course. There is no direct role for Northern Ireland civil servants or ministers on the specialised committees, the very committee set up to deal with the protocol and its impact and influence on daily life here. There has been a dearth of information or clarity on the functions of the Joint Consultative Working Group intended to allow Northern Ireland officials an input into relevant EU law. There is a high level of secrecy around these bodies, and officials are often kept abreast of new laws passing through Brussels, but local legislators are not. And we've all heard recently about hundreds of new laws that have suddenly been dumped on Northern Ireland. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Deputy Speaker, it will take more than tea and buns with MEPs to fix this one. And of course, I will give way to the member now.
Very much appreciate the member giving way and take her points. But can I just ask her, earlier in her remarks, she complained about parties opposite bypassing or seeking to bypass the UK Parliament. But then subsequently in her remarks, she seemed to be complaining that Northern Ireland ministers and local civil servants weren't directly involved. Those two points would seem to contradict one another. Does she want us locally to be involved or not?
Of course, they don't contradict each other, and what I am outlining is what for many in looking in on this debate will be a kind of a superficial motion that helps us all to go and have tea and buns or wine and cheese or whatever it is you would have in Brussels with MEPs. Without actually acknowledging the core fundamental problem of the undemocratic nature of where Northern Ireland finds itself now. The same people who seek to open up this front of cooperation between MLAs and MEPs ignore these fundamentally undemocratic arrangements. Northern Ireland is now in a situation where we are governed by laws which are not consented to by the people of Northern Ireland and which are arbitrated on by the EU's own court, the ECJ. The protocol does not have the consent of one unionist member of the Northern Ireland Assembly. Until this is addressed, any further exercise in interparliamentary dialogue will be entirely superficial and detached from the needs of our constituents. But I can hear some members already thinking that there is a consent mechanism within the protocol, and of course that is true, but it is a mechanism which rips the Belfast Agreement to shreds. This is the same agreement that some members in this House vowed to protect in all its parts. The current vote offered to MLAs every 4 years under Article 18 has cynically removed the cross-community voting mechanism and subsequent safeguards. It marginalises one community further, the unionist community. Even Professor Kitty Hayward has described this process as pretty miserly offering as far as democratic principles go. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I close, I would ask the House to support the amendment. The motion ignores the fundamentally undemocratic nature of the current arrangements for Northern Ireland in favour of a talking shop. And when I talk to businesses and people whose lives are impacted by the operation of the protocol, they don't want any more talking shops. What we do need, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is to get rid of the protocol and the fundamental damage that it is doing to our democracy and economic prosperity. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Matthew O'Toole, and can I call Matthew O'Toole?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to, first of all, support the motion that is before us today. The problem, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with debates which become highly polarised, and obviously the debate over Brexit has been polarised since it began, is that sometimes it becomes very hard for people to find common ground on which to move forward. There is lots with which I will disagree with the previous speaker on, indeed huge amounts. I'm sure she would agree that we disagree on virtually everything in relation to Brexit. But I would hope that in this chamber we can find some common ground on the need for us to build greater engagement with and dialogue with on the European institutions as relates to the implementation of the protocol, but also on broader questions relating to Northern Ireland's unique position at the crossroads of the European Union and the United Kingdom. And I'll come back to that concept of being at the crossroads, because I know that phrase will bristle with some members of this chamber who dislike the fact that we have a unique position to deal with, a unique position at that crossroads. The protocol is itself a product of being at the crossroads. And to go back to the fundamental position of why it's necessary, it's not just because of our history or our politics or our particularly divided society. It's because of our geography as much as anything else, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We can't avoid our geography when it comes to questions of the European single market and how we move goods and indeed people across this island. The protocol is, as I said, a product of being at that crossroads. Is it perfect? Of course not. It could scarcely be anything other than imperfect, given the political and logistical strain under which it was created. I would, of course, take this opportunity to remind some of the parties in this chamber that when we moved multiple motions, I moved multiple motions in this chamber last year, calling for us, and they were passed, calling for the UK government to extend the Brexit transition period in order that we would have more time to adjust to our new arrangements, including the protocol, and they were voted against by parties opposite. But in the effort to seek common ground, I won't dwell on that point too long, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For those who complain about those of us who have asked for it to be implemented in good faith, and we hear the the rejoinder. We hear the chorus constantly, rigorous implementation, as if that were a great gotcha. But for those who complain about those of us who do want the protocol to be implemented, the question remains what arrangement they would put in place alternatively to best manage that unique position that we are in. I have yet to hear a convincing alternative, other than either simply putting the border and goods on land, and that's what most of the alternatives amount to, whatever technological solution they claim to be based on, or simply not engaging at some level with the reality of the European single market. And like it or not, most of this island is in the European single market, which is the world's biggest and in many ways most powerful single market. So those are two realities we have to engage with: our geography and the fact that the European single market exists on this small island. That does not mean, and has never meant, that we don't work to implement the protocol in the most constructive and sustainable way that we can. A significant part of that effort will be engagement between the European institutions and these institutions. As this motion says, last week the EU published a series of draft proposals, and we discussed earlier on, in the matter of the day, aimed at smoothing the process of moving goods between Britain and Northern Ireland, but also strengthening the process of dialogue and consultation around relevant EU laws which will affect Northern Ireland under the protocol. That is welcome. Indeed, for much of the past the past 10 months, and indeed the 2 years since the deal was originally signed, a deal which certain people in the party opposite originally celebrated and thought was a great idea, our time would have been better spent in perfecting and testing those structures of engagement and accountability rather than engaging in some of the histrionics that we have seen. We need work to get this right. If we are to benefit from being participants in one part, not all parts of the European single market, because I say again and again, and just to go back to what the previous speaker said about lack of consent, we are only in the European single market for goods. And when she talks about lack of consent, I'm duty-bound to point out, first of all, that Northern Ireland did not consent to Brexit. Secondly, that the argument that one part of the community doesn't consent to it is something that should give us pause, but is also something that's a completely circular argument, because people here didn't consent to Brexit in the first place, and we don't consent to Article 16 being triggered, and we don't consent to leaving the single market and everything but goods. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, rather than dwell on all these points, I will endorse the motion before us today, and I will say that we should all be putting our shoulder to the wheel to build the democratic accountability, and yes, to engage in proper consultation with the European institutions, because that will benefit this place.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I do welcome the opportunity to yet again speak on this issue and to support the motion. Back in December of 2019, we were told the Prime Minister would get Brexit done. This meant a rushed and rather threadbare trade and cooperation agreement. It also meant that the government had to face up to the fact that with the hardest of Brexits come a trade frontier with the EU. That's the hard reality of where we are. My party, the Alliance Party, did not support the protocol. But once we met and faced that Brexit arrangement, then we had to deal with the consequences. We believe that, for example, like others, that there is no good Brexit, but we are where we are. A backstop would have been a better arrangement for both Northern Ireland and indeed the wider UK. And we shouldn't forget what's happening in the rest of the United Kingdom either. They're facing many of the difficulties that we're facing, and in some ways the situation for them is worse. Perhaps now some of my colleagues in the DUP would recognise that and agree with us that we need to be negotiating rather than having standoffs. Ultimately, we recognise the need to maintain an open border on the island of Ireland, and that the United Kingdom Government's decision to lead us to the need for a protocol was wrong. There are problems with the operation of the protocol, but we believe that many of these can be overcome. That's what politics is about at the end of the day. Rather than shouting from the sidelines, misleading people with comments and views about the protocol and Brexit, we need to be working together to remove the uncertainties that surround this situation. That's, for example, what my party has been doing, and our Member of Parliament at Westminster, Stephen Farry, has been doing, working behind the scenes and up front in proposing practical, workable solutions. Unfortunately, Deputy Speaker, it seems that the United Kingdom Government seems somewhat disinterested in a full discussion on the long-term resolution of problems. They were given and are given the opportunity, which I hope they will grasp now. So I welcome Vice President Šefčovič's support for the formal dialogue between the Assembly and the European Parliament, because it's clear to me that the majority here want these workable solutions to improve the operation of the protocol to maximise the benefits for Northern Ireland. There are plenty of examples of how this can be achieved, and one only has to look at the European free trade areas like the arrangements which the European Union has with Norway. I would also strongly welcome the proposals last week from the EU Commission that would remove some 80% of spot checks and cut paperwork by some 50%. This is a major move and presents an opportunity, but it's not the final place we want to be, because the United Kingdom and the EU need to enter into negotiations. I'm quite convinced that by negotiation a great deal more of those barriers can be removed. For example, a lorry carrying food destined for retail in Northern Ireland will now only require one certificate if those proposals are taken on board. Animal products will see much lower levels of checks. What I'm hearing from business is that the protocol is presenting challenges but also benefits. Scrapping it is certainly not the solution. What we need to do is to look to the EU and the UK sitting down to work their way through these issues. This is probably the first time in decades that Northern Ireland has a genuine competitive advantage over surrounding regions. We need to grasp that challenge. Rather than remain a peripheral region of Europe, we could be a pivot point for the trade between the United Kingdom and the EU, attracting multinationals, new start-ups and, of course, investment and jobs. The proposal from the EU Commission makes this even more an exciting economic advantage for Northern Ireland, providing stability for the future. And that's one opportunity that we should not squander. So it's with concern that the goalposts seem to be moving, and the European Court of Justice has been raised as an issue by Lord Frost, despite his role in agreeing the protocol in 2019. I don't hear Northern Ireland businesses raising concern about the European Court of Justice, nor indeed do I hear many members in this chamber ever making reference to the European Court of Justice, either in past debates that we've had. The reality is, yes, of course.
Thank you very much for raising, of course, the European Court of Justice, because over the last 3 years, in virtually every sort of debate in here at Hansard Affairs, I have been mentioning the problems of the European Court of Justice.
Member's next minute.
Thank you. I defer to the member on his comment, but of course he will recognise that every organisation, the EU, the United Kingdom, has to have a final arbitrarial system to determine where they are going. And for the European Union, it is the European Court of Justice. In the United Kingdom today, it's the Supreme Court. We both have to have those mechanisms. But of course, what the member fails to remember is that in all of the negotiations, both past and current, that there are many, many resolution mechanisms which should resolve all of these problems long before we would ever get to the two organs or bodies going to their specific courts to deal with these matters. So it is a red herring at the end of the day. Yep.
The member is obviously fully aware of the role of the World Trade Organization and the international arbitration system that it's already set out. Would that not be a more apposite method? Because that way it does not bring into the roles, it does not just suppose the European Court of Justice or the Supreme Court. In fact, it is an independent arbitration. Would that not be better?
Well, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, the reality is these are negotiations between the European Union and the United Kingdom. It is for them to resolve these matters between them, not to take our troubles or our issues to other bodies, but rather that they be dealt with internally between those two organisations.
Mr Dixon, your time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Steve Aiken.
Indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. And may I indeed thank the chairperson for the Economy Committee for bringing this motion to the House as well. I rise to add the support of the Ulster Unionist Party to the amendment. We will not be supporting the motion. But we do note that the party opposite has at long last recognised that their policy, and that of the Alliance Party, the SDLP and Green Party, for the full and vigorous implementation of the protocol in all its parts, was completely flawed. Indeed, we, and many people across Northern Ireland, will recall those party leaders driving down to Dublin for a photo call with Simon Coveney during the COVID outbreak. And we should all now recognise that the protocol is, and even with the amendments proposed by the EU, a failed treaty that does not enjoy the support of much of the business, economic and pro-union community in Northern Ireland. While we welcome the recognition from Maria Sefcovic and Lord Frost that the protocol has failed, what was supposedly overriding principle of supporting the Belfast Agreement in all its parts, as it patently doesn't. We recognise that both statements last week are setting out negotiation positions that will move. Having been told for months by the EU, Coveney and Stephen Farry et al. That the so-called concessions within the original protocol were generous and generous ways of making Northern Ireland work, they have all been seen to be patent nonsense. There is much amendment to be made if we ever to have an agreement that recognised the central tenet of Northern Ireland as being an integral part of the United Kingdom, while maintaining, on a minimalist risk approach, access to the single market. That certainly.
The member just talked about minimalist, risk-based approach to the EU single market. Can I just ask, to be absolutely clear about the Ulster Union's position, is it your position that you would like Northern Ireland to have greater access to the EU single market, either in the protocol or in some other arrangement, that you would like us to have greater access to the EU single market than Britain, or would you like us to have exactly the same access to the EU single market as in Great Britain?
And I thank the member for his intervention. And an extra minute. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the member will be fully aware that we have said time and time again we don't want to see any borders, north or south, east or west. That's where we want to be. But allow me to move on. The crux is the problem that needs to be resolved, as we've quite identified by others, that we need to resolve them by intensive talks. Talks that, at the very least, should include the parties who sit by right in the executive, and they should have direct involvement with these talks. As a better communication involvement with the EU institutions, as laid out in the non-paper, it's not good enough. Just being an observer. If you look at the 6 items that have been raised, first one is that Maria Sefcovic, and I talked to her about it last week, it says about increasing transparency. They're going to do that by a website. The second one is to talk about the work of the Joint Committee Working Group. That's item number 2. It's just explaining what the Joint Committee Working Group does. It doesn't actually give any additional work to it as well. They talk about a dedicated fora, but doesn't say what that dedicated fora will be and what we will be doing within that dedicated fora apart from talking. It then talks about a timetable for meetings. This is the European Union. A timetable for meetings is what we're being told is a major concession. Then he talks about participation. Basically, it's saying you're going to be allowed to come. You're allowed to come to the meeting, but you're not going to be able to have a veto in anything that affects Northern Ireland. You're not going to be able to amend anything that affects Northern Ireland, or you're not going to be able to be in a position to put a stop to anything that is affecting the people in Northern Ireland. But you can be invited to go. So you can go to Brussels. So you can sit round the back, you can have your head patted or whatever you happen to be. You will be absolutely put in a position where you're just there as window dressing. That is not transparency. That is not openness. That is not democratic accountability. It is none of these things. Certainly, please.
What would he, I appreciate him giving way, in lambasting the potential approach to accountability set out by the EU to be agreed between the EU and UK, how would he describe the approach to accountability offered by the UK government in the years since 2016, including through the beloved and very well thought of Joint Ministerial Committee? Did he think that was a useful piece of accountability for this executive or in the Assembly?
I don't think there's anybody who thinks there is a degree of accountability or responsibility passed to this Assembly. I think the member will recall the numerous times here when the previous First Minister was in position, or sorry, the previous but 2 First Ministers was in position, when I said to her one of the things that Northern Ireland should be pushing for is our own ability to trigger Article 16 or to trigger those concerns. That was turned down by both the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister. Where is the position that we have an actual say in what is going to happen to us where we go through? And bearing in mind, this is about the peace process. This is about the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in all its strands. We're being told that the European Union is guardians to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. We're being told that the British government is guardians to the Belfast Agreement. But we, this Assembly and this Executive, are guardians to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement as well. We should be able to have a say in what happens to Northern
I would ask the member to draw his remarks to a close, please.
Thank you very much indeed. So, far too many forget, as I said, that we are the guardians of the Belfast Agreement. But I think making sure that this Assembly has the ability to have a voice there and have an influence there is a worthy task indeed for Maras, Lord Frost and everybody. But thank you.
Agus Nish Éirim Sir Emma Sheeran Hon Cancha. I call Emma Sheeran.
Gora Margaret Lars Kincorlia. And I raise this afternoon, obviously, in support of this sensible motion and in opposition to an amendment which has been driven by fear, short-sightedness and the prioritisation of insular ideology over the interests of businesses, community groups, farmers and the rights of citizens that we all represent here. I know it's approaching Halloween, but we don't need to rehash the horror story of how Brexit happened. We all know that a big money propaganda machine lied to people, that wealthy Tories funded the ideas of English nationalists, and that the North ended up being dragged out of the EU against the will of the people. What this motion calls for is exactly what we didn't have during conversations that led to the Brexit referendum, but what protected us from the worst ravages in the aftermath. Dialogue around the impact of Brexit on Ireland, the need to avoid the re-imposition of a hard border and the importance of protecting the Good Friday Agreement is what ensured that 27 member states kept our small island high on the list of priorities when it came to negotiating what we now know as the Protocol. Regardless of your position on the Brexit debate or the future of Ireland, how anyone would want to rule out discussion, and indeed a dedicated channel for such discussion, baffles me. At the minute, we've got Brexiteers jumping aboard the continued role of the European Court of Justice as their latest problem with the EU. But who else will provide oversight? The Tory party told us explicitly a fortnight ago that they want to make significant changes to the Human Rights Act. They're implementing legacy proposals that no parties here have approved. We still don't have single equality legislation in the North, and we have a rights deficit that has yet to be worked out. The British government cannot be trusted. In conversation with the EU, we need to represent our constituents, because the House of Commons does not possess the emotional bandwidth to do so. They do not care about the North of Ireland, or the people here, be they Unionist, Nationalist, Republican or Loyalist. No, thank you. To ramp up tensions, get involved in dangerous rhetoric and make mountains out of molehills is ill-advised. There hasn't been any constitutional change yet. Many Irish citizens in the North are looking at their retained European citizenship rights and are thankful for them, as evidenced, of course, by the flurry of Irish passport applications in the wake of the referendum decision in 2016. And many of us would like to explore our options going forward. We have students here who might have had older siblings that were able to take part in the Erasmus programme, wondering if something similar will ever be made available to them. Farmers in Tyrone wondering why single farm payment they're going to see in the coming years, whilst their neighbours in Donegal,
much, and I appreciate that. Would the member agree with me? And obviously, she's a constituency colleague in Ulster. Could she give me some analysis? And many people comes into her office and tells her the protocol is working for them, because from it come in, I have none, not one. Can the member highlight? And many's telling her it's working.
And the member has an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention. I wouldn't be able to give you a figure. I have constituents that come to me with issues from Brexit and a number of problems that have arisen because of Brexit, and I have constituents that are telling me that business is as good as it's ever been. I have farmers that are contacting me about trade being up as a result of the protocol and the protections that we've had, and north-south trade increasing and improving. I couldn't give you statistics off the top of my head, but I do have constituents coming to me glad that we have the protocol to protect us from the worst impact of Brexit, definitely. The point that I was making was that neighbours of the farmers we represent in County Tyrone in Donegal have more security and stability going forward around their income, and something that they're grateful for. And we know that academics are looking at outside-the-box thinking to find ways in which Irish citizens here continue to have a say. The discussions around potential voting rights are particularly interesting. We can see from last week last week's announcements that the EU are willing to find solutions to any outstanding provisions that have real-life impacts for the people of the North. It's important that this can-do approach continues and that we all find sensible ways of delivering for our constituents. Rigorous implementation of democracy is something that we should all strive towards at all times. Gormagat.
Agus na siadam sir fóric de largi on cancha, and I call Podrick de largi.
Gormagat Glas Cancolia. Positive and mature political dialogue is what's brought us here today. None of us have anything to be afraid of in political dialogue and having those conversations. This motion gives people, everyone across the chamber, all our members and by extension all citizens in the North, the opportunity to have input into the protocol. The majority of the people in the North want their say on protocol, and that's according to a recent QUB study. 75% of people want their input into the protocol. So let's give them that. Dialogue allows us to bring the views of those on the ground to the table, not just to find problems, but to create solutions. And our views are best articulated by people in the North, by us having these conversations with the EU, not by leaving them up to Westminster to speak on our behalf. I've met with many business leaders in Derry who have highlighted limitations in the protocol. But what they're trying to do is to find solutions. They're working within the protocol. They're finding ways in which we can better it, in which we can make it work for our businesses and for all the people here. In terms of the proposals from the EU non-paper, which I'm sure all members will have had the opportunity to look at, it offers a number of solutions in the area of transparency and accountability as we negotiate new trading realities brought about by Brexit. This is an opportunity to take. The EU want us to have our say. They want us to shape this process and determine how we can make it work for all the people who live here. By creating and opening new channels of dialogue, we can make sure that the process of implementing this protocol is informed by those who live and who do business here.
Agus nish iram sir Sinead McLaughlin on cancha. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. There are many reasons why it is essential that we have a sober and sensible discussion in and around Brexit and the specific impact of it on Ireland on both sides of the border. We all know that this is not just about trade, though we also know just how important trade is. Above all, it's about respect, respecting all the traditions that exist on this island. Many of us, including myself, regard ourselves as Irish, not as British. I'm proud to be an Irish passport holder. I'm an Irish citizen who lives in the city of Derry, but I do respect the identity of those who are British. And we must have mutual respect, and we must have the self-confidence to be comfortable with others having different identity to ourselves. But we have been here before. The Good Friday Agreement and the work of my party's former leader, John Hume, was based on ensuring that there was both that mutual respect, and placing that mutual respect into the very foundations of this Assembly and its executive. I really regret that the operations and relationships within this Assembly and executive have not always lived up to our collective lofty aspirations. It is sad, really, and unfortunate that the situation... Certainly. Go ahead.
And first of all, may I congratulate the member on her promotion to being the new chair of the Executive Committee. But as being the new chair of the Executive Committee, could you explain what role the Northern Ireland Executive will have in a structured dialogue between stakeholders and co-chairs of the Joint Committee? Because, quite frankly, that just sounds like EU gobbledygook to me.
Thank you very much. And I think that there is a lot of work to be done. in order for us to get the correct procedures in place, that there is true governance and true transparency. But that work has started as a result of the announcements by the EU, and I think it's upon all of us to collectively find a way and a pathway through so that we all feel that we are represented and we all have a voice. But we're not there yet, but we will get there if we work together. It is sad and unfortunate that the situation on the island of Ireland was not treated in the Brexit debate with the consideration that it really did deserve. I remember way back in 2016 meeting Tony Blair and John Major in Derry. They both understood the implications of Brexit for Ireland and the border because of the work that they did, along with John Hume and others, in reaching our peace agreement. Sadly, others who do not have that history of intensive involvement in bringing peace to this island have not had the same understanding, and consequently the border in our island had only a passing mention in the referendum debate. The SDLP supports the resolution. My party supports dialogue. We support dialogue across the border through the North-South institutions and through informal as well as formal means. We support dialogue east and west. We support dialogue between those who identify as unionists with those who, like myself, pursue Irish unity, and those who are frankly constitutionally agnostic. Only that way will we achieve progress, which is why my party has established the new Ireland Commission. And we support dialogue with the European Parliament and the European institutions. The European Union has been good to us and good for us. Peace funds have been important to the city of Derry and for the rest of the North. It was highly symbolic that when John Major and Tony Blair walked across the Peace Bridge in Derry on their visit back in 2016, a bridge that the EU funded and helped pay for, and which was opened by the European Commission and did much to bring our communities together in Derry, particularly between the city side and the water side. Mr Deputy Speaker, so the SDLP very much welcomes close engagement with the European Parliament. In fact, my party have worked very closely with MEP Barry Andrews in ensuring that the European Parliament considers further legislation that affects the north of Ireland, that it consults with the parties here and with the local civic society to engage properly and fully. And that, of course, is on top of the existing commitments of engagement with the North-South bodies. Mr Deputy Speaker, we support this motion.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I come here today conscious of the tone of the debate in terms of earlier remarks today, but also the need to support dialogue. I'm also conscious of the context in terms of the background to Brexit and where we find ourselves here today. In the run-up to the referendum in June 2016, we had lots of debates and lots of comments in relation to the worries and the concerns about the implications of Brexit. Then subsequent to that, we had the general election in 2017 and the opportunity to shape a Brexit which would not be as significant to Northern Ireland. But unfortunately, a hard Brexit was pursued, and we are in the situation we are here today. And there has been lots of uncertainty and worrying months since what was described as Brexit Day on the 31st of January 2020, which seems actually quite a long time ago. The impact of Brexit is being seen across the United Kingdom as the end of the transition period occurred and also the COVID restrictions ease. I think it's important also to bear in the context of the trading relationships that we have under the protocol. There's many businesses in Great Britain, particularly in Scotland, for example, in relation to seafood, who would give their eye teeth to have the relationships that we have in terms of access to the UK internal market and also to the single market. I think that is lost an awful lot in the discussions and the dialogues in relation to the protocol and issues that people may cite, but we have that unique position and trading relationship. Of course, there is issues. There was always going to be issues with Brexit. And to associate those with the protocol and rather with Brexit is, in my view, disingenuous. The statement from the European Union last week, and particularly in relation to dialogue and engagement, is, from my perspective, welcome. I stand here as a proud European, someone who also considers himself British and also Irish, and I know that trust and good relations are vital at this time and in the future. Brexit has, and I find it hard to see anyone who would disagree with me in relation to this, caused divisions throughout our society and within these islands. And today's motion and the generality of politics shows the importance of dialogue. There is in Northern Ireland, particularly in relation to Brexit, a need for particular and more structured consultations that are focused upon Northern Ireland as the EU is developing policies and legislation. The Northern Ireland institutions should get early sight of proposed legislation within the formative stages. Our partnership with the European Union started in 1973. It continued on until... Yes?
Would the member agree that it's probably the proposed method that within the non-papers of using a website? Do you not think we should have something a bit more concrete than that, if that's supposed to be how we as an Assembly are to understand what legislation is coming in our direction?
Members, next a minute.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think you'll find a common ground within this Assembly that people who are elected and in this place wish to be able to engage and ensure that policy and legislation that influences Northern Ireland is fit for purpose. So over the next number of weeks, it is important that the UK Government genuinely and sincerely engages in dialogue to find a solution for Northern Ireland. Just because we left the European Union does not mean that good relationships cannot continue. If anything, it is more important than ever that we foster those relationships and find different forums and different structures to engage. We have no longer representation at the European Parliament, and we had that in the space of 3 MEPs, one of which, a former, is in the House here today, another of which is my party leader, who I wish was be able to continue in that role. But we left the European Union. We do not have that influence within the European Parliament. There is an amendment here today, and I'll speak to that. The Alliance Party will not be able to support the amendment here today because we believe that, unfortunately, it raises unfairly ambitious and undeliverable ambitions that there is a viable alternative to the protocol. I've yet to hear it because there isn't. Many warned about the particular impact upon Brexit upon Northern Ireland. As the member for Foyle outlined, 2 former Prime Ministers came to Derry and outlined their concerns in relation to Brexit and the impact it would have. They were ignored. It is always going to be hard to have Brexit in relation to Northern Ireland because of the unique setup in terms of a land border with the European Union, and also, let's note, the hard Brexit pursued by the UK Government. We're living with the consequences of that, but dialogue, engagement and a focus on solution rather than problems is key for the way forward. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm not given to quoting the late Tony Benn, but in one of his last speeches, maybe it was his last in the House of Commons, he said this: "In the course of my life, I have developed 5 vital democratic questions. If one meets a powerful person, Adolf Hitler, Joe Stalin or Bill Gates, and I would add the EU, ask them 5 questions. What power have you got? Where did you get it from? In whose interest do you exercise it? To whom are you accountable? And how can we get rid of you? If you cannot get rid of the people who govern you, you do not live in a democratic state." And this, of course, maybe in a moment, this, of course, is the fundamental defining question of the protocol. Who governs? Now, I wonder if those who boast of the title Member of a Legislative Assembly have ever even read the protocol. When I listened to some of them today, have they ever read Annex 2 of the protocol? Have they ever noticed that there are 300 defined, named pieces of legislation which are imposed on us that we cannot change, that we did not make? Has it even come to their attention that during the course of this year, a further 20 regulations, 12 of them dealing with DAERA, 8 of them dealing with health, have been made, applied, imposed without any consent, without any input from the people of Northern Ireland? How can you seriously call yourself with pride a member of a legislative assembly if you are content not to legislate on 60% of that which governs our economy? That's the reality of the protocol. 60% of the laws that govern us economically are made not in Belfast, not in London, but in a foreign jurisdiction over which we have no control or even input. And then along comes the EU, that most benevolent of organisations, some would have us say, and they produce a non-paper, well named. This non-paper to deal with the democratic deficit shows the calculated contempt in which members of this Legislative Assembly are held. Because to deal with this situation, that we're governed by laws we don't make, over which we have no control, into which we have no input, what does the mighty EU say? It says, oh, we'll give you a website. Wow. We'll even give a talking shop as a backup to the Joint Committee. And if you're really good, we might even let some MLAs sit on another talking shop and talk to some MPs and some MEPs. And there are people in this House who salivate over that, who think that is democratic accountability. Such is their blindness, such is their obeisance to the EU, that if the EU says it, then that's enough. Where is your self-respect as a legislator? Where is your duty to your constituents who sent you here to legislate, that you surrender so willingly, so wantonly, control over 60% of the laws that govern our Assembly? This House is a disgrace if it takes that view, that it's not for us to legislate, it's for us to kowtow to Brussels, to accept what they say, to be grateful for the crumbs of a website even. My, how have the mighty fallen, those who call themselves Social Democratic and Labour Party. So democratic, they eschew the very notion that we should rule ourselves. What an outrage has been put upon us by the protocol. I think Mr. O'Toole wants to enlighten me.
I'm grateful to the member for giving way. I just wondered, he famously asked Tony Benn's 5 questions: what power have you got, where did you get your power, and whose interest do you use it, etc., etc. I just wonder if he was to ask those questions of some institutions, for example, the House of Lords, the Royal Family, or indeed the Conservative government elected wholly on votes in England, to what answers do you think he would receive if he was to ask?
I can ask those of a democratically elected Assembly, I can ask of a democratically elected Parliament, but I cannot ask them of an EU Commission, I cannot ask them of an European Parliament, but they are the bodies who put their laws upon us. And if Mr. O'Toole is sanguine and satisfied about that and thinks that is great, to expunge democracy for Northern Ireland and to grovel to accept a website and a talking shop, then really it says a great deal about Mr. O'Toole and his party's democratic credentials. This motion is a grovelling salute to the oppression of Brussels, and therefore should be rejected, but won't be, because this is a grovelling house when it comes to the EU.
Okay, members. I now call upon Mrs. Diane Dodds to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 5 minutes, Mrs. Dodds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You know, every time the member for South Belfast gets up, he is always at pains to say that there are some things that him and I will agree on, but many, many things where they aren't. He also always says that when we engage in Brexit conversation, we go in a kind of a circular argument. And then he proceeded to go in a circular argument. So let's pick up some of the issues within the circular argument that I have heard right across this House this afternoon. And firstly, let's deal with the issue that the protocol is the child of Brexit. And of course, those of us who voted for Brexit voted for the United Kingdom to leave as one United Kingdom. that we would leave in Northern Ireland on the same basis as every other part of the United Kingdom. I regret that the Boris Johnson government did not do that, and I think that that will be to their shame forever that they did such a thing. Can I do want to get through this. There's a lot of stuff in this debate that has exercised me as I've listened to it. So, and of course we then had the other circular argument that we're in a unique position, that we have the best of both worlds. I visited a logistics business in my constituency last Friday. That business told me that they'd had to employ 4 extra people to manage customs between one part of the United Kingdom's internal market and another, and that Brexit in terms of lorry drivers' times was adding additional cost, 18 to 20% in their estimation to their business. Now, you can't absorb 18 to 20% of costs. That will then ultimately be passed on to the consumer. And then, of course, we went in that circular argument around constructive and sustainable dialogue and consent. And, of course, we didn't consent to Brexit. And the member for South Belfast is really keen on telling us all of this. But he doesn't tell us what he's going to do about the Belfast Agreement that sets up that very, very delicate balance of relationships and demands consent from one side of the community and from the other on these very, very strategic and important matters. It seems that the people who created the Belfast Agreement no longer really care about it in all of its parts. And of course, we had a further contribution from Alliance, which said, we didn't support the protocol. But yet, in the middle of a pandemic, we went down to Dublin to tell Simon Coveney that we wanted to make sure that he called for the rigorous implementation of the protocol. It's really hard, and I know that Alliance members do get a little bit embarrassed when they are reminded of that particular issue. It's not a gotcha, it's a reality. That's what happened. And of course, we're not standing and shouting from the sidelines. My party leader has said, we welcome the movement from the EU. Not that long ago, they were telling us that we could never renegotiate the protocol. No, I want to get through this. Now we're actually saying that we can actually move on the protocol. But it's hard to escape the fact that the EU only moves when pushed to do so in very extreme circumstances. Can I also say that, there were members in this House who also talked about the challenges but also the benefits of the protocol and even those genuine competitive advantages. Currently going through the House in Westminster, our national parliament, is the subsidy control bill. That subsidy control bill will legalise differences in state aid as to how Northern Ireland is treated under the protocol and the rest of the United Kingdom. When I talk to businesses in my constituency, they fear that there will no longer be an even playing field for businesses in Northern Ireland within the internal market of the United Kingdom. I think that's what we should be worried about. We are already in Westminster legislating for differences between different parts of the United Kingdom. I've written recently to the Competition and Markets Authority to ask them how they're going to regulate this situation and ensure that there is fair...
I would ask the member to draw remarks to a close, please.
I will finish in 1 second, and to ensure that there is fair competition. I just want to finish, Mr. Speaker.
Members, time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Can I say, though, that my amendment is not driven by fear and insularity, but by fact and reality.
Okay. Agus nish Éanam Sir John O'Dowd le Jerwachur leis an Gisbaracht an Walloway. I now call John O'Dowd to conclude the debate on the motion. And up to 10 minutes.
Well, unsurprisingly, perhaps the debate ended up being about the protocol rather than being about the interparliamentary dialogue, which has been proposed last week and indeed has been proposed prior to last week as well. And it is about an engagement between this institution and the European institutions
about a better understanding of each other's positions, a better understanding of how Brexit has impacted on our society, on our economy, on our politics, and how the mechanism that was put into place to deal with that, the protocol, how it is being managed. Now, how anyone can be opposed to that, I'm disappointed to learn that there are those who are opposed to it and have come up with a variety of reasons as to why they are opposed to that. Some claim it doesn't go far enough. OK, well then let's make sure that our voices are heard not only in the European Parliament but also in capitals around Europe, in the United States and elsewhere, because that's how we built our peace process. That's how we created the change necessary in this society to move away from a society in conflict to a society in peace, a society in transition. So let's use our ability to use dialogue. Because I have no doubt that if we do establish interparliamentary dialogue, that I and Diane Dodds and other DUP representatives sitting on the far corner, Jim Allister, Steve Aiken, and my colleagues on this side of the benches will be able to represent the views of the people of the North in a way which does make a difference. Because I have more in common with the people on the opposite benches and on these benches than I do have with the representatives of the EU, or I do have with the representatives of Westminster or anyone else. We collectively have the ability to make our voices heard. I see Mr. Allister looking.
Does the member recognise that there is light years difference between making representations and the right to be heard and making the laws that govern you? And the issue is we are being denied in our own country to make the laws that govern our own economy here in Northern Ireland if it's affected by the EU single market. And we are meant just then to settle for making representations. Is that what the member came to be, an MLA making representation to a foreign legislature?
I'll make a Republican out of you yet, Mr. Allister, because I do have concerns that our laws are made in a foreign land and that we don't have powers over ourselves. But we did have power in Brussels. We did have representation. Well, the member's shaking his head they didn't, and maybe he wasn't a very effective MEP. I suspect he was, though, in fairness to him. We did have voices there. And we had voices in the European Parliament, we had commissioners, we had representations at all levels. And you and others told us to vote away with it, and did not give the alternative as to how we would manage the relationships on this island and between these islands as we move forward. So we ended up with the protocol as the best way to mitigate against it. I will quickly,
Well, the member also agreed with me that there was multiple occasions within the House of Commons there was alternatives offered to the DUP in relation to Brexit, particularly in relation to, for example, EFTA, and all of those were rejected.
Punishment, is it?
Yes, it was all rejected. The hardest of hardest Brexits was called for and demanded. But thankfully, there was more common sense among many people who said, no, we just can't have a hard Brexit on the island of Ireland, that we need to respect the relationships and the foundations upon which our peace process has been built and moved forward. And as I listened, I think it's interesting that the DUP had only one speaker, the mover of the motion and the winder of the motion being the same person, and they're perfectly entitled to do that, though I thought under the new leadership, under the new leadership of the DUP, that there was going to be more opportunity for DUP MLAs to have their voices heard. Now you are restricted down to one speaker in a debate. So,
point of order.
Fairly clear that it's in order for the member to refer to issues like that when he doesn't know what is going on over here, and we've had illness in this section of the House, and there are reasons why members aren't here, members who were due to participate. So perhaps you'd want to reconsider those remarks.
Sorry, I should say that's not a point of order. It's for the member to decide what he says or not.
It's a matter for the DUP who they put up to speak. I personally think these have a lot of talented people still on the benches who could contribute to the debate, but that's a matter for yourselves. But I'm beginning to have a very firm point of view of where the DUP is going. And being wound up by Mr. Allister in the corner, who's very, very effective at it, I have to say. He knows how to wind and wind and wind in person. You see, I'm now convinced what the DUP want for Christmas, and that's an election. It doesn't matter what the EU does at this stage. The DUP, for strategic reasons, want an election before Christmas. So what we're heading towards here is no matter what happens, what they want to see under the Christmas tree is the results of the ballot. Now, that's perfectly fine. And as elected representatives, we should never fear elections. It's the ultimate test of democracy. But the question in my head is this: what happens after the election? Because the preconditions that have been set, and each week as we go past, new preconditions are set. We're now being told that the DUP is actually very concerned about the European Court of Justice. They weren't that concerned about it when they were writing their 7-point plan, or maybe an 8-point plan or 9, whatever plan it is. They weren't that concerned about it then. But now Lord Frost has introduced it. Now they are concerned. And first to Mr Allister in the corner, he'll wind them up a bit until they become more concerned about it. So you will possibly have your pre-Christmas election. We will have the election results. Some of you may get a bag of coal for Christmas. You might get the present you just wanted. But what happens afterwards? You have set preconditions so high. Are we able to come back into this chamber? Have you got a plan for after Christmas? What's the new, I'll give you away on this point. What's the New Year party going to look like? So that's the question you need to be asking yourselves now, Mr. Egan.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed for your digression. But I want to bring us back to sort of the motion that we're debating here as well. Would the member accept the fact that what's happening in Poland, Slovenia, the Baltic states, Germany, France, Italy, all with really strong concerns about democratic accountability within the European Parliament, the European institutions? Why would we want to be able to go and get as part of that when states that are part of the European Union can't even get a say? Why would we wish to be part of that?
I have concerns about what's happening in Poland and elsewhere. It's the abuse of human rights, the abuse of the LGBT community. And the fact that there's a mechanism, an international mechanism, to hold them to account, I think is a very, very good thing. And the European Court of Justice also had access, British judiciary had access to the European Court of Justice, had access to sit in the European Court of Justice, had access to making representations to the European Court of Justice, decided to walk away from it. So you can't say for 1 second, oh, we disagree with that international provider of arbitration. We don't have a place on it. There's people in this chamber who lobby to remove your places from it. So in every, and when Britain goes around the world and tries to sign up to its trade deals, there will be arbitration. And it will not be on Britain's terms alone. All the time. So the reality of the new world that Britain has stepped into is this. They are now third-party country to the European Union. Thankfully, we will have the protocol to protect us from the worst aspects of that, though even without the DUP's latest stunt, there was always an opportunity to reach the point we're now at with the European Union in terms of changes to the protocol, relaxations around the protocol, better dialogue around the protocol, more democracy around the protocol. All those things could have been achieved because they were knitted into the original protocol. But the reality is, when Britain goes out and looks around the world for its trade, for its new trade arrangements, it's going to find they're in a new reality.
I appreciate the member giving way. Would the member reflect that when it comes to the European Court of Justice, a subject about which I have never heard anyone in Northern Ireland at a business level raise it, and the honourable member for South Antrim says he's raised it, I'm sure he has. I've never heard any business, and lots of them have talked about the protocol, complain about it. Would the member recognise that in order to gain access to the European single market, the privileged access that businesses in England, Scotland and Wales are crying out for, you need to have ultimately the arbitration of the European Court of Justice, because that is how the European single market works. And if we don't have that, then we don't have the opportunities.
Yes, Annis, I think it was Mr Muir said, Scotland, traders and fishermen in Scotland, farmers, businesses in Scotland would give their hind teeth for what we have at the minute. There's businesses in England would give their hind teeth for it. In Wales, who would give their hind teeth for it because of the added protections we have. And when people say, oh, you should never have asked for the rigorous implementation of the protocol, to me what the rigorous implementation of the protocol is this, that all the mechanisms of the protocol were properly used, including the special committees within it.
I would ask the member to draw his remarks to a close, please. No remarks from the seated position either. Just if the member could draw his remarks to a close.
Which, if they were properly used, would have alleviated a lot of the problems some of our businesses faced and would have given huge opportunity to many of our businesses who have opportunities to create jobs and prosperity for all of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, members. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Diane Dodds and Christopher Stalford be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. 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 Okay. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members, order please. The question is that the amendment standing in the names of Diane Dodds and Christopher Stalford be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Aye. Okay. Do we have tellers then? I think we have. We'll take that there. Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Keith Buchanan and Harry Harvey. Tellers for the noes are Emma Sheeran and Pordic Delargy. Before the Assembly divides, I wish to remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and shouldn't enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing while the division takes place, and I ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Thank you. Secure the doors. Thank you. Please resume your seats, and can I ask the clerk to read the result, please?
85 members voted, 39 members voted aye, 46 members voted no. The amendment therefore falls.
The amendment falls. The question now is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Okay. All right, members. I have been advised by the party whips that, in accordance with Standing Order 1135B, that there is agreement that we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers again, please? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Emma Sheeran and Pádraig de Largy. Tellers for the noes are Keith Buchanan and Harry Harvey. Again, I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing when the division takes place. Please ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. We clear the lobbies now, please. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. Secure the doors, please. Okay, if members would resume their seats, please. Clerk, can I ask you to read the result, please?
85 members voted, 46 members voted aye, 39 members voted no. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. Unfasten the doors, please. Thank you. And if just members take their ease while we move to the next item of business, please.
Members, next item on the order paper is a motion on independent evaluation of the Police Ombudsman. And I'll ask the Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly recognises the need for an effective, efficient and independent structure for dealing with complaints against police officers, believes the current operation of the Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland falls well below the reasonable expectations of complainants, serving and retired police officers, as well as the wider public, expresses deep concern regarding the grave findings as expressed in recent court judgments touching upon the methods and standard of investigative practice, the inordinate delay in concluding investigations and the submission of files to the Public Prosecution Service as required by due process, notes that this has resulted in a severe negative impact on natural justice and the legal rights of all concerned, criticises, in particular, the practice of the Ombudsman in arriving at determinations which exceed the statutory powers of the office, condemns the use of police and criminal evidence order powers to investigate allegations of non-substantive or non-existent criminal offences, and to arrive at conclusions out with any due process or independent scrutiny of what is alleged to be evidence, further notes the adverse impact this has on the reputation of the policing service, stresses that practical consideration should be given to establishing an independent complaints mechanism to promote accountability for misconduct, poor practice and administrative standards within PONI, and calls on the Minister of Justice to commission a fully independent inspection of PNOI, including its investigative capability, financial management, security of information handling, operating practices and how it complies with its mandate to build trust and confidence before the end of the current mandate.
Thank you. And I call Mervyn Storey to move the motion. Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion. Mr. Storey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The DUP welcomes the opportunity to bring forward this motion, as the issues that it raises are far-reaching and critical to increasing public confidence in the criminal justice system. We want to make it clear from the outset that this debate is not about calling into question the need for impartial, effective and robust structures for investigating alleged police misconduct or criminality. This should be at the heart of any democracy, and we want Foursquare to stand behind that principle that everyone should be equally subject to the law. Instead, today's motion is about ensuring that the core principles underpinning the Police Ombudsman's remit are delivered upon in a way that is lawful and are procedurally fair. It is about ensuring investigations are completed both to a high standard and in a timely fashion. Concerns regarding current operational practice within the Office of the Police Ombudsman are not restricted to one aspect or indeed any individual investigation. Fears have been expressed by retired officers, serving police officers, but equally, and as important, families of victims whose murders or deaths are being investigated by the Office. Let me give you some examples in relation to what we are discussing here in this motion today. Examples of poor practice. They include the willingness of the Police Ombudsman to exceed its statutory powers in making determinations that certain crimes have taken place, the trend in the Ombudsman's interpreting court rulings to establish and adjudicate on offences not actually prescribed in law, such as collusive behaviour, the failure to demonstrate procedural failures, fairness to officers implicated in its investigation reports, the protracted delay in completing historical investigations, some lasting 17, 18 or 19 years, the impact of investigating delays on the health and well-being of victims, witnesses, retired and serving police officers, the growing failure of the Ombudsman to present evidence to substantiate or explain the conclusions it draws as part of its investigations, fears regarding the operational independence of the Office in light of concerns raised by Sir Ginny as far back as 2011, the hounding of former police officers over many years on the basis of flimsy and unsubstantiated evidence provided by police informants and other witnesses, the level of reports that have had to be amended or withdrawn, and the catalogue could go on. In 2016, the then Police Ombudsman Michael Maguire made a public statement
on the Office's second investigation into the Lough Island murders in 1994, it included the following statement: "When viewed collectively, I have no hesitation in unambiguously determining that collusion is a significant feature of the Lough Island murders." In response to the judicial review by the Northern Ireland Retired Police Officers Association of the Pony statement, Judge McCluskey stated, "The Police Ombudsman's determination of police collusion in the Lough Island murders is unsustainable in law, as it was not in accordance with the Ombudsman's statutory powers. The determination that Mr Hawthorne was guilty of an act of negligence are in breach of the legal requirements of procedural fairness and unlawful in consequence." In June 2020, the Court of Appeal ruled on the matter, or whether the 2016 public statement should be struck down. It found that, and I quote, "The Court considered that the determinations made by the Ombudsman in the paragraphs on collusion were not decisions or determinations to which the 1990 Act applied, and overstepped the mark by amounting to findings of criminal offences by members of the police force." It is striking that nowhere in the PS did the Ombudsman state that he had determined that the report did not indicate that a criminal offence may have been committed by a member of the police force. Mr Speaker, separate high-profile judgments, including in relation to previous investigations into the horrific Good Samaritan murders perpetrated by the IRA, have been scathing of the Ombudsman. There has been particular criticism about Pony's failure to properly explain or provide evidence for the often significant and sensationalist conclusions that they make. There are serious failings which call into question the independence and the fairness of the office. The Police Ombudsman is supposed to be the gatekeeper for the human rights of police officers as well as complainants. Yet in practice, this obligation has been shirked on numerous occasions. Unacceptable levels of performance are also actually affecting bereaved families. For years after lodging a formal complaint, aided and assisted by my friend and colleague, the MP for East Londonderry, Mr Gregory Campbell, the family of David Caldwell, who was savagely murdered by the Rail IRA in 2002, are still waiting on a probe of the police investigations to be completed. This is only one example, and we must always remember the damage to personal health and well-being caused by these inappropriate, inordinate and unexplained delays. We accept that these failings have not appeared overnight, but they cannot be allowed to persist. There is onus on the current Minister for Justice, who is accountable to this House, on ensuring the independence and efficient performance of the Police Ombudsman to investigate and challenge poor standards of investigation and practice. Let me be clear, Mr Speaker. The independence of the office does not preclude the Minister from taking lawful and impartial steps to ensure it is performing to a standard that is acceptable and conducive to public confidence. Inspections by the Criminal Justice Inspectorate for Northern Ireland have been sporadic and have often limited to particular themes or aspects of the Police Ombudsman's remit. There is therefore a need for a comprehensive and fully independent evaluation of its performance going forward. Part of the reason that we have tabled this motion now is that the Minister is currently completing an oversight of police accountability arrangements. As part of this, the Police Ombudsman is actually seeking further powers, including the power to compel serving retired officers as witnesses and suspects to attend to interview, the ability to determine a complainant where no misconduct or criminality has occurred, but where there is still a legitimate grievance. Ultimately, the balance and the standard of investigations with Pony will not be addressed by a major expansion of new powers. Instead, this would shift the focus even further towards former RUC officers and potentially create new getaways for vexatious and unsubstantiated investigations. Alternatively, there needs to be a deep dive review of how existing tools at Pony's disposal are applied. This should entail more effective and regular monitoring of their use, additional oversight and enhanced training for the staff and its investigators. We also need to look at how the public interest tests are currently relied upon by the Ombudsman and how they are actually operating. For example, Under Section 60 of the 1998 Police Act, Pony has a right to launch a policy or practice investigation into the PSNI. Well, this was used to initiate a review of the PSNI handling of the Black Lives Matter protest. Similar dedicated attention was not granted to the events of the Story funeral. The Ombudsman's powers must be applied consistently to all circumstances and to all communities. The DUP also does not believe that it should fall to the courts or the Secretary of State to ultimately hear complaints and identify poor practice within the office. Pony is investigating extremely serious and sensitive allegations, and yet there is no form of independent complaints mechanism either for complainants or officers under investigation. There needs to be consideration of how these concerns can be practically addressed. We are also clear that the predominant role of Pony's Historical Investigations Directorate is rightly or wrongly influencing public perception of the focus of the police complaints in Northern Ireland. With 400 active cases, of which half are pending, this workload shows no signs of waning any time soon. Therefore, whilst we reject utterly the proposals for a de facto amnesty, the integrity of and the confidence in the Police Ombudsman will only be fully restored when alternative mechanisms are agreed to deal with legacy cases. It is clear that these problems cannot be stored up for another day, but without clear and immediate action, that is exactly what will happen. The Minister cannot ignore the issues or the problems that exist, and they need to be addressed. Culture and practice within the Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland's office must change, and it must change quickly. On that basis, Mr. Speaker, I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you, and I call Jerry Kelly, or Jerry Kelly.
And I wish to declare I'm a member of the Policing Board, which may be something that has to be declared. I stand to oppose the motion. The motion actually reads like it was written by a committee. This motion is an outright attack, whatever about the detail that we've heard, on the Police Ombudsman and the functions of its office, and specifically, even though this was only mentioned at the end, its role in historical investigations. It follows the Police Ombudsman's report into the Lough Island massacre, which was mentioned by the member, and the Ombudsman's report into Damien Watts' killing, released earlier this year. Both reports found that elements within the RUC colluded with loyalists, and this led to the DUP attacking the Police Ombudsman because they do not like the truth coming out about collusion between elements within the state forces and loyalist killers. And again, the member mentioned this, and I think it's like, don't mention collusion. It's a thing that you can't mention when everybody knows that collusion existed. Like any organisation, the Police Ombudsman's office has its deficiencies. However, the office is a crucial and fundamental part of our established accountability mechanisms and should be defended. So let me say that the Police Ombudsman's office has had to deal with a number of significant challenges, including a chronic lack of funding, which doesn't allow them to complete investigations quickly enough. The reluctance of former PSNI and RUC officers to give evidence and/or information, and the Police Ombudsman's lack of powers to compel, again mentioned by the member, to compel retired police officers to cooperate with their investigations. Why anybody disagrees with that is beyond me. Issues regarding the lack of disclosure of information and evidence from PSNI, having to deal with long, protracted legal challenges which impedes the ability of the office to fully investigate and fulfil their duties. This has all led to significant delay, and this motion is cynical and a misguided attempt to point the finger of blame for all of these issues in the wrong direction. The Ombudsman's office cannot be held responsible for all these impediments that are outside their control. In 2018, the Police Federation warned that the PSNI officers and former RUC and PSNI officers would not cooperate with the proposed and agreed Historical Investigations Unit. The HIU is a central part of the Stormed House Agreement, which was agreed by both the Irish and British governments and the political parties. The Federation's position would be in direct contravention to everything that human rights compliant and accountable policing should stand for. The Police Federation, some retired police officers and political unionism are on the attack because the RUC's reputation of collusion and cover-ups is being exposed more and more. Former Ombudsman Michael Maguire, was forced to threaten to take the Chief Constable to court over the PSNI's failure to disclose information. The motion talks about a negative impact on natural justice and the legal rights of all concerned. It does not consider the negative impact on natural justice and the legal rights of families bereaved in the conflict who are having their attempts to seek truth and justice thwarted at every turn. For example, the family of Damien Walsh, whose case lay with the Ombudsman's office since 2004, only had the report published in July this year due to a combination of all the above impediments. The Ombudsman's report found collusion between the IUC, British Intelligence and UDA, and that the police investigation into Damien's murder was flawed from the outset, and they attempted to whitewash this collusion. Yet the reason it took nearly 30 years for the truth to be published was because of delays by the police personnel themselves. Also, the British Army only acknowledged last year that they had the murder scene under surveillance. They were holding back information as well. Cases like this are why the Police Ombudsman's Office is so important. There are over 400 outstanding historical investigations waiting to be dealt with in the Ombudsman's Office. That is why it is so important to oppose the British Government's legacy proposals, which will attempt to close down all forms of truth and justice for victims of the conflict. Indeed, we're told today that any idea of Pat Finucane having a public inquiry, an independent public inquiry, has now been put back. And there is a suspicion certainly out there that that is also so that they can bring in legislation which stops all of the truth being known through this paper that the British are bringing in. There are many historical investigations reports which have not yet been published, and that requires adequate resources. The British Government's legacy proposals are in direct contravention of those agreed by the main political parties in both the Irish and British governments in the Stormont House Agreement. And the principles that underpin the Stormont House Agreement are the basis for dealing with the past. All parties unanimously rejected the amnesty proposals outlined in the British Government's command paper. I will finish with that, but I oppose the motion.
Thank you. And I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise on behalf of the SDLP to oppose the motion. And I think, Mr Speaker, it's a matter of regret that we're arguing over old ground once again in relation to the Police Ombudsman in the absence of legislation from the Executive Office. And I think that's most regrettable. The motion deals here with not only the reasonable expectations of complainants serving and retired officers as well as the wider public, but a cursory glance at any of the recent reports, which are independent and impartial in terms of findings around confidence in policing, will tell you that from 2003 to 2004, from a point of 58% satisfaction by the public, the trend has been upwards up to 80% in, I think, 19 to 20 year. In the past year, it has fallen, and I think that's not surprising given the COVID regulations and the confusion around the implementation of the restrictions and what that meant for public confidence in policing. In terms of a report around serving officers, the report found in 2021 a report that police themselves believe, 78% of police believe that the complaint has been dealt with independently, and 63% feel that these are serving police officers makes the police complaints system more accountable. And we all know how important accountability in terms of not only public confidence but in terms of legitimacy of policing in any democratic society. The proposer of the motion also laboured extensively on the Police Ombudsman's Office in dealing with legacy cases and how long they have taken to come to fruition. And as Mr Kelly said, in part that is due to a lack of financial resources, which has been deliberate by the British Government and others in terms of resourcing the legacy, and in the continued delay in actually implementing the agreed Stormont House Agreement, which the majority of parties here supported. And the House here has continued to reject the current British command paper on legacy, and far too many victims and survivors are still awaiting truth, justice and accountability, and there are many players that have to step up to that particular mark. But in recent weeks, we've seen the importance of police accountability, particularly around the Police Ombudsman's office and the confidence in policing in relation to sexual misconduct cases, which is very much in the public discourse at the moment following the dreadful murder of Sarah Everard. And we also have, I think, a matter of interest for many is the rise during COVID of domestic violence. And I think the confidence that the Police Ombudsman gives around how those cases are dealt with, and also in relation to spit and bite guards, which is a matter of concern to many in society and in human rights activists within NGOs. And the Police Ombudsman published a report only last week, I think, where she concurs largely with the Children's Commissioner that spit and bite guards should not be used against anyone under 18, and has actually catalogued and give examples. And sorry, I should have declared a member of the Policing Board as well at a recent committee. Her concerns in the cases that she investigated and how they should not be used. And I think those are all to give an additional layer of accountability and confidence by others. And of course, if it hadn't been for the Police Ombudsman, would the Omagh families be where they are today? Because it was, of course, the previous Police Ombudsman, Nuala O'Loan, who found in her investigation of lacking support in terms of investigation and sharing of information in relation to the Omagh bomb. Those families would still be, well, give way.
Member for raising the issue in relation to the Omagh bomb. Well, they also can remind this House that as a result of the investigation into the Omagh bomb, one of the previous incumbents in the office had to issue an apology to 3 members of the RUC in terms of a complaint that was upheld in relation to what was included in that report. So if we're going to be talking about fairness, equity and impartiality, we need to put all the facts out there and not just some of the facts that some people like to labour on more than others.
Member has an additional minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm sure the member will take on board his own advice in terms of labouring on certain elements within reports. And I think it is right and proper that if there have been lacking evidence in terms of what the Ombudsman's reports, that new evidence comes to light, that it is right and proper that apologies are issued. I think that's correct. In terms of the wider legacy and the delays, we also know that the police, both PSNI and RUC, operated a policy of what they called a slow waltz of disclosure, not only to the coroner's courts and to the inquest, but also to the Police Ombudsman's office, and that has been a huge factor in terms of delay. So I think we already have an Ombudsman's office that works for everyone. We have seen impartial and independent evidence by other adjudicators than this House in terms of the evidence presented, and it's in the public domain and is of course available through the Assembly Research Team. So, Mr. Speaker, I have no hesitation in rejecting this motion.
Thank you, Nicole Magnesbitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board of Northern Ireland. Some members have already expressed regret that we're having this debate. I think my regret is about some of the tone and content of remarks to date. It's easy, you might even say it's quite lazy, to attack on the basis that this is political unionism getting excited, as if every unionist always thinks the same way on any given subject, which palpably and clearly is not true. And if we're going to talk about rights, do we have to do it in a whataboutery sort of way? What about my rights, never mind your rights? The Ulster Unionist Party is a party of law and order. No ifs, no buts. And we further believe the PSNI is probably at its best when it has the resource, the head count and the leadership commitment to neighbourhood policing, where the officers are known and trusted and respected by the local community that they serve and they protect. We think that's the most effective and efficient way to deliver policing. But it's of course important that those officers are accountable to those communities, that the communities understand that when things go wrong, as they inevitably do, that there is an accountability mechanism. And that's why we support the Policing Board for Northern Ireland. That's why we support the principle of an office of the Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland. And I think everybody in this House has to acknowledge the PSNI is one of the most accountable police forces and services in Western Europe and possibly much further afield. Now, it's simply a fact that just as the Chief Constable has immense scope to shape the operational nature of the PSNI, so the Police Ombudsman has the power to set a direction of travel for their office. The difference, of course, is that while the Chief Constable is accountable to the Policing Board, the same does not apply to the Ombudsman. And I stress there the Chief Constable is operationally independent but fully accountable to the Board for his or her decisions. So to date we've had 4 Ombudsmen, from 1999 to 2007, Nuala O'Lone, then to 2011, Al Hutchinson. From 2012 to 2019 it was Michael Maguire, and since then it has been Marie Anderson. 4 very different characters and bringing a mix of experience from a variety of backgrounds. I first became aware of Nuala O'Lone as a law lecturer. Al Hutchinson, of course, had an experience in policing from Canada. Michael Maguire was a public servant and a specialist in management consultancy. And Mary Anderson came to the job from her role as the Public Service Ombudsman. So all very different approaches, backgrounds, perhaps even value systems. Just let me finish this with the Chief Constable. Of course, whatever he is, comes with a background in policing. And that is an imbalance that I think we need to consider. I give way to Mr. Chambers.
Would the member agree that it would be desirable that the Police Ombudsman would have a practical understanding of policing?
The member has an additional minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Mr. Chambers, and I certainly see the logic of that, and that's why I think it's certainly worth looking at. I mean, people with other skills, such as management, such as governance, can add something to the mix. But certainly, if we're talking about making police accountable, a knowledge of policing is highly desirable. Mrs. Kelly talks about a recent example of the Ombudsman's views, which was to oppose spit and bite guards for people under 18. I put the point to the Ombudsman. What if a police officer comes across somebody who is 6'4", 14 stone, a very fit Gaelic or rugby union footballer, who is 17 years and 11 months? The police officer may make a reasonable assumption that they're going to use a spit and bite guard. But that young person, 17 years, 11 months, could go to the Ombudsman. What happens to the officer who's made a decision in the heat of the moment? So I think there are a lot of issues. I'm running out of time. We'll have an extra minute. So, yes, I don't have to use it.
It's not compulsory to take it, mind you, but go ahead.
Yes. I'm hearing that in stereo. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So, the Ombudsman wasn't able to answer me in any effective way what would happen to a police officer who deployed a spit and bite guard under those exact circumstances. So, it to me illustrates that there is a significant difference between theoretical policing, which it seems to me is what the Ombudsman practices at the time, and practical policing, which is what we ask the 7,100 officers of the Police Service of Northern Ireland to conduct on our behalf, to keep us safe and to keep order in our society. And on that basis, an independent review seems reasonable. Just seems reasonable to me. And on that basis, the Ulster Unionist Party will support this motion.
Thank you. And I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I begin, I should also declare my membership of the Policing Board, and would like also, if I may, to acknowledge the challenging year it has been for the Office of the Police Ombudsman and all other bodies involved in our police scrutiny structures. They've endured a lot, like other public bodies. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has been far-reaching in society as a whole, and no individual or organisation has remained unaffected. The impacts on the police, the Office of the Police Ombudsman, were sharply felt those services, it should be said, continued. I should also welcome, Mr Speaker, the recognition from the members who have tabled the motion that there is a need for an effective, efficient and independent structure for dealing with complaints against police officers. The Office of the Police Ombudsman, which operates independently of the Department of Justice, the Northern Ireland Policing Board and the Police Service of Northern Ireland, is constituted to secure an effective, efficient and independent police complaint system which is capable of securing the confidence of the public and police in that system. Where there are concerns or frustrations in relation to police actions, the police officers themselves need to believe complaints against them will be treated fairly and impartially, while the community requires confidence that the accountability mechanisms in place are robust and able to deal with concerns around policing. In fact, Mr Speaker, the last annual survey of police satisfaction with the services of the Office of Police Ombudsman found that 91% felt they were treated with respect and 79% that they were treated fairly. Yes, I will.
In terms of public survey, would he also include in that some of the legal profession who have said that there are issues when you consider the number of reports which had to be amended or withdrawn, the catalogue of failed prosecutions initiated by the Office and the many adverse comments by the judiciary concerning the poor quality of investigations? Maybe that would also give balance, fairness and transparency when we're looking at this organisation.
Mr Speaker, thank you. And I may not have time to reflect or indeed research every single survey on every single issue over all of the years, but I will say that I am coming to some detail for additional surveys, and the member may want to listen to that also. The comparable statistics for complaints are that 73, released to the public, complainants are that 73% felt they were treated with respect and 57% that they were treated fairly. Seems also that a huge proportion, could be estimated around 99% of complaints against the office were from those who were seeking a review of the outcome to their complaint, which was given to the Ombudsman Office in the first place. In addition, there seems to be widespread public confidence also in the Office. The Northern Ireland Life and Times survey found that 76% of the general public were either fairly confident or very confident that complaints are dealt with impartially, and 83% believed that the Police Ombudsman would help ensure that police in Northern Ireland do a good job. These statistics are evidence that the Office is meeting the expectations of the wider public. Additional statistics, referred to that a moment ago, are available from NISRA and other organisations, and most of them paint a similar picture. The figures are publicly available. It is a matter of perception, perhaps, how these should be matched with expectations, as mentioned in the motion. The motion refers also to recent court judgments touching upon the methods and standards of investigative practice. The 2020 Court of Appeal's findings in respect of a judicial review taken against the Office of the Police Ombudsman relate to a report published by the previous Ombudsman, not the current Ombudsman. The ruling clarified that the role of the Ombudsman is to investigate and not adjudicate. Moving, Mr Speaker, to cases relating to retired police officers, also referenced in the motion, it has to be said that these are often high-profile cases involving many sensitivities and related to historical investigations on troubles-related matters. It could easily be argued that they should not be sitting with the Ombudsman at all, but are there simply because of a lack of political agreement to do it otherwise. Mr Speaker, the Police Ombudsman's Office was not established to investigate legacy matters, yet the Ombudsman's Office currently has 457 complaints involving over 550 deaths relating to legacy matters and has staff of around 30. I am therefore pleased that the Minister has secured additional funding for the year for the Office of Police Ombudsman to recruit an additional 16 investigators to deal with legacy cases, which will hopefully help provide families with long overdue answers. The PACE powers, Mr Speaker, referred to in the motion are a vital part of the legislative framework of police powers for combating crime. Therefore, it is right and proper, not only that but also unavoidable, that use of PACE comes with a range of duties for Office of Police Ombudsman investigators, who have the powers of a constable in the investigative duties related to their job. Whilst the court referred to in the motion made criticisms of one case out of many thousands over the years, these are being addressed. There are already bodies with scrutiny, monitoring and reporting duties in relation to the work of the Police Ombudsman, and these include the Criminal Justice Inspectorate in Northern Ireland. In addition to the inspection processes in place, reporting by the Ombudsman and actions undertaken as a result of recent reports and indeed the court outcome It is imperative that the work of the Ombudsman, like all organisations in the police and justice system, remain independent and free from political interference and influence. This was the intention when the current structures were set up 20 years ago, Mr Speaker, following a much darker time for policing and public alike. With this in mind, Mr Speaker, I, along with Alliance colleagues, am therefore unable to support the motion.
Thank you. And I call Sinead Ennis.
Mr Speaker, I'm not going to beat about the bush with this today, because this motion is just so crass that it must be called out as such and opposed outright. And I think we have to ask the question, what is the DUP's motivation with this motion? Is it to whitewash the role of the RUC in the conflict here? Is it to scrap the accountability and scrutiny mechanisms enshrined in the Good Friday Agreement? Because if that is their motivation, then that can't be entertained by any right-thinking person in this House or otherwise. The Police Ombudsman's Office currently has, as the previous speaker has alluded to, over 400 outstanding historical investigations to consider. That's 400 plus families impacted by delay after delay. And this is even more stark in the face of British Government legacy proposals, which will attempt to close down all forms of truth and justice for victims of the conflict. Statutorily barring the Police Ombudsman from investigating conflict-related incidents would bring an immediate end to criminal investigations and to the prospect of prosecutions. And whilst that might be the desire of some retired RUC personnel, it will be a disgraceful affront to all families who were bereaved by the conflict. And I think, Mr Speaker, it's worth reflecting on why we need a Police Ombudsman in the first place. We have a Police Ombudsman because historically we've had to endure bad policing. We've had to endure collusion. We've had to endure shoot to kill. We've had to endure deplorable interrogation methods. We have a Police Ombudsman because it is a crucial and fundamental part of our established accountability mechanisms. And while policing today is a far cry from all of that, we have to ensure that those things can never happen again. And yet, in the face of all that, here we have the sum of the DUP's response to those agreed accountability and scrutiny measures. Like any organisation, the Police Ombudsman's Office has its flaws, but it is key to the agreed policing and accountability arrangements, and to besmirch this in any way is dangerous, and the DUP should explain why they seem to have chosen that direction of travel. I won't at this stage. Thank you. Mr Speaker, the motion talks about the negative impact on natural justice and the legal rights of all concerned. I don't hear concern in the motion for the legal rights of Damien Walsh's family or the 400 plus families involved in historical investigations and still waiting for justice. The motion doesn't mention the reason why Damien Walsh's case lay with the Police Ombudsman's Office since 2004 and was only published in July of this year. It doesn't mention that the Police Ombudsman report found that the police investigation into Damien's murder was flawed from the outset and attempted to whitewash collusion. The motion doesn't honestly acknowledge the chronic lack of funding, which doesn't allow the Police Ombudsman to complete investigations quickly enough. It doesn't mention the reluctance of former PSNI and RUC officers to give evidence and information, and the Ombudsman's lack of powers to compel. It doesn't mention the issues regarding the disclosure of information and evidence from the PSNI. It doesn't honestly account for the long, protracted legal challenges which impedes on the Office to fully investigate and fulfil its duties. It doesn't honestly address any of these things because the motion is not about strengthening the ability of the Police Ombudsman to function in the way it was intended. The motion is about diminishing the functions of the Office and specifically its role in historical investigations. What the DUP are doing today is a cynical and misguided, in my opinion, attempt to point the finger of blame for all these issues in the wrong direction. The Police Ombudsman's Office cannot be held responsible for impediments that are out of its control. From start to finish, this motion just reads as an outright attack on the office of the Police Ombudsman, and I would call on all right-thinking members across this House to oppose it. I
call Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my colleagues for bringing this motion to the House today and declaring interest as being a member of the Policing Board. We've heard much about the Ombudsman's Office, but let's Let's just recall as to why it was set up. The Ombudsman's Office was set up to play a specific role in providing independent, impartial investigations into complaints arising from allegations of failures by police officers while on the line of duty. And they also investigate complaints into some quarters of the civilian employees of the police service. And while we recognise the need for robust, impartial and effective structures to be in place for investigations into alleged misconduct or criminality, something which lies at the very heart of democratic society and a binding principle that everyone is equal under the law and subject equally to the law. The fact is that any such investigations must be carried out in a way that is fair, that is equitable, that demonstrates independence and impartiality within the Ombudsman's Office. And this is where they have miserably failed. While the Ombudsman has the powers under Section 55 of the Public Act 1998 to commence an investigation where a complaint has been received and it appears an officer may have committed a criminal offence or behaved in a manner that would justify disciplinary proceedings, she does not have the powers to step outside the boundaries and the parameters which exceed the statutory powers of her office. By doing this, the work of the Ombudsman's Office has been undermined and the trust of the public has plummeted. Of course, the concerns about the Ombudsman's Office has been, and the way they've been conducting their investigations is not something which has just recently arisen, but dates away back to at least 2005. Some 16 years ago, the Criminal Justice Inspectorate report back then stated inspectors' inability to examine individual cases proved a particular problem and that investigations had taken too long, officers had not been properly treated and had not been duly informed of the progress of their investigations. Another report in 2011 and the Criminal Injustice Inspectorate commenting on how complex and high-profile historic cases were investigated and handled said, the ways in which the Police Ombudsman's Office has dealt with these cases has served to undermine rather than enhance its decision-making capacity. As a consequence of this contributory factors, its operational independence has been lowered. He went on to point out that flaws had been identified in the investigative process, reports had been heavily influenced by feedback from non-governmental organisations, divisions within senior management had created a dysfunctional environment, and overall this highlighted the flawed nature of the investigation process in cases. And I ask today in this House, as we come to this motion, what has changed? What we have seen changed is we have seen a change in personnel. But what has changed so far as the investigations is concerned? While these inspections have highlighted serious flaws within the Ombudsman's Office, they have really only been sporadic and often limited to particular themes or aspects of the Police Ombudsman's remit. Today there is still widespread concern within the balance and standard of investigations within this office, and that is why there is a need for a comprehensive and fully independent evaluation of its performance going forward. There needs to be a root and branch review of the operation of the Ombudsman's Office and the establishing of an independent complaints mechanism to promote accountability for misconduct, poor practice and administrative standards within the office of the Ombudsman's Office. And that is why today, Minister, as Justice Minister in this House, we are calling on you to commission a full independent inspection of the Ombudsman's Office, including its investigative capability, financial management, security of information handling, operating practices and how it complies with its mandate to build trust and confidence before the end of this current mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Liz Kimmins.
Margaret Cancorla. I rise to speak in opposition to this motion, and I should declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board too, which I feel is purely an attempt to undermine the independent role of the Office of the Police Ombudsman in holding the police to account. It is important that there is independent oversight given to policing in the same way it is carried out for a range of other public sector bodies, be it health and social care, education, the housing executive or others. This ensures that we can have public confidence in those bodies and that there is an accountability mechanism to deal with poor practice and concerns relating to any public-facing service. Yet it seems to me that, as we've seen in more recent times, the DUP aren't happy when they don't get the results they want, and they will do what they can to attack, undermine and dismantle the credibility of those delivering the findings. Throwing the toys out of the pram when you don't get what you want is not an approach that will help to build confidence or trust in the police service. But letting the Ombudsman's office do their job will reassure the public that there is a mechanism they can access if they feel they've not been properly treated, and to help us to move forward from the legacy of the past. It's important to remember that the Office of the Police Ombudsman was not established, as others have said, to deal with historical investigations. It was the British Government who bestowed this role on them as part of their package of measures in response to a number of adverse findings by the European Court of Human Rights that the British Government was in breach of its obligations under Article 2 to provide an effective investigation into certain conflict-related deaths from 2001 onwards. So statutorily barring the Police Ombudsman from investigating conflict-related incidents would only bring an immediate end to criminal investigations and to the prospect of prosecutions. And if this was allowed to happen, it would be a disgraceful affront to all those families who have been bereaved by the conflict. So I would ask members to join with me in rejecting this motion on the basis that it is attacking the whole idea of having accountable policing. And we know from our own history that where there is no accountability, where there is no accountability, innocent people are the ones who suffer the most.
Thank you, and I call Robin Newton.
Mr. Speaker, and I DUP welcome the motion being selected, and I thank my colleague Mr. Story and Mr. Clark for bringing the motion forward. The Ombudsman's role is to investigate complaints that individuals have been treated unfairly or have received poor service from government departments and other public organisations. The role of the Police Ombudsman is a serious matter, and a matter that should be of concern to all members, all law-abiding members of our community. And the Ombudsman has notable powers. Section 55 of the Police Act affords the Ombudsman has power to commence an investigation on her own motion, where she has not received a complaint and it appears that a police officer may have committed a criminal offence or behaved in a manner that would justify disciplinary proceedings. Section 60A of the Police Act gives the Ombudsman the power to investigate a current policy or practice of the PSNI if it has come to her attention via complaint and is in the public interest. Section 61 provides a number of statutory reports to be made by the Police Ombudsman, and that might include a general report on the functions of the Ombudsman. It might include a report on matters that have come to the attention of the Ombudsman on matters of public interest, and it certainly will include an annual report to the Department on the discharge of functions under the 1998 Act. A report on the review of the Ombudsman of the 1998 Act at least every 5 years. And we're asking the Minister to consider a report, investigation by the end of this mandate. Section 66 of the Police Northern Ireland Act requires the Chief Constable to provide any information that the Ombudsman may require. And the point made by Mrs Dolores Kelly, all to be independent and in an impartial manner, and we should all be concerned when the judiciary raise concerns. And the DUP welcomes the opportunity to bring forward this motion. The issues it raises are far-reaching and they are critical to increasing public confidence in the criminal justice system. And we want to make it clear from the very outset that this debate is not about calling into question the need for impartial and effective and robust structures for investigating alleged misconduct or indeed criminality. That is at the heart of any democracy, and we stand foursquare behind the principle that everyone is equal to the law and equally subject to the law. Instead, today's motion is about ensuring that the core principles core principles underpinning the police ombudsman remit are delivered in a way that is lawful, procedurally fair, and ensures that all investigations are completed to a high standard and completed in a timely fashion. We do believe, and there are a number of examples, on the willingness of the Ombudsman to exceed its statutory powers in making determinations that certain crimes may have taken place. The trend in the Ombudsman interpreting court rulings to establish and adjudicate on offences not actually prescribed in law, such as collusive behaviour, and the failure to demonstrate procedural fairness to officers implicated in its investigation reports. The protracted delay in completing historical investigations referred to by previous speakers, often lasting 17, 18 or 19 years, and the impact of investigating delays on the health of the victims, the well-being of the victims, the witnesses, and indeed the retired and serving police officers. Mr. Story referred to the matter that fears regarding the operational independence of the police in light of concerns raised by Sajini, dating back as far as 10 years ago. So 10 years ago, Sajini was raising concerns, and we're raising the concerns today.
Would the member give way?
I will give way.
Thank the member for giving way. A number of members have raised the issue of the 2011 Sajini report, but none of the members have raised the follow-up report in 2013, where Sajini said that they were satisfied that the Ombudsman had addressed the concerns that had been raised in their original inspection in 2011. So would the member accept that it isn't that these matters haven't been addressed in the last 10 years, but in fact they were addressed within the first 2 years after the original Sajini report?
I'll accept what the
member has an additional minute.
I'll accept what the Minister has said, Mr. Speaker. The fact is that there was concern 10 years ago that this matter required investigation. And surely that should give us, when Sajini is saying, look, this is such a serious matter, we require an investigation to be carried out, which after 3 years was then brought to a conclusion. I mean, the whole basis of that would not give the public confidence. And indeed, the hounding of former police officers over many years on the basis of what is often flimsy and unsubstantiated evidence provided by police informants and other witnesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, I'll call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to the Police Service of Northern Ireland for the service that they give this community. As other members have referenced earlier, the Police Service of Northern Ireland is one of the most accountable police services in the world. We have the Policing Board, District Policing Partnerships and the Police Ombudsman contributing to that framework, and it was indeed a privilege for me to serve as a member of the District Policing Partnerships previously, to see firsthand the excellent work that is being done in engagement and accountability through those mechanisms. The Alliance Party is a party of the rule of law and is absolutely clear that independent, robust complaints processes are vital to ensure the highest standards of best practice, accountability and public confidence in any organisation, which, as we know, is absolutely vital for a police service in a democratic society. But I have to say, Mr. Speaker, that I do not in any way believe the case for an independent review of the police ombudsman aspect of this framework has been well made. Indeed, in the last interaction between the member for East Belfast and Justice Minister Naomi Long, the CJNI report of 2011 was cited as a case for the independent review, and despite the Justice Minister's confirmation that issues raised in that 2011 report being addressed in the 2013 report, the member continued to use the 2011 report as a basis for the independent review, which seems illogical in the extreme. Mr. Speaker, the motion goes on to say that it believes that the current operation of the Police Ombudsman falls well below the reasonable expectation of complaints, serving and retired police officers, as well as the wider public. And as other members have referenced already today, the independent Northern Ireland Life and Times survey findings simply do not support that assertion in the motion. And yeah, happy to give way.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree with me that such is the faith that the PSNI themselves have in the Police Ombudsman's office, that they have themselves referred themselves to the Office of the Police Ombudsman?
Member has an additional minute.
Do my best not to use it, Mr. Speaker. I acknowledge the intervention from the member, and indeed I was going to go on to reference the NISRA statistics that have found 79% of officers felt that they have been treated fairly. 91% of officers felt that they had been treated with respect. 74% of officers felt that staff were knowledgeable. But of course there are always matters on which improvements can be made, and indeed in that regard the Public Ombudsman's Office is indeed overseen by a range of mechanisms, including the Criminal Justice Inspectorate for Northern Ireland that has been already referenced by other members, the Information Commissioner's Office, Investigatory Powers Commissioner's Office, and a number of other bodies. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said at the outset of my remarks, we do not believe that the case for an independent review has been well made, and we will not be supporting the motion on those grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, I'll keep this brief, but I'll be opposing this motion as we view it as problematic, and on the part of the proposers, it is a hypocritical attempt to undermine impartial investigations. It is hypocritical because it's coming from a party that often cries law and order, then who go on to pick and choose which crimes are and aren't scrutinised. I certainly do not think the system of law and order here or the Ombudsman is perfect, far from it. In essence, however, I am worried that this motion would inevitably result in an undermining of scrutiny of certain elements of the security forces in terms of the legacy issue, and it could be used to shield the exposure of wrongdoing on behalf of the state. That's what I believe the motivation of this motion is. My own view on the issue begins with the hundreds of families across various communities who have waited patiently for years, in fact decades, on the Ombudsman conducting investigations into the killing of their loved ones. I think if such a motion in front of us tonight were passed or acted on, it would possibly result in delaying major reports being published, such as Operation into the Sean Graham's massacre, as well as Operation Greenwich, which looks at up to 22 murders in South Derry. I would suggest that the DUP ought to think of those families involved in the killings instead of proposing motions like this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And I now call the Minister of Justice, Naomi Long, to respond to the motion, and the Minister will have 15 minutes. Up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully I won't need to use all of that time either. Mr. Speaker, I do welcome this opportunity to respond to the motion brought to the House by the members for North Antrim and South Antrim. While there are aspects of it that I cannot support, I will seek to address some of the issues that have been raised, because I think it's important that we do so. I welcome the support expressed in the motion for an effective, efficient and independent structure for dealing with complaints against police officers. The Office of the Police Ombudsman, or OPONI as I'm going to refer to it from here on in, is an important part of our policing oversight arrangements. As well as giving the public assurance there is a means of redress when things go wrong, an independent complaints body also offers police officers protection from unfounded and unfair complaints made against them. The office was set up following the Hayes Report of 1997 as an independent body to handle complaints about the conduct of police officers. Its independence is enshrined in legislation, the Police Northern Ireland Act 1998, so as to safeguard against any undue political interference, whether actual or perceived. That's why the Ombudsman is appointed by Her Majesty the Queen, acting on the advice of the First and Deputy First Minister rather than by the Justice Minister. It is the First and Deputy First Minister who are responsible for setting the criteria for that appointment. In England, Scotland and Ireland, however, it's worth noting that those with policing backgrounds are excluded from serving on their complaints body. Indeed, in the Hayes report, it was envisaged that this would be much more of a judicial office, and so I hope that that goes some way to answering why it was structured in the way that it was. In order to protect the independence of the Ombudsman, the role of my department is confined to its governance, including how the office is funded, and I have been given no role whatsoever in the conduct of investigations or in respect of the Ombudsman's decision-making. That's not to say, however, that the Ombudsman's office is beyond scrutiny, as some today may have created the impression. It is subject to a number of oversight mechanisms, which I'm going to come to later in my response. APONAI's role is widely accepted and supported. Indeed, the last annual survey on police satisfaction with APONAI found that 91% of officers felt they were treated with respect and 79% thought they were treated fairly. Comparable statistics for complainants are that 73% felt they were treated with respect and 57% that they were treated fairly. In addition, the Northern Ireland Life and Times survey found that 76% of the general public were either fairly confident or very confident that complaints are dealt with impartially. And so I see no evidence in that for the plummeting levels of confidence which some have referred to in their speeches. The motion refers to recent court judgments touching upon the methods and standards of investigative practice. I am aware of the Court of Appeal's findings in respect of a judicial review taken against APONAI, which relate to a report published by the previous Ombudsman. The judgment raised a number of issues, and APONAI has, through the established governance arrangements, provided assurance that actions have been taken to address these. For example, any public statement published by APONAI now includes any response from anyone criticised in the report. At the end of last year, the Ombudsman published a report on the 5-year review of her powers, and I'm currently considering the recommendations alongside a stocktake of policing oversight and accountability more generally. In order to address issues raised in the judgment, the report includes the recommendation that there should be a statutory right to due process for officers subject to complaint, and a statutory requirement for the Ombudsman to take these views into account and reflect them in any report. I won't, because I do have a lot to cover in terms of responding to members' queries. The Ombudsman has also proposed a specific power to determine a complaint. In addition, there are measures to make greater use of mediation and local resolution to deal with less serious complaints, and measures to deal with vexatious complaints. These are proposals at this stage, and I will be consulting on the report in the coming weeks. Of course, part of the difficulty in discussing the review of the Ombudsman's powers is when they are viewed through the prism of legacy. Many of the cases quoted by the proposers and supporters of the motion today are historic cases. The Ombudsman's Office was never intended to be a body to deal with legacy cases. It was part of the new beginning for policing, as envisaged in Patten, and intended to focus on contemporary complaints about policing. However, in the absence of an effective, comprehensive mechanism for dealing with the legacy of the past, APONAI has been put in the unenviable position of having to deal with a substantial historic caseload. As with the rest of the justice system, it was never designed nor intended to carry the weight of legacy cases, and the requirement to retrofit legacy processes into the criminal justice organisations is deeply unsatisfactory. As I have said many times before, the current legacy arrangements are not delivering for the families, and they are not sustainable. They also create practical problems for those accused of wrongdoing, many years after an event has occurred. I have met with Retired Police Officers Association, and I've heard them express legitimate concerns at first hand, such as the challenges inherent in defending historic actions without access to the contemporaneous records of those incidents. In the absence of a better option, I have been able to secure additional funding this year for APONAI to recruit more investigators to deal with legacy cases. In 21-22, the budget allocation we gave APONAI the full amount required for their historic business case. However, this is only an interim measure I took to ensure we could progress some cases and provide answers for some families. It is not a complete solution, given the level of resource that would be required across the system to deal with the entire legacy backlog. It also means that legacy cases continue to be dealt with on a piecemeal and fragmented basis by a range of different organisations. The arrangements set out in the Stormont House Agreement would have meant historic cases that currently sit with the PONI would be transferred across to a new historical investigations unit. That would have been a much more effective and coherent approach. This debate, I believe, yet again underlines the need for the UK Government to reach agreement with political parties here and with the Irish Government on a suitable way forward for dealing with legacy. The current arrangements are simply not fit for purpose. The motion also calls for the establishment of an independent complaints mechanism. I won't, as I say, I have a lot to cover to get back on the issues members have raised. The motion calls for the establishment of an independent complaints mechanism to promote accountability for misconduct, poor practice and administrative standards within a PONI. First of all, I want to point out that a PONI is an ombudsman, which is by definition an oversight body. That said, the Ombudsman has recommended in her 5-year review report that her office should come under the remit of the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman for the purposes of complaints of maladministration. In the meantime, there are already arrangements in place which are capable of addressing concerns raised at both an individual and systemic level on an independent basis, and a number of members have referred to those in the debate. For concerns about how a complaint has been handled, the Office has a customer complaints policy which includes provision for an independent external assessor to consider the complaint where a complainant remains dissatisfied. It is also possible, as illustrated by the reference in the motions to court judgments, to challenge reports through the mechanism of judicial review. In terms of the operation of the Office more generally, a PONI already falls under the remit of the Criminal Justice Inspection Northern Ireland. It is open to SOGINI to inspect the Ombudsman, either as an individual body or as part of a thematic inspection. In addition, the Department has the power to require the Chief Inspector to carry out reviews of matters relating to the justice system in Northern Ireland. The Chief Inspector consults annually on her inspection programme for the year ahead, and members have the opportunity to contribute to that process. Members made reference to the 2011 SOGINI report and asked what has changed. But of course, as I pointed out, SOGINI did a follow-up inspection in 2013 and was satisfied the issues raised in 2011 had been satisfactorily addressed. My department has already demonstrated its willingness to request the Chief Inspector to undertake a review where an issue of sufficient concern has arisen in the operation of the police complaints process. This was the basis on which the Department invited the Chief Inspector to undertake a review of the methods used by the PSNI to disclose information in respect of historic cases to a PONI, on which the Chief Inspector reported last year and made a number of recommendations. The Department took this step on foot of compelling evidence that there was a significant issue of public importance which needed to be addressed. A PONI is also under the remit of bodies such as the Investigatory Powers Commissioner's Office, the Office for Communications Data Authorisations, the Information Commissioner's Office and the Comptroller and Auditor General. Taken together, I believe this represents a comprehensive and proportionate approach to the oversight of the Ombudsman's Office, which is fully in line with how the Office has been established in statute. The motion also calls on me to commission a fully independent review of a PONI. I am not at this point minded to do so. As I frequently stress, the Ombudsman is an independent office. There would need, therefore, to be compelling evidence presented of widespread dysfunction in the office to justify such a review. It is not sufficient simply to make generalised criticism of the office or to refer to individual cases. In this instance, strong evidence of systemic problems that would justify such a review has not been offered, and so I cannot accede to the member's request. No, I really won't, because I haven't to other members, and out of courtesy I don't want to change that kind of procedure. Finally, the motion refers to inordinate delay in concluding investigations, and I recognise the sensitivity of that issue, both for families and for those who may stand accused of wrongdoing. However, the Office routinely monitors case progress and sets targets for completion. In 2020, the most recent year for which data is available, it completed 63% of Category B cases within 110 working days, against a target of 70%. For Category C cases, it completed 93% of Category C cases within 90 working days, against a target of 85%. And most of the cases would be Categories B and C that they would receive. It's true to say complaints relating to historic cases, by their very nature, can take longer to conclude, though there are also factors outside of a PONI's control. For example, where a file is sent to the PPS, the Office must await the outcome of PPS considerations, and where there are other investigations ongoing, it is normal practice for the Ombudsman to await the outcome of those also. It is not true to suggest or imply that 17, 18 or 19 years is a typical length of investigation, which may have been the impression that some would take from this debate. When the UK Government gave a PONI responsibility for historic cases, they did not transfer with that power resources to allow those cases to commence. And so many of the cases, whilst transferred to the Ombudsman's office at that time, they were not actually under active investigation until much later when resources were received. In concluding, Mr Speaker, I want to welcome the opportunity to debate matters relating to the Ombudsman's office. However, I believe the debate would benefit from a detaching of legacy from the general performance of that office and setting the vexed issue of historic cases in its proper context. I've sought to do that in my response here today. We should also consider the proposals put forward by the Ombudsman for reform of her powers to ensure her office is equipped to deal with complaints in a modern policing environment and the challenges we now face. I understand the Ombudsman has already been meeting with stakeholders to discuss her proposals, and I would encourage all members engage with her and hear directly from the Ombudsman about her plans for the office and explain and engage with her about your concerns. I also look forward to engaging with stakeholders on our own forthcoming consultation and will consider the recommendations from the 5-year review alongside a stocktake of policing oversight and accountability more generally. The fundamental principle of an independent complaints body is sound, but a mature and constructive debate on the Ombudsman's powers is long overdue. Many of the proposals in the current Ombudsman is putting forward echo those of her predecessors. While I suspect not all of her recommendations will be capable of achieving the level of consensus that would be required for them to be taken forward, there are many that could and indeed should, including those designed to streamline and speed up the processing of complaints. While the Court has made criticisms, these are being addressed, and I have not therefore seen sufficient evidence to justify any additional independent evaluation. I am therefore sadly unable to support the motion, but look forward to further engagement on this really important issue.
Thank you, and I call Mr Trevor Clark.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and can I put on record, like many others today, as a member of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. Speaker, as I listened here today to many of the members, particularly across the benches, I had to look up at amazement, as if we were asking for something that was out with the control of this Assembly. But I mean, if you look very carefully at the wording, and particularly the last part, I mean, I also note, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, there was no amendments to the motion. So the whole purpose of this motion was to try and bring scrutiny to the office of the Ombudsman. Indeed, that's been done before, has been referenced many times today in relation to previous reports. However, I'm unsure how anyone could suggest that it would be wrong for us as a party, or indeed an Assembly, to ask the Minister to commission a fully independent inspection of PONI, given something similar was done in the past. Indeed, the Minister's own colleague, whenever he was the Minister in 2012, in the foreword of the report in relation to 2011, which has said, the findings of the external and internal reports of the Office over the recent months are such that the public confidence has been damaged in respect to the adequacy and processes robustness and report conclusions. Now, if he came to that conclusion as a Minister, I'm unsure how the current Minister would not afford this House the same scrutiny. Of course, whenever the Minister was on her feet, she did say, and quite rightly, in 2013 that was addressed, and those matters were addressed satisfactorily. I will indeed, yes.
Thank you, Member, for giving way. And the Minister did, and I understand the reason why the Minister didn't give way. But she has thankfully given, I think, a window of opportunity, because she said that she would consider any evidence. And it is not enough for the Ombudsman to determine that they have themselves adequately responded to the concerns raised by a court judgment. It surely should be in the hands of someone else to adjudicate and to determine whether or not that has been adequately done, and we will look forward to providing the Minister with evidence that she can consider.
Thank the member for the intervention, and I agree with what he has said in relation to that. Of course, it would be fair to assume that if something happened in the past with this office, in terms of its findings and its failings, that it could derail itself once again. So I'm unsure why all these members, these very law-abiding members in the Chamber today, want to hold the Ombudsman in such high power, high office, that she is out with making mistakes, or indeed, rather than an individual, the office is out with making mistakes. Indeed, I think it would be right and proper as a scrutiny body, as an assembly, to look at this very carefully and make sure those mistakes are not made. Much has been said also today, Mr. Speaker, about the balance in relation to this debate. I don't see anywhere in the motion that we're referring to unionists, to Protestants, to RUC men in particular, but the office and the conduct of what they do. Indeed, some members wanted to use this today in reference to some of the cases themselves. Indeed, they were critical of the length of time and the findings of some of the other previous reports. So surely that would suggest that they actually have some reservations around the office. But it seems strange that they don't want to join us today in actually calling for a review. Indeed, it may find some things that may be of useful to them in relation to those investigations. But it seems more that it's a case, because the DUP are asking for it, we're not allowing it. That's what it seems like. It's like most debates in this House now. It's if the DUP wants it, no one else wants it. Indeed, well, I assume Mr. Allister in the corner will probably join us today. But it's them versus us, not right against wrong. Not right against wrong.
The member has clearly indicated he's not taking an intervention.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, listening to the debate today, and my colleague who opened it had asked for this to be far-reaching. I don't see anything wrong with far-reaching in terms of looking into what the Ombudsman's office has done, what they're doing, whether it's been done correctly or incorrectly, whether it's procedurally fair. Are members suggesting that if there was an investigation and there was something that was unfair, that they should continue to do it the way they've been always doing it, just because that's the way they've done it? This is not about challenging the impartiality of the office. This is about making sure that the office is fair to everyone, regardless of their colour, their creed, their religious background or otherwise. And this makes sure, whether it be retired officers or members of the public, that they get a fair representation from that office. Jerry Kelly was very quick to come out just to oppose the motion. There was a theme round how some of the members from the opposite benches suggested this was an attack on the Ombudsman's office. Indeed, it's nothing of the sort. If any sort of report was done or investigation, it may actually be helpful to the offices. It may actually highlight some of these issues that has been previously come up in the 2011 report, that the Minister is quite rightly saying that there was a review of that in 2013, Sir Jenny done another review, and we're satisfied those things were taken on board. So that's happened before. Then there's the old adage that Jerry likes to put out about the RUC and collusion. I'm not sure why he has to centre that one out on every occasion, but of course there's many members of his own party who would know all about collusion with state forces only across the border, maybe not on this side of the border, but dare we ever say that? Reference was made also to the Police Federation, an attack, I believe, from a member of the Policing Board on the Police Federation, a federation who is there to defend its membership. But he referred in his comments today about the Federation and the retired officers. But surely the whole purpose of the Ombudsman is to bring fairness and impartiality. But it seems that some members don't want that fairness or impartiality. Indeed, from Mr. Kelly's comments today, that was fairly obvious. Dolores Kelly's comments talking about she regrets that we're covering old ground. I'm not sure how we're covering old ground by simply saying that we want a review of how the Ombudsman's office to make sure that it continues to do it fairly, impartially, and continues to give everyone that fair hearing. I'm not sure. Also, there was lots of statistics referred to today. Mrs. Kelly had some of hers. Indeed, there must be a sharing of statistics amongst most of the Alliance members, because they talked about the Life and Times survey. I'm not sure that many members of the public will be lifting the Life and Times survey to see the findings of that particular document. But I know in my office, and I made reference to this at the Policing Board last week, that people come to my office, and I'm sure they come to other members' offices as well, and referring to the Ombudsman's office and the interaction they've had with them. And it's not always very glowing, Mr. Speaker. Some of them are very disappointed in how they've been handled and what conclusions the Ombudsman's office comes to. Indeed, in response to, and Mr Nesbitt raised that very issue today, as did Mrs Kelly, about spit and bite guards. The Ombudsman couldn't even give the member an answer in relation to that on last Thursday. But Mrs Kelly wanted to put words in the Ombudsman's mouth, because what she didn't say today was the Ombudsman wasn't suggesting the removal of spit and bite guards. So Mrs Kelly went short of that. She talked about the bits she wanted to talk about because it suited a particular narrative. The members in this bench has always been supportive of the police having everything at their disposal to carry out their job in a safe and fair manner. However, Mrs Kelly omitted to say the Ombudsman didn't rule on that. But the difficulties in terms of the office was identified when Mr Nesbitt raised the question last Thursday around that particular issue. But you see, of course, the Ombudsman had the pleasure or otherwise on the cases that she referred to, because she could see the footage, because this person had been in custody before. But there's many occasions, of course, that those police come into contact with individuals who will never meet. So there is issues on how the Ombudsman does her job, and I think that this here would have shone a light in relation to that. John Blair also indicated he was a member of the Policing Board, amongst others. I think there's probably more Policing Board members than anything else here today, but that's just the nature of where we are. He said that he believed officers were treated fairly. And I think on the main, that's probably reasonable to assume. Of course, whenever you've got the Federation themselves making representation to the contrary of that, there's a doubt, there's a suspicion, a suggestion that maybe otherwise. And I probably agree with John. My view of most officers I speak to believe they have been fairly treated. But if the governing body of the PSNI, that of the Police Federation, believes that the officers have been unfairly treated, then there's an issue in relation to that. And for that reason, even in that reason only, I believe that the Minister should allow the review of the Ombudsman's office.
Thank you. Thanks to all the members for their contributions this afternoon. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Clear lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members, order now. Okay, members. Members. Question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Order, members. Members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Trevor Clark and Mervyn Story. Tellers for the noes are Dolores Kelly and Sinead Ennis. Can I remind all members of the requirement for social distancing? Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure doors, please. Okay, members, folks. Okay, members. Clerk, please read the result.
"83 members voted. 37 members voted aye. 46 members voted no. The motion is negatived.
The motion is negative, members. The motion is negative. Next item on the order paper is adjournment. Item 8 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is, did the Assembly do now adjourn? The Assembly is adjourned.
Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed.